Also streamed and recorded on the committee's YouTube channel named EAL Committee. Today, we will hear from the Commission on Aging and the Department on Aging and Community Living. Most importantly, we will hear from a number of public witnesses. The purpose of the oversight hearing is to review the programs and operations of the Commission on Aging and the Department on Aging and Community Living from the perspective of our public and government witnesses for FY year 25 and FY 26 to date. Okay. We're going to solo until maybe one of my colleagues joins us. So I'll disperse with asking them if they want to make an opening statement. So therefore, I'd like to now begin our hearing by hearing from the first panel, public panel that we have. And we have Ms. Labat, Mr. Broad, and Ms. Lucio. Ms. Labat is the Executive Director of Home Care Partners, and Mr. Broad is from DC Voters for Animals. And all right, and Ms. Lucero is virtual, and she is the Executive Director of the DuPont Circle Village. And we can probably add a couple more at the witness table. Attorney Rhonda Cunningham Holmes. Yes. There. Oh my goodness, I missed. Okay, thank you. And Betty Gentile. Ms. Holmes is the Executive Director of Legal Counsel for the Elderly, and Ms. Gentile is the Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at So Others May Eat. All right, and we will begin with you, Ms. Lamont.
Good morning. I'm Marla Lahad. I am the Executive Director of Home Care Partners, a nonprofit home care agency here in the DC metro area and a proud member of the DC Coalition on Long-Term Care. We are deeply appreciative of DACL's continued support and of Director Sharon P.W. Hines and her staff for their excellent leadership, partnership, and responsiveness. Home Care Partners administers 3 programs that are funded by DACL that meet the needs of older DC residents who wish to remain safely in their homes. We have the DC Caregivers Institute, which supports family caregivers who are caring for an older relative. Family members form the backbone of the long-term care system, providing the bulk of care for their loved ones. We are very pleased that at present, the DC Caregivers Institute is currently enrolling new participants with minimal wait times. Family caregivers can choose from a menu of services that reduce caregiving stress and support them in continuing to care for their loved ones, including case management by licensed social workers, education, reimbursements, respite care, and support groups. However, Home Care Partners' other 2 DACL-funded programs have long wait lists. Our Safe at Home program continues to be one of the district's most effective and impactful aging in place initiatives. Now, starting its 11th year, the program has completed nearly 8,000 modifications for older residents, reducing fall risk and allowing seniors to remain at home. But demand has grown exponentially and far outpaces available funding. As a result, new clients face wait times of 8 to 9 months before their projects can begin. We are very grateful to Director Hines and her staff for their openness to exploring programmatic adjustments that would allow more first-time users to benefit from Safe at Home. Our other DACL program, the Homemaker program, Homemaker Health Aid program, typically provides 2 to 3 weekly visits from a licensed home health aide to assist with personal care and homemaking. It also is experiencing a wait of many months. DACL leadership has worked closely with home care partners to ensure that we are able to continue meeting the needs of the most vulnerable seniors. However, for many older adults who are low to moderate income and do not qualify for Medicaid, there is really no other alternative right now. Flat funding is one of the major contributors to wait lists, but it is not the only one. Workforce challenges also contribute. Workforce shortages in long-term care cannot be solved by one agency alone. It requires intentional interagency collaboration and sustained council leadership. In March of 2025, a roundtable convened by this committee and the Committee on Health brought together DACL and DC Health as well as other stakeholders. That was a great beginning, but it must be followed by concrete actions. Several issues remain. A 2024 rule that allowed DC certified nursing assistants to work in home care has not been accompanied by clear guidance. The long promised combination of the home health aide and CNA licenses has not yet occurred. And the Dementia Training for Direct Care Workers Act of 2020 remains unimplemented 6 years later. There is also a need for a long-term care strategic lead. We understand that the responsibilities of this position have been incorporated into the new age-friendly coordinator position, and we look forward to working collaboratively with DACL and this new position to strengthen the long-term care workforce and the services that seniors rely on. As we enter another extremely challenging budget cycle, I urge the council to prioritize older district residents through strategic investments, interdepartmental collaboration, and a sustained commitment to the workforce that makes aging in place possible. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And next, we'll hear from Mr. Broad.
Hello, my name is Max Broad. I'm here to testify about food in DACL today. We're at the halfway point of the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act, which is DC's law to reduce the carbon footprint of the food we buy. And I have an important finding to share. Food-related emissions are not decreasing in DC. In fact, they're actually on the rise. So this bill was passed in 2021, which sets a schedule for DC to reduce food system emissions 25% by the year 2030. This is a big deal, as over 1/3 of climate pollutants come from food and agriculture. As a means of assisting DC and the institutions implementing this act, including the Department of Aging and Community Living, I created a simple rubric to show who is leading and where the opportunities are, which I've submitted for the record. The rubric measures 4 categories, and DACL received points in 3 of those 4 categories, specifically in providing adequate data, taking steps to implement the law, and then a certain bonus point, which are submitted for the record. So DACL received 11 points in total in the analysis, which puts them in the upper end of the pack, with the highest score in the agency. Any agency received being 13 points, so DACL is very close to that. According to DOE, they are the only agency to have reduced their food-related emissions since the baseline year. So well done, DACL, and nice pat in the back for y'all. For the DACL staff listening. It's unclear whether this was done with intention or if it was a fluke, but either way, there is good headway that DACL is building on, and small changes can make a big difference. So the next step the agency should do is incorporate DOE's boilerplate language into contracts to clearly guide food service companies. DOE issues specific criteria, which I've attached here, including things like serving red meat at maximum twice per week, serving at least 1 plant-based meal entree, and things like that. I'd like to invite this committee and the agency to the release webinar in March, when we have the final report on DC agency's progress with green food. And to our public servants at the Department of Aging and Community Living, I thank you for your attention to these issues and shifting food procurement to better your members and the district's sustainability goals. I'm happy to meet to craft low effort and high impact strategies to reduce the carbon footprint of food. And that's it for me. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, and thank you to your staff for helping holding this hearing.
Thank you very much for your report. And for the public's benefit, I was looking over the comments that we have here, and we'll talk a little more about it, but thank you very, very much. Next witness, okay, all right, is Eva Lucero, who is the executive director of the DuPont Circle Village. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the council and any committee staff. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Eva Lucero, and I am the executive director of DuPont Circle Village. For 18 years, DCV has served the neighborhoods of Adams Morgan, DuPont Circle, and Calorama in wards 1 and 2. We currently support 330 members aged 54 to 94 who want to remain in the communities they call home. Aging in place does not happen by accident. It depends on a coordinated network of supports. The village model is not simply about social programming. We are a part of the district's aging in place infrastructure. Through volunteers, staff, partnerships, and city investment, we help stabilize and strengthen the systems that allow our older adults to remain safely and independently at home. We know from lived experience that aging well depends on an adequate health workforce, including access to reliable paid caregivers, affordable housing with the right level of in-home and community-based supports, access to nutritious food and help navigating changing dietary needs, reliable and accessible transportation, and strong social connections and opportunities for meaningful engagement. When even one of these supports is missing, independence becomes fragile. When they work together, our older adults can thrive. When DuPont Circle Village exists to help knit these pieces together, not as a replacement for public systems, but as a partner in strengthening them. DACL's funding over the years is essential for this work. Its investment in the village model translates policy into real day-to-day impact. Wellness classes that prevent falls, case management that stabilizes crises, and navigation support that connects older adults to the services they need. At DuPont Circle Village, some DACL funding supports our broad health and wellness programming, including twice weekly meditation. I would like to share with you the impact from one villager who attends meditation twice weekly. The twice weekly meditation sessions with Patricia Ullman have profoundly enhanced my sense of agency and well-being. Her ideas have enabled me to know how to ground myself in these anxiety-provoking times. As well, being with fellow villagers on Mondays and Thursdays has brought a sense of community to our group, warding off any sense of isolation. So the outcomes are tangible. Members also report reduced isolation, and I know that was always and has always been a big goal of not only DACL, but of Mayor Bowser as well. Increased physical activity, greater confidence remaining at home, stronger informal support networks. We routinely see how early intervention prevents larger crises. A volunteer noticing that a member is unsteady on the stairs, a staff member helping troubleshoot nutrition challenges, a friendly call that catches early cognitive decline. These small moments prevent hospitalizations and ER visits later. DACL support has helped sustain essential services that allow us to respond quickly, prevent crises, and help older adults remain safely at home. At the same time, a performance hearing is an opportunity not only to express appreciation, but to assess how the broader system is working. From our vantage point on the ground, we continue to see persistent gaps that affect our members, including number one, paid caregiver shortages. Even members with financial means struggle to find reliable, trained home health aides. The workforce shortage is real and growing. Number two, emergency room delays. Members report spending long hours in emergency departments, sometimes without adequate discharge planning. Again, this creates unsafe returns back home. Three, nutrition challenges beyond affordability. Food insecurity is not only about cost, some members do not know how to cook for one. They cannot safely carry their groceries any longer and cannot reach congregate meal sites during inclement weather. During the snow or extreme weather, as was evidenced a couple of weeks ago, transportation interruptions create real risk. We need stronger citywide planning to ensure that older adults, especially those aging alone, are identified and supported during extreme weather or public health emergencies. Villages are part of the solution. We are not the entire system. We absolutely appreciate DACL's partnership and ongoing support. We also encourage continued focus on workforce shortages, nutrition access, emergency preparedness, and coordinated emergency planning. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to older residents in the district, and I am open to answering any of your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we will hear from Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, legal counsel for the elderly.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds. I am Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, the Executive Director of Legal Counsel for the Elderly. And Chairperson Bonds, before anything else, I want to say thank you. For more than a decade, you have worked tirelessly as a champion of older DC residents, and we really appreciate that. And in my 7.5 years leading LCE, I have deeply appreciated your partnership, your steadiness, and the humanity that you bring to this work. It has truly been an honor to collaborate with you and your office on behalf of the older adults that we both serve. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for that. And I have some new ideas, so I don't know if you'll be saying that when I talk about what else we need to do, but we have a lot to do. Thank you.
We do indeed. And I would say, as LCE celebrated its 50th anniversary last year, it reminded me just how central our relationship with DACL has been. For nearly 45 of those years, DACL has stood beside us, and throughout 2025, that collaboration remains strong, whether through warm handoffs in case management, close coordination with APS, or the routine exchange of information that allows us to respond quickly and thoughtfully to the needs of older adults. I also want to thank the DACL staff for meeting with our legal team this year. It helped our attorneys better understand DACL's work and how we can collaborate even more effectively. And the offer still stands. We would be delighted to present to DACL's intake and case management teams so they can understand how our legal services operate and how they can best connect residents to us. So an invitation would be enthusiastically accepted. DACL's support, especially the one-time $110,000 increase to our legal hotline, made a meaningful difference last year. Thanks to this investment, our hotline served nearly 1,700 older adults and handled roughly 3,500 legal matters. These are not small problems we're helping people navigate. They often involve safety, housing security, financial stability, or the ability to remain independent. For many of our callers, we are their last and sometimes their only lifeline for resolving legal challenges that would otherwise spiral into crisis. And this funding makes a real financial impact on the district as well. Last year, this work returned more than $214,000 to the district. Those dollars stabilized households, prevented homelessness, and reduced downstream costs for the city. It is funding that is not only compassionate, it is fiscally sound. We look forward to the district making this additional $110,000 a recurring part of our annual budget. And this morning, you'll also hear from LCE hotline attorney Melanie Bates, who will share a few stories illustrating exactly what this investment means in the lives of older adults. Beyond the hotline, I also want to highlight DACL's support for the DC Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program, with which has been part of LCE for 40 years, and that is with DACL's partnership. This program is essential. Our ombudsman team serves as both a watchdog and a lifeline for residents in nursing homes, in assisted living facilities, and those receiving care through the Medicaid EDP waiver. Last year, the team once again delivered strong results, resolving 86% of complaints. That's more than 10 points higher than the national average. The most frequent issues involved involuntary discharges, requests for assistance, and persistent staffing challenges. These complaints are not easy to resolve. They involve residents who often cannot advocate for themselves. Our teams show up facility by facility and resident by resident to ensure dignity, safety, and concern. And through our outreach efforts last year, we were able to connect with nearly 750 caregivers, families, and community members who rely on the Ombudsman team as their trusted resource. We could not do any of this, our hotline or our Ombudsman work, without DACL's partnership and support. And we look forward to deepening that collaboration to provide even more efficient and effective services in the year ahead. In closing, Chairperson Bonds, thank you again for your leadership and your support of LCE and of older adults across the district. Continued support for both DACL and LCE is essential to making sure older adults in DC can stay safe, healthy, supported, and can aid in their own communities. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much for your testimony. She is okay. Next, we'll hear from Betty Gentle. She is the representative for So Others May Eat, and she's virtual online.
Greetings, Chairperson Buns and members of the committee. My name is Betty Gentle, and I serve as the Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at SUM Incorporated. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Since 1970, SUM has worked to break the cycles of poverty, homelessness, and hunger through a comprehensive whole person approach. We support older adults in maintaining their independence and quality of life through affordable housing and community-based services, and we are grateful for our partnership with DACL in making that work possible. Today, I will highlight 3 urgent areas for collaboration to ensure the district is truly age-friendly for older residents at every income level: preventing rising senior hunger, strengthening coordination around affordable housing, and expanding transportation access to vital services. First, the district continues to experience high rates of senior food insecurity, leaving many older residents without reliable access to nutritious meals. We have heard reports of community dining site closures, which are a critical intervention in addressing senior hunger. We also previously urged the mayor and council to increase SNAP benefits for seniors in the FY26 budget, recognize the growing need. In the current federal environment, providers are hearing directly from seniors who report reductions in SNAP benefits. Older adults aged 55 to 64 will soon be subject to ABOD work requirements. Proposed and enacted reductions at the U.S. Department of Agriculture are affecting food banks and farmers, disrupting local food supply chains that many senior service organizations depend upon. Nutrition programs that previously supported fresh food distribution are being scaled back or restructured, resulting in fewer fresh produce and protein options available through community providers. FEMA grantees also did not receive supplemental food funding for wellness centers, further straining local capacity. Senior providers and food banks are working diligently to address these gaps. However, local coordination and contingency planning remain essential. While this is not a budget hearing, it is important to underscore the federal nutrition policy changes may have direct consequences for older adults in the district. Proactive monitoring and cross-agency collaboration can help prevent an increase in hunger and ensure that seniors are not only protected from food insecurity, but supported in maintaining their health and independence. Second, we understand that DACL is not a housing agency. At the same time, housing stability is foundational to the department's mission to promote longevity, independence, and dignity for older adults. Adults aged 55 and older made up 34% of adults counted in the point-in-time count, up from 29% in 2024. Of those, 1,246 were unaccompanied. Because the district prioritizes more housing resources for families with children, single adults face longer waits and fewer pathways to permanent housing. That means most older adults experiencing homelessness are significantly less likely to receive an urgent voucher and often remain in shelter or unsheltered situations longer. Limited shelter options that are physically accessible, age appropriate, and able to meet medical needs make it even harder for older adults to remain safe and stable while waiting for housing. Through our senior services, SUM supports many older adults who are stably housed and working to remain independent. We also serve many unhoused seniors who come to us from shelters or from living outdoors seeking food, clothing, medical care, and increasingly urgent help finding housing. For many of these individuals, the line between aging services and homeless services is not distinct, as health conditions, mobility limitations, and fixed incomes create overlapping and reinforcing challenges. During ICH meetings, frequent requests are made to prioritize seniors within the homeless services system. While DACL is not responsible for housing production or vouchers, it can play a meaningful role in strengthening coordination with the ICH, DHS, and housing agencies. Because DACL's mission includes advocating and planning for older adults' health and social services, housing stability is inseparable from these outcomes. Our experience operating senior-specific support and housing shows that when services are integrated and tailored to older adults, health outcomes and house stability improve. This underscores the need for intentional cross-agency collaboration so seniors in crisis are not navigating fragmented systems in a time when stability and dignity matter most. Last, reliable transportation is essential for seniors to access meals, healthcare, and supportive services. While reinstating group transportation vans may not be feasible, we encourage DACL to continue exploring sustainable transportation solutions, especially for underserved communities. We are grateful for DACL transportation grants that support 4 outings per month. Still, our centers operate 5 days a week, and transportation also remains a barrier to consistent participation. Expanding transportation capacity would improve engagement and reduce isolation. Seniors also greatly value the Connect the Card program. However, it has been some time since staff has been notified that applications are open. We recommend establishing a formal wait list, and if not already in place, a regular review process to ensure available slots are reassigned when participants become ineligible. This will help maximize the program's reach and transparency. As more residents age, the systems that support them must evolve in response to changes, needs, and emerging pressures. Food access, housing stability, and transportation are interconnected factors that determine whether older adults can live with dignity and independence. Thank you for your leadership and for the collective commitment of this committee, DACL, and our community partners to ensuring that every older adult in the district can age with stability and opportunity.
Thank you very much to the entire panel. I am really rewarded this morning to see so many of us. Okay, remember I'm one. So many of us who are here to talk about service delivery for our population in the District of Columbia. And it may take us some time if each of you is going to testify, but we have all the time that we will need today to get through this. I hear that we're at a point where we might need a little junior revolution to make sure that we are getting things done for all of our seniors and those that are aging and those that take care of those who are aging. And so I want to hear it all. And I want to make sure that if there's anything I can do, that I move expeditiously to get that done. My mom is not here anymore, but if she were, she would say, you better get on with it. And that's what I hope to do today. So please bear with me. Let's bear with each other so that everyone has an opportunity to testify, to have their say. That's really important. in today's society. I do have a bunch of questions, so I may have to just, touch on a few publicly and then send a follow-up note to those who testify for additional information. But let's start with you, Ms. Gentle, because you point out a couple of things that I am concerned about. You're saying that you've heard that reports of dining sites closure and disruption to the local food supply chain. Can you give me a little more information on that?
So regarding, if you may probably are aware that last year there were a couple grants that the U.S. Department of Agriculture cut, which affected like the food banks nationwide, not just in our region. And so as a result of that, there are some programs that were providing more fresh food, so like proteins and produce, that now have had to kind of make a shift to like stable shelf items. And again, like I said, I know we and those food banks are working together to fill that and to make sure that seniors' needs are still being fulfilled. But there is something that has happened that has been of concern because we know we don't want seniors, just like us personally, don't want to just live off canned foods and boxed items. And so we just think that it's really important that as the federal government may be reducing funding for things like that that affect our food supply, that we are looking how we maybe need to try to fill that gap locally. Although I know that it's going to be a tough budget season, we just believe that that's really important. Regarding the community dining sites, um, our staff was told, I think maybe a congregate site in either Ward 7 or Ward 8 either was closing or at risk of closure. And I know, like for our seniors, one of the things during it just shows you how important these sites are. During the snow emergency, when our dining site was closed during that time for the days where we weren't able to get the food delivery, seniors were looking and needed that food, and that was only for a couple days. And just because that was an emergency situation with the ice that was more dire than I think anybody anticipated. But it just shows you the importance. And so if any of those sites are closing, hopefully that's not happening, but we have heard that that has happened or is under consideration.
All right, so you're saying that during this recent ice storm, we actually your organization was unable to deliver home meals?
No, so for the congregate, so we have a senior center in Ward 8 and in Ward 4. And so when we normally receive those meals, they have different vendors. We weren't able, I'm assuming because of they weren't able to travel to deliver those meals. And so we weren't able to send, and also the senior center was closed. But because some of our seniors also, our senior site is co-located with our senior center. So because some of those seniors live on site, they were still expecting that meal, but the senior centers were closed. And so as a result of that, that meal that they're normally used to receiving at lunch, they weren't able to receive it.
All right, and you're saying this is a site that your organization, So Others May Eat, operates, correct?
Yeah, so that site that I'm referring to during the snow
Okay,
emergency. And I was just giving as an example, just showing how
okay.
important those congregate meal sites are. Yes.
And I agree with you, it is so important, but it also is important for whether you're government or nonprofit or just neighbors in these emergencies to strive to do the best that you can to make sure that people who do not have access to
Right.
being out and around, you know what I mean? So, a lesson learned. This was a terrific storm. It caught us all off guard. We're used to that little fluffy, slushy kind of
Right.
stuff. And we ended up with literally blocks of ice. So I understand, but it's important that you bring this point out, and we all just have to remember, You know, we don't know what Mother Nature has in store, so we have to be prepared and act as quickly as possible to manage these things. If you listened yesterday to the hearing with the DDOT director, she pointed out how the plows usually operate, but in this storm, that operation plan did not work. And so we were all caught off guard, but we've learned from it. So Ms. Gentle, we're going to make sure, so others will make sure there's extra food in the cupboard so that people will not, and my seniors will not go hungry in the future, right?
Right.
Okay. All right. Thanks so very much for that. Um, let's see. Mr. Shero, you point out a couple of things that I think that we can certainly focus on, we must focus on, and that is the caregiver shortage. Um, and then you talk about the emergency room delays. And I'm very concerned about the emergency room delays. Can you, has the village thought about what we can do to expedite seniors when they go to hospital? Because emergency room means that you need immediate care.
Actually, our biggest issue when in that regards is that when they're discharged, that's an issue. They're coming home unprepared. So if we were to, my solution would be that we work collaboratively with DACL and come up with some plans for these types of delays and these returning home with completely unprepared. Each of the villages have their own, and we've always said that we wanted to partner with other city services to make sure that all of the older adults are getting the same treatment and they do return home and they're in a safe environment. So just again, working, doing some workshops or planning together so that we can start solving this issue. It's become an issue definitely among our members. Besides the delays, we're seeing just the return home completely unprepared. And that's where the village can step in. We do have we're a multiple force with our volunteers, with our staff, with the community. So just working again on a solution, that's what I would propose.
All right, and so when you say you think we need to pull together the various agencies that are engaged in this, are we talking about Department of Health? Are we talking even about the fire department as an example? Because I know in our office we have had the occasion to literally go and lift individuals who maybe had a hip replacement into their home to help them. And then there's the question of insurance when it's just my staff, which are not you know really equipped to do that, but we did it to be helpful. And so I'm just wondering, sounds like we need a working group to take a look at what happens when and what might be our protocol for when an individual is leaving hospital. And also when an individual is there in the emergency room and they are our population, to make sure that they get attention. And we can talk to legal aid for the elderly to help us with thinking through what we might do, but sounds like we need some protocols in place.
I agree. It's so funny you mentioned about the fire department. That is part of our health and wellness programming. We have an invited speaker to come and talk to us about stuff they do offer. I was aware that they will help you get down from one floor to the next if you're in a 2-story home, but there's so many other things that they're willing to do as well. And I'm not really sure our village is aware of it, as well as the broader community. But yes, that would be part of it, part of the task force, that is hitting all of the gaps that we are seeing.
All right, well, thank you very much for that. Now, your number 3 item, nutrition challenges beyond affordability. Do not know how to cook for one. I don't know how to cook for one because I cooked for 4 for so long. But I know what that means. But I wondered, for the village community that you represent, do you have a number of individuals that receive the home delivered, prepared 2-week frozen meals?
We don't have a lot, but we definitely have some. My point of pointing that out was that food insecurity is an issue. It may not look the same in all areas of Washington, but there is things like almost half of our members are solo agers, and so this cooking for one is an issue. The carrying up groceries, getting our groceries, or even learning how to get them delivered is all of this, this is all related to healthy eating. And so the ones that definitely receive the city deliveries are very helpful, and we have set them up. Our social worker has done all the paperwork to get them to that point. But like I always say, the village wants to collaborate with the community and help any way we can.
Okay, I think we're going to reach a point today where we begin to wonder if the villages are not slowly but surely becoming a quasi-government entity, because all of our seniors are the responsibility of the jurisdiction in which we live. And we have those rights as seniors, and so we may begin to say that. I'm not going to be surprised if we seniors, including those in wheelchairs, just roll on down Pennsylvania Avenue to the Wilson Building and say, these are the things that we must have to have quality living, and that's the intention. And we know that we can easily see 100 and beyond. So, and we want to have that opportunity, but in order to have that opportunity, we've got to have things in place. And so we'll be working on that this year sincerely to make sure that we have that. So I appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
Ms. Lahat, you talked a little bit about the home care partners' needs and how we just do not have enough home care aides available, and it really is creating a detriment in our community. Have you thought about what we can do to get younger people interested in that industry, working in that industry? Are there some new approaches to caring for our senior population that we are not using, that we need to zero in on?
Thank you, Chairperson Bonds. That is a multifaceted question. I also always enjoy being here because several people just on this first panel talked about the workforce shortage. I do think some of the things I mentioned, the implementation, the full implementation of the Direct Care Workers Amendment Act that Councilmember Christina Henderson put forth, that needs to happen. There were a number of provisions in there that are still in flux. And one of them is raising the wages. That is really critical. It is a difficult job. It is a very gratifying job, but young people going into this need to know that their wages will sustain them. And right now it is a low paying job. So I think a real emphasis on that is necessary. Also, the implementation of that act and the coordination of different DC departments as well as the council committees is really necessary.
Well, I appreciate that, but in implementing the act, part of it is you have to have individuals who are willing to do the work. We cannot force people to do the work or to take that particular training. And so I'm just wondering, are there some enticements that we could put before the public that would help them want to do this work? As you said, it's very difficult work and not for everyone. So, we can't implement a law that we don't have any takers.
I think you have more takers than you think. I think that right now there's a shortage in terms of the training schools, the testing, the certification, the licenses need to be more portable. There are just so many different issues that are rolled into this. So it takes a real coordinated effort. But you're right. Many people will not want to go into a field where they have to be licensed. They're traveling around. The work is difficult. They're out in that snow. We had workers that went out the day after the snow stopped, believe it or not. It was hard to get around. And then they're being paid $20 an hour. And that's our rate at Home Care Partners, which is actually, that's our starting rate. But that is actually higher than many agencies are paying right now.
Okay. Ms. Holmes, you want to comment on that since you represent legal aid?
Well, certainly I will say the enticement is increasing the salaries, and the portability is a really big deal because we could have people who are licensed in Maryland and Virginia working in the District of Columbia. I think that would help, but if you are not able to come in because of licensing restrictions, that is a problem. And if you're not getting paid a wage that will sustain you, that is a problem. That is an enticement in schools, and being able to be trained for a position where you're not going to get paid and you can have other options. People are going to take other options, I think.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And Mr. Bond, thank you very much for being here and scoring DACL so highly. Can you just tell for the audience and help them understand the bonus point that you gave that DACL received, and really talk a little bit about the issue that you seem to have mostly, and that is the contracts issue.
Yeah, thanks so much, Councilmember Bonds, and especially thank you also to your staff for helping integrate this and raise awareness in terms of implementation with DACL. So, again, congratulations to DACL, the lone agency to have reduced carbon emissions from food. Food is just such a big source of carbon pollution, and this is really beautiful because just to align myself with the comments from Ms. Gentle and Ms. Lucero, who are talking about food access and nutrition, oftentimes the foods that are best for the climate are also the best for us and for our bodies, right? And so ways that we can lift up our world and ourselves better is really wonderful. And, DACL received a bonus point for participating in the community of practice that Department of Energy and Environment is convening. So, they're getting all the agencies together who work on food and bring their food procurement staff together to talk about how they can meet these issues. And I'm really warmed to see DACL's commitment in the pre-hearing response questions to work with DOE going forward on food and climate.
Thank you very much. And so your message to us today is that to live longer and healthier, green food is what we should be focused on with a little protein.
Summed it up. That's
All right.
great.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much to our first panel. And I'll try to move a little faster as we get through our hearing today. Our next panel is Melanie Bates, who is a public witness. I understand she will talk a little bit about, I think she's going to talk more about So Others May Eat, or is it? No, it's the legal counsel for the elderly. And then John Bang, the CEO of Iona Senior Services. Ralph Jones, public witness. And Marianne Salim, who is the site manager for Seabury. Right. So Ms. Bates, we'll start with you when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and staff. My name is Melanie Elizabeth Bates. I'm a part-time hotline attorney at Legal Counsel for the Elderly. I'd like to echo our director's comments, Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, and express our gratitude for your unwavering support, Chairperson Bonds, of older adults here in the district and beyond. We are truly grateful for your tremendous service in your office. Thank you. So the support that Legal Counsel for the Elderly receive partly funds our legal hotline, and I've had the pleasure of serving this position since 2018. I've seen firsthand the tremendous impact that our services have on the lives of older adults who are fortunate to call the District of Columbia home. I will share a few examples of how we empower older adults in DC with the support necessary to navigate the multitude of issues that arise as we age. Our hotline supports older adults impacted by incarceration. As you know, DC is subject to the control and oversight of the United States Congress, and our residents who receive felony sentences must serve their time in the Federal Bureau of Prisons. I assisted a 79-year-old woman who was released from the BOP after serving 25 years. I always start my calls by asking how the client is doing. She responded, "I worry every month when it's time to pay the bills." The client was in the process of catching up on rent, determining how to cover outstanding utility bills, and dealing with significant credit card debt. I provided her with advice and counsel, explaining the process of eviction so it could be avoided, then connected her with our self-help office for assistance with submitting a low-income home energy assistance program application, known as LIHEAP, for utility assistance, as well as mailing collection proof letters to her creditors. I also connected her with Community Family Life Services, a nonprofit organization specializing in serving women impacted by incarceration and homelessness. Hotline also helps older adults amid mental health emergencies. I assisted a 69-year-old woman who initially called our hotline with questions about her rental balance. As we began to discuss her situation, she mentioned that she had lost her husband and began to cry uncontrollably. Although the client initially called our office about a housing issue, it quickly escalated to a higher level of need beyond our traditional scope of services. Thankfully, with the support of existing resources such as our emotional distress protocol, as well as supportive coworkers, I was able to connect her directly with emergency medical services. And I see my time is ending here, but I would just like to end with that the life-changing work that we do at Legal Counsel for the Elderly would not be possible without the robust partnership of DACL. I urge the council to continue enabling this invaluable partnership with DACL. It's truly an honor to engage and serve our older adults residing in DC. Thank you for making it possible, Chairperson Bonds.
Thank you very much for that testimony. And very quickly,
Sure.
What is the estimated number of individuals that you talk with on the hotline on a monthly basis?
I don't have those exact numbers. I do work part-time, and I try to take about 4 calls a day.
I work 3 days a week, and I'm not very good at math. So I will get
Okay,
back to you
sure.
with the overall estimate. But we do receive a lot of calls, and sometimes we receive calls of persons who are not eligible for our services because they don't live in DC. And sometimes we're just not able to help everybody. But we do have a tremendous amount of calls coming in on a daily basis.
All right, and so the average amount of time that it takes to work with one caller sounds like 30 to 45 minutes?
I would say yes for the initial hotline call, Chairperson Bonds, but then beyond that, we are conducting referrals, we're conducting research, we are getting back to them with documents. Sometimes we're speaking with caregivers or family members as needed. So it goes beyond just that initial 45 minutes.
All right, well, thank you. That's very important. And I hope that anyone who is listening, do not be shy. Place your call. If you need service, you need service, and we want to make sure that you get it. Just like those who run the assignments of these rooms today, you would think that they know that we're a mighty force and we would have larger space. But, this is the second year they put us in a small space. So, I don't want you to roll down Pennsylvania Avenue in the wheelchairs, but we may have to next year, if this is what they're going to do to us. But again, thanks. Mr. Bang, you're next. Forgive me.
It's great to see you, Chairperson Bonds, and Happy New Year to you. My name is June Banks, CEO of Iona Senior Services. Recently, I shared a meal with Iona's Dementia Solidarity Group, 5 remarkable individuals navigating life after their dementia diagnosis. We talked about our favorite desserts, the monuments at the National Mall, and the ups and downs of the week. When one person looked down at her hands and quietly said, "It's been a tough week," we didn't rush to fill the silence. We simply sat together. In that moment, the group taught me that compassion and caring for one another need not be loud. Often what matters most can be as simple as showing up and just listening. It is in that spirit I want to thank you, Chairperson Bonds, council members of the committee, and Director Hines and the staff of the DC Department of Aging and Community Living for your partnership and for the time you take to truly listen to the community we serve. As a senior service lead agency for wards 2, 3, and 4, Iona administers important services in partnership with DACL, including community dining, socialization, programming, nutrition counseling and education, field trips, social work support, and information and referrals through our helpline. Across all 3 wards in fiscal year 25, we served thousands of older adults with more than 100,000 meals, counseling for nearly 800 clients, and over 5,000 activities and classes. And these are not just numbers. They represent older adults who have a place to go, a hot meal to eat, a community to belong to, and someone who knows her name. Beyond our core programming, Iona works to bring joy and belonging to older adults in the district through events that directly address isolation. In fiscal year 25, we hosted a Christmas celebration at Lamont Recreation Center with 115 attendees. Black History Month event honoring participant stories with 140 in attendance, and Mother's Day celebration with 130 participants, and an Older Americans Month Health and Wellness Fair at St. Albans with 140 older adults and community partners. We close the year with our Age to Perfection gathering, attended by 150 people. In fiscal year 26, we continued that momentum with our holiday celebration at 19th Street Baptist Church, drawing 160 participants. These gatherings are not extras because for older adults who live alone, they are often lifelines. I want to tell you, excuse me, about one of our participants. William Good is an 85-year-old former engineer and painter who lives in a DC senior apartment complex where Iona provides DACL supported services. Last year, our dementia navigators offered him a free memory screening at his building. William scored in the mild range, and with our staff's compassionate follow-up, he was connected with a physician. He said afterward, more people should know about these screenings, even when the conversation behind them is not easy. William's story is exactly what our Dementia Navigator program is designed to make possible, reaching people before a crisis in their own community with dignity. That work has earned national attention. In November, the Washington Post featured Iona's Memory Clinics and Dementia Navigator program, spotlighting DC's urgent reality. An estimated 16% of the district's 84,000 seniors are living with dementia. And while 40% of seniors experiencing cognitive decline need help with daily tasks, only 18% receive it. As Director Hines noted in the article, Iona's Dementia Navigators are filling critical gaps that no other program in this city fills. This is the only program of its kind in the district, and as I said to the Post, Dementia Navigators are the last line of defense and what keeps hardship from multiplying into devastating outcomes. I ask for your continued investment in this important work because the need is growing. More than 11,000 people turn 65 every day across this country, and in our city, 1 in 3 older adults are experiencing hunger, 1 in 6 are living with dementia. While the national climate is difficult, I and so many of the people served by Iona's programs are thankful to the City Council, to the Mayor, and DACL for your unwavering support. I have attached our full FY25 impact data and participant demographics for your review. Thank you for your leadership and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And do we have the attachments? Okay, we'd like to get those attachments that you mentioned for sure. I just have a couple of quick questions as it relates to the free memory screening that you were able to conduct for those different activities that you cited, you know, the Christmas celebration, Mother's Day. Did you also conduct a free screening at those activities?
We didn't at those activities because the memory screenings themselves require a certain level of protection of identity in a space where the individual who is interested in the screening will need to meet with a social worker separately. And so what our social workers do, our dementia navigators, they'll contact the participant who's interested in advance, provide them with excuse me, some background information, and then lead them through the process in a secure and quiet room.
Okay, it just seems to me it's such a valuable service. And if we could figure out how we can get it, make it available to every senior who might be interested, to their caregivers who may be encouraging them to show interest, it would make a big difference because there is even new medication that is available. In recent days, we've heard about that. So I'd like to see how we can work with Iona to make that a possibility for anyone who would like to try it. It just seems to me that we have a number of large apartment buildings across the city where majority of the population are certainly 60 or older, and it would be, you know, well used if we could bring this service. So let's figure out how we do that, and that'll be a part of our new revolution for for the seniors of the district.
That
Okay.
sounds wonderful, council member.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Hold me on that.
Well,
All right. Thank you. Now we'll hear from Mr. Jones, Ralph Jones.
Hello and good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Ralph Jones. I'm here today representing the Out and About program, the LGBT-focused branch of Seabury Resources for Aging. Seabury's mission is to provide personalized services, resources, and housing to help older adults in a DMV area live with independence and dignity. This is doubly true within our Out and About program as we work to ensure that Seabury's programming and services are inclusive and respectful of older adults of all sexual orientations and gender identities and expressions. Our goal is to help older LGBTQ plus adults not just live, but thrive by connecting them to wellness programs, cultural events, and beginning conversations to address concerns within the community. It is our mission to understand the community's growing needs and develop programming with authenticity, joy, and pride. As we've continued to lose public spaces and digitize our world, severe social isolation has become increasingly common. Marginalized communities such as older adults, Black people and POCs, and LGBTQ plus individuals are often at the greatest risk of being alienated by society. And I work.
Mr. Jones, can you
Oh, I'm
speak
sorry.
up or
I'm so
move the
sorry.
mic a little closer?
Ooh.
All right. We want to hear you, but our ears are not as strong as yours.
Let me get a little closer. I'm sorry. Is this better?
Much better.
Thought I start from the beginning of
Okay.
the second paragraph.
Okay.
As we continue to lose public spaces and digitize our world, severe social isolation has become increasingly common. Marginalized communities such as older adults, Black people and POCs, and LGBTQ individuals are often at the greatest risk for being alienated by society, and our work often takes place at the intersections of those identities. By providing a dedicated space where queer older adults can be in community with one another, we work to reduce that risk. Although I'm new to the organization, I recognize the importance of senior serving organizations, and I can share a little bit about how our programming over the past year has impacted the community. It was a great honor to host Silver Pride as part of the 2025 World Pride celebrations. Many seniors spoke about how it was one of their favorite Pride experiences in recent memory, highlighting it was a beautiful show of resilience in the face of hate. We thank the Mayor's Office of LGBTQ plus Affairs for trusting us to make this event an event worthy of the queer elders that we serve. Beyond that, we offered a wide variety of programming, including our weekly film club, museum and athletic outings, and our annual holiday party. Out and About has a large impact on the lives of our program participants, many of whom look forward to our events as the highlights of their social lives. We frequently hear from our members that the opportunities that we provide would otherwise be inaccessible to them, whether because of the cost of attending or the anxiety of going somewhere alone and not knowing whether they would meet others like themselves. Community is at the forefront of our mission, and we continuously seek opportunities to bring people from the fringes of society into the conversation. It's our privilege and honor to play such an integral role in the lives of our community members, and we thank the Department of Aging and Community Living for helping us to do so. We deeply appreciate the mayor's support and encourage them to continue supporting groups like Seabury that serve older adults who are often forgotten in funding conversations. We ask that you enable this program to continue by once again providing us with the funding to serve DC's LGBTQ plus aging population to the degree that they deserve. Thank you for your time, and we hope to continue to count on the city for its support.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Jones. And we're not in the budget hearing yet, but how much money are you looking for?
As much as you can give.
That doesn't help, okay?
To be very frank and honest, I don't necessarily have an exact number just because I'm
Okay.
a little bit newer to the organization, but I know that just based on some of the planning and programming that we want to do, I'm not necessarily saying it would be a significant amount more than what we already have, but any additional funding would be greatly appreciated. I know that we can make do with a lot. We can make a lot happen with a little, but the further we can give.
So I'll have that question posed for Ms. Quattlebaum. Okay, all right, she'll be ready for that. Thank you very much. And now we'll hear from Ms. Salim, who is also a site manager at Seabury. It's the K-Bar location. All right, Ms. Salim.
Good morning, Councilwoman Bonds,
Good morning.
members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Miriam Salim, and I am the site manager at the Key-Bar Dining Site. Key-Bar is a grantee of Seabury Resources for the Aging. Key-Bar means senior in Arabic. It is located at 100 N Street Northwest and Ward 6, and that's the New York Avenue Recreation Center. We've been there since December 19th, 2022. However, its original location is, since its inception in June of 2013, has been Masjid Muhammad. But due to construction, we're relocated there temporarily. We are under the requirements or the eligibility requirements of being 60 years or older and a DC resident, a spouse of any age that is eligible, that is with an eligible adult, any disabled person under 60 who lives in the home primarily occupied by the senior with the where the meals are served, and any disabled person who lives at the home with a senior and accompanies that senior to the site. Also, we serve our meal service volunteers. The service standards are, we do a yearly intake, nutrition intake, and as health screening to determine the eligibility, and we do it yearly. Kibar is the only meal site in this area to serve halal meals, and halal means no pork. The site maintains a system of meal reservations and meals served to allow for adequate planning and accountability by the lead agency, which is Seabury. Our activities are, we have daily activities. Also, we do a wellness call every day to check on our clients who are not at the center. We have weekly and monthly daily activities. We're only at the site 4 days a week because of our religious holiday on Fridays. And we have many, many trips. We have a monthly calendar and menu that's given to the clients at the beginning of each month. And they're available in case, and then I do text them, send them by text, but everybody don't get the text. These services have enabled the seniors to interact and be involved with their peers and have access to the many services that are available to them through the different programs that are offered throughout the city.
Thank you very much for that. You're near where I live, so when you're not coming down here every day, I might just come by, okay?
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have great programs, ladies and gentlemen, and so we want to make sure that people take advantage of these programs that are open to all of us. And all of us should be out there reclaiming our community, if you know what I mean. And I know you know what I mean. We've got to be visible and make it clear that this too is our society. We love the young people. And Mr. Jones, you're a shining example. Thank you for being here with us. But, we just want you to know that we're here to support you, as you will have to support us as we move along our journey. Okay. So get ready and be prepared. That's the key. That's the key. So thank you very much to the panel. And I appreciate having you here with us today. Thank you for this information. Our next panel, Evans Hope from Model Cities. Of course, Don Quattlebaum, who is the CEO of Seabury Resources for Aging. Starlene Williams, she's virtual. And Laura Brito, who is also virtual. Sharon Sellers, another virtual. And Joyce Thompson, virtual. And I think we can take a couple of more at the witness table. Lindsay Niles, managing attorney, disabilities rights, DC at the University Legal Services. Ramon Branch, who is the CEO of the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative. Okay, so there we go. So we're moving right along. All right, Evans Hope, Mr. Hope. Press the red button will come on. Now you're on.
Good morning, Chairman Bonds, members of.
You may have to pull the mic closer to you.
Good morning, Chairman Bonds,
There we
committee members, and fellow seniors. My name is Evans A. Hope. I want to share with you my member experience participating at Ward 5 Model City Senior Wellness Center. Some time ago, I saw a picture of myself. I was a little overweight. I knew Model City had both exercise and nutrition classes. I started working out on the treadmill and started lifting weights. Additionally, I participated in nutrition classes, and the result, I changed my eating habits. After a couple of months, I saw I was feeling and looking better. Drop a couple of pounds, and also met my wife at the center. In closing, the Model City Wellness and Nutrition Program changed my life for the better. I have a better quality of life and consider the place my second home away from home. Such program vital and much needed. The Senate staff is great and I appreciate all they do for us. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts with the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hope, for reminding us of the value of these programs and their locations. I think you said that you started with the nutrition classes
Yes, ma'am.
and then you were lifting weights.
Yes.
All right. And that really sort of was a bonus because you then got into romance, right? It's okay. It's okay. We are still alive. Okay. So it's okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Definitely. And I assume you're still participating in the program
Every day.
every day. All right. Thank you so much. Ms. Quattlebaum, we'll take your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. You can't hear me? Oh. I will come forward. Is this better, everyone? Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor and the staff. My name is Dawn Quattlebaum, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Seabury Resources for Aging, a DC nonprofit. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this testimony as part of the performance oversight hearing for the District of Columbia's Department of Aging and Community Living, also known as DACL. For 102 years, Seabury has provided personalized, affordable housing and services to help older adults in the greater Washington, D.C. area live with independence and dignity. We support more than 6,000 older adults and family caregivers by providing deeply affordable housing, satisfying senior hunger, replacing isolation with social connection, and linking seniors with critical resources. Seabury knows that the ability to age well depends on 4 things: good housing, good food, good community, and good resources. We also understand that these hallmarks of healthful aging are interdependent. Where 1 or 2 are present, others are possible. Research reveals daunting needs for older adults, and I have listed several statistics in my testimony. Yet with these daunting needs, thanks to the partnership with Director Hines and DACL, we continue to improve and enhance older adults' quality of life. Grounded in respect, with motivated by hope, we nurture community with DACL support. It is in the community that seniors experience connection, and that connection is the key to well-being. To share a few examples, the solution to homelessness is affordable housing. With support from DACL, Seabury recently welcomed 7 new residents to the Home First Residences community, where 20 older adults, many formerly homeless, reside in 3 refurbished independent shared living homes in Northeast DC. Noted one resident, "The moment I stepped through the doors, I felt seen, not as a homeless person in need of housing, but as a person, a senior who still has something to offer, someone valued and respected." Social engagement is beneficial to older adults' health, with higher levels likely protecting against functional and cognitive decline and reducing the need for long-term care. Seabury is proud to facilitate social engagement at Model Cities Senior Wellness Center, where more than 600 members regularly gather for lunch, learning, exercise, and connection. And by the way, Model Cities says, thank you so much, Chairperson Bonds, for all that you have done. At our 11 community dining sites managed by the lead agencies in Wards 5 and 6, where participants enjoy nutritious meals, enrichment activities, and each other's company, and on board the Seabury Connector en route to stimulating social events and nutritious grocery options. Notes Miss Janelle, the Seabury Connector takes us places that we can't reach by ourselves. They help us with our water and groceries and help on and off the bus. Riding this transportation, we get to socialize peacefully with other seniors. We feel safe riding with Seabury Connector. You heard about Out and About and Silver Pride, and we were very proud to host that. We are grateful for the transportation funding DACL provides to connect residences to resources. Our experience transporting seniors to DC destinations like the Capital Area Food Bank's Silver Market, Martha's Table, Bread for the City, and the Amish Market has taught us that social engagement fostered by such excursions is as important as the fresh fruits and vegetables brought home. We encourage you to think of transportation as a small investment with an incredible return. We at Seabury are grateful for our continued partnership with DACL, and we especially appreciate their responsiveness. Their rapid response in times of emergency is a demonstration of support that leaves us confident in our ability to meet the next crisis. The recent provision of workforce development funding is helping us better serve seniors at Model Cities and Hayes Senior Wellness Centers. We consider DACL our partner for quality of life and encourage you to commit to a budget that bolsters support for all older adults in this difficult moment of our communities. On behalf of Seabury and Model Cities, thank you very much, Chairperson Bonds, for your long-term dedication and deep support to Seabury and to the older adults in the District of Columbia. All the best to you, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I in hearing this, it sounds like we have a transportation system that is working, but there probably is a need for expansion of the services. Now, the connector program is very popular. But are you also speaking to the need for transportation, large groups for different activities? Because usually that's one of the biggest complaints that we get, that we really need to have the transportation, like the buses that can move large groups of seniors around.
I think that DACL has done an excellent job with providing transportation to the larger annual senior events. But when it comes to transportation for grocery shuttles, for transportation to the dining sites and to the senior wellness centers, thankfully DACL has provided transportation funding with the lead agencies, but more funding is needed. So what we have to do is, say for Model Cities, we pick up the participants twice or 3 times a week. We really need every day. And other dining sites also needs transportation. So I would say it would be great to increase the funding through the lead agencies. And DACL also provides, as I mentioned, for the larger senior events.
And I would think if we were able to provide more transportation, we would have more participation.
Exactly.
At our wellness centers. And so you're attesting that the volume of need is growing, and we've got to figure out how we handle that.
Yeah, and I would also say during COVID, there's some people who still don't come out. So we also provide virtual activities. We continue to do that after COVID, but people have aged in place, and so they need more assistance. So it would be great to have increased transportation to the dining sites and to the senior wellness centers. And as you said, that would increase the participation.
Yes. One of the things that I note in the data provided to us from DACL is that participation is down. And it could very well be because of lack of reliable transportation. That could be one. May I ask, how do we check on those that we consider isolated? How do we determine who is isolated? That's such a big issue.
Well, at Seabury, we continue to update our frail list. That's a term that we've used with DACL for such a long time. And we use that, I think, calling about 500 people a day during the recent ice storm, or snowcrete, as some people have called it. Our agent.
Would you repeat that number? I don't think everyone heard that.
Yes. So and this was not only the request from DACL, but we also do it ourselves. We have a frail list. And DACL asked the lead agencies and possibly other grantees to call our participants and members at home to see how they were doing. And in one day, we called over 500 people.
One day over 500.
Mm-hmm.
And did you reach the individuals?
Yes.
Okay.
And there were
that's
probably more
tremendous.
that we couldn't reach. They didn't answer the
Yeah.
phone or didn't call back.
Right.
Mhm.
Out of our 120,000 at least categorized as growing older,
Mhm.
mature folk.
Mhm.
who-
I do want to add too that DACL did add an extra meal in anticipation of the snowstorm, but as you said, no one anticipated the extent of it.
Okay. You cannot hear her.
Oh, I'm so
let's
sorry.
see.
D-
Well, she's talking into the mic, and that was one of my complaints about us being here. It's the sound. Those who are behind her probably hear very little. This is not a good room for us, and I guess we don't control that. It's controlled by those that have greater wisdom about the utilization of space than an individual council member. Okay, so
And sorry, I will speak
apologize.
louder. Is that
Okay,
better?
all right, yes. Thank you. We were talking about transportation, and the need for transportation is growing, and as it grows, it also means that the need for the services, particularly the daily services like wellness centers and activities, it also can grow because of increase in volume of participants. And so, like I said, we have to take our community. It's our community. And so we've got to be assertive about this, the needs that we have, and make sure that we're looked after and that we have a contribution that we can make to continue to make contribution to our society. So thank you. Thank you for that information.
I did want to add 24,000 is in our budget for our Out and About LGBTQ plus
24.
program.
All right. And now are you finding that the number of participants is growing? Or is it kind of,
I will have to get back to you on
All
that,
right.
but I know it has sustained over the years.
all right, thank you. I'm hoping that the testimonies that we receive as it relates to services for seniors is presented in such a way that if we're making the case for the need for expansion, that we have indicators,
Mhm.
real metrics that would tell us that there is such a need. Because when we start talking budget, I'm one of 13. And all of a sudden I have no real say beyond just being one of 13, meaning that the more data that I have and the more interest that is shown from our population, from seniors, the more likely we are to get what we need. Okay, keep that in mind. All right, thank you very much. And now we want to hear from Ms. Williams, please. Okay.
Unmute. Okay. Am I on? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Please go
Good-
ahead.
Okay, good morning, Council Member Anita Bonds. My name is Starlene T. Williams, and I am a first-generation native Washingtonian, a member of Ward 4, and a member of Hattie Holmes Senior Wellness Center, and a participant in Sibley's Club Memory and the Department of Aging and Community Living. During the pandemic, I joined Club Memory to stay connected and socially engaged with my peers in the senior population. I would wake up every morning as if I had someplace to go, put on my clothes, my jewelry, my lipstick, and start my day. Having something to look forward to during the time was an immense help to me, both mentally and physically. I greatly appreciate and benefit from the programs and services provided by Sibley's Club Memory and the Department of Aging and Community Living. These programs play a vital role in enhancing the quality of life for our senior population. Increased funding is needed to help Club Memory expand and sustain its programming and to make these valuable services accessible to more seniors like myself. Through this testimony, I strongly encourage this oversight body to continue supporting Sibley's Club Memory and DACL in their effort to aid and assist seniors and enrich the quality of their lives. Club Memory meets weekly on Thursdays on Zoom, except on the third Thursday of each month when sessions are held in person at Hattie Holmes Senior Wellness Center in Ward 4. This flexible schedule is especially convenient as it allows seniors who are homebound or otherwise unable to attend in person to participate, thus enabling the program to reach more adults like myself. Club Memory offers a wide range of programs and activities that keep participants informed about important health concerns relative to this stage of life. Each session focuses on a specific health topic, such as understanding the distinct types of dementia, recognizing symptoms of thyroid dysfunction, addressing hearing loss, and identifying cancer warning signs, just to name a few. We also participate in games and activities designed to strengthen memory and help slow cognitive decline. Yearly memory testing is conducted and referrals are made when necessary. In addition, Club Memory provides bi-monthly handouts that include health topics discussed during weekly sessions, along with other essential resources for seniors. Monthly webinars are also offered featuring specialists who present on a variety of subjects. One recent webinar called Discussing the Facts focused on mental health. These programs help keep seniors engaged, informed, and proactive about their well-being. In conclusion, I respectfully request increased funding to further support Club Memory, Sibley's Club Memory program, and DACL, enabling them to continue serving countless seniors like myself. I deeply, gratefully, am I deeply and and gratefully I am deeply grateful for these programs as they help seniors remain active, live fulfilling lives, and maintain their dignity. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Williams, for your testimony. And now we'll hear from Laura Brito.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds. I am reading on behalf of Ward 4 resident William Rust. Dear Chairperson Anita Bonds, I am writing to express my deepest gratitude to Sharon Sellers, Assistant Director of Community Health and Sibley Memorial Hospital, for the comprehensive and life-enriching program they have cultivated by offering a weekly club memory program at the Hattie Holmes Senior Wellness Center. I sincerely appreciate the leadership of Sharon Sellers, who directs Club Memory. The way that Ms. Sellers relates to the members demonstrates excellence and cultural competence. As a senior, I have found Sibley's approach to brain health to be incredibly holistic and supportive. I particularly appreciate how they address the whole person by connecting our memory health to other vital areas, such as heart health and the management of conditions like Parkinson's and dementia. The variety of activities they provide has made a significant difference in my life. Specifically, I have valued the physical and social, learning how meditation, exercise, and even line dancing helps keep our minds sharp. The technology, the accessibility of their Zoom programs and specialized apps that keep us connected. The reflection, the way the program encourages us to look back at what we learned in school and throughout our lives, helping us understand how we've worked to change the world. Their clinical expertise, combined with the warm environment they've built for socialization and reading, provides us with a roadmap for navigating the challenges of aging with dignity and purpose. I look forward to continuing my journey with the club memory and remembering all the good things yet to come. I thank Sibley Memorial Hospital, part of Johns Hopkins Medicine, as well as the Department of Aging and Community Living for their dedication to our community. Sincerely, William Rust, Ward 4 resident.
Thank you very much for your testimony on behalf of Mr. Rust. Thank you. All right. We will now move to Joyce Thompson. Ms. Sellers is not available with us. Ms. Thompson, you're on.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds. I am reading on behalf of Ms. Carolyn Osborne, Ward 5. Dear Councilperson Anita Bonds, my name is Carolyn Osborne. I am a native of Washington, D.C., and I am extremely proud of my city. I reside in Ward 5. I am a retired D.C. government employee and Prince George's Community College employee. I am presently a member of 3 DC Senior Wellness Centers. However, my home base is Model City Senior Wellness Center in Ward 5. These senior centers fulfill my needs to stay active and informed about many things. Several years ago, my only sister was diagnosed with dementia. She had been a highly active person and a member of several senior wellness centers. Her physician informed us that the journey was going to be harder on us than on her. This was indeed a fact. When it became apparent that she could no longer live by herself, her surviving daughter left her family in Bowie, Maryland, and moved in with her at the beginning of the COVID pandemic. During the pandemic, my sister, her daughter, and I began participating in Club Memory virtually. We received a wealth of information from the Club Memory staff. My sister's daughter reached out to a staff member to obtain information. A member of the Club Memory staff, Casey, Dementia Navigator, not only contacted her, but came to her home to evaluate her needs and to advise her where to go for assistance. This enabled my niece to provide better care for my sister. I want to thank the DC government, Department of Aging and Community Living, Model City Senior Wellness Center, and Club Memory for assistance that my sister and niece received during her illness and all that they do for the seniors in DC. Please continue what you are doing. Sincerely, Carolyn Osborne.
Thank you very much for this reading, Ms. Thompson. Thank you.
My pleasure. You're welcome.
And now we'll turn back to our in-person witnesses, and we'll hear from Ms. Niles, who is the Managing Attorney for Disability Rights DC at the University Legal Services. Please proceed. Thank you.
Carolyn?
Good morning,
I
Chairperson
just
Bonds.
finished, so that's over.
My name is Lindsay Niles,
Oh,
and I'm a
okay.
managing attorney at Disability Rights DC at ULS. Thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding the performance of the Department of Aging and Community Living. DRDC is the district's designated protection and advocacy program for people with disabilities. DRDC is also class counsel in Brown v. DC, a class action on behalf of DC Medicaid-funded nursing facility residents who seek assistance to transition back to the community with the long-term care services they need. My testimony focuses on our monitoring of DACL's performance to implement the injunction in Brown. On December 31st, 2024, a federal court issued a resounding judgment for the plaintiffs, finding that the district has violated the rights of DC Medicaid-funded nursing facility residents under the integration mandate of the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Supreme Court's decision in Olmstead v. LC by failing to provide an effective system of transition assistance. The court issued a permanent injunction requiring DACL to routinely inform all nursing facility residents about community-based alternatives, elicit their preferences on an ongoing basis, and provide transition assistance. The injunction also requires that the district ensure sufficient long-term care service capacity and publicly report data twice each year regarding those residents who do not oppose community living, the number of transitions DACL achieved, and the cost savings of serving individuals in the community. More than a year later, DACL has made little progress in implementing the injunction. The focus of my testimony is on 5 implementation areas, which are described in more detail in my written testimony. First, DACL does not currently have adequate workforce capacity to conduct the comprehensive outreach, face-to-face assessments required by the injunction. At the time of trial in 2021, there were 4,099 residents living in DC Medicaid funding nursing facilities. As of December 2025, approximately 1,600 to 1,700 residents live in out-of-state facilities alone. Yet DACL has only recently hired 3 additional outreach staff and 2 additional transition care specialists. The district has not conducted a comprehensive assessment of how many residents need transition assistance or how many staff are required to meet that demand. Without that analysis, the district cannot develop a comprehensive, effectively working Olmstead plan. Second, the court found that DACL is failing to provide meaningful transition assistance. Unfortunately, our clients' recent experiences reflect that DACL's transition assistance program is still inadequate. Our clients report that DACL's presence in nursing facilities is inconsistent. DACL largely continues to rely on nursing facility social workers to refer residents to DACL and to organize discharge planning activities. Contrary to the court's order, our clients often access transition assistance from DACL only after DRDC's advocacy. Third, DACL over-relies on the minimum data set Section Q survey process to identify residents who want to learn more about the community, a process that the court found was not being consistently used and implemented by DACL. MDS cannot be the primary method of identifying residents who want to live in the community because the survey alone does not provide individualized education or information about residents' rights to live in the community. The district's own semi-annual report claims that in 2025, only 79 of 2,330 assessed residents, quote, expressed interest in moving to the community based on the MDS question. In our experience as class counsel for over 15 years, that figure is a substantial undercount. Also, DACL's pre-hearing responses support that the MDS is not a reliable tool to assess preference. In fiscal year 25, DACL began assessing residents' interests to live in the community, and they found that 499 residents responded that they wanted to return home. And year to date, in fiscal year 26, they reported that 373 residents expressed an interest to live in the community. Although it's unclear from these responses how many individuals in total DACL assess, it presents a stark difference to what DHCF reported regarding the interest. Most residents with the appropriate supports can live in the community. So the MDS must be paired with direct outreach and education to ensure informed choice. Fourth, DACL, in collaboration with DHCF, continues to carry over significant unspent federal funds intended specifically to facilitate transitions. The district reported carrying over nearly $10 million, and money follows the person grant funding in fiscal year 26. Additionally, the district has chosen not to use all MFP funds on transitioning nursing facility residents to the community. Instead, most of the funding in fiscal year 25 was used to cover a direct care workforce scholarship program. While we strongly support investments in the direct care workforce, the district should maximize these federal funds by hiring more transition staff, peer mentors, and cover critical transition costs. Lastly, the district's first semi-annual report raises additional concerns. The report states that in the aggregate, the district spent $148 million more to serve people in the community, but that is not the metric the court ordered. The district was required to report the aggregate dollars it saves by serving individuals in the community rather in nursing facilities. Based on the district's own data, it costs an average of $13,700 more to provide services in a nursing facility than in the community. If the district, of those 872 individuals that indicated that they were interested to transition those residents, that represents almost $12 million in missed savings over 2 years by serving those individuals in the nursing facility instead of the community. That's $12 million in lost savings. Given the challenges in the budget, this is particularly important that the DC maximizes these federal funds. Plaintiffs' counsel has requested to meet with the district every 2 months to discuss progress on implementation of the injunction. The district did not agree to that request. We urge DACL and its counsel to agree to meet with plaintiffs' counsel on a regular basis to discuss implementation of the permanent injunction. After more than 50 years of litigation and over 26 years after the Olmstead decision, it's unjust that the district continues to violate the law and fail to provide the transition assistance plaintiff Ivy Brown needed to live in the community before she passed away last year. We also urge DC Council to, in its oversight authority, hold DACL accountable to meet its obligations to DC residents in nursing facilities who have waited too long for their liberation from nursing facilities. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Niles. I would like to see if we can't meet in the next 10 days so that we can get to the root of why we are in this dilemma. As you know, it has been a process of this government, at least as long as I've been a part, and that would now, I'm gonna tell you, that's been since 1979, okay? That we try to keep people in their homes as much as possible. And back in the day, keep aging individuals with their families. Okay. And then we decided, not we, but our country decided that, oh my goodness, we have these beautiful facilities that we're making, and it's more cost effective to have you in a facility where you have round the clock attention, regular meals, medication. But then we now have finally discovered that when you go into these facilities, sometimes you lose your mobility because they're not also helping you to roam around the facility. And in some of the facilities are not that nice from what I've heard. So, thank you for the lawsuit, but I'm telling you, we need another kind of approach to this because people want to be in their homes as long as they can. And our society has to figure out, how do we accommodate that? And it may mean that more and more of us will bond together in our neighborhoods and do unique things. Last night, when I was going home, I saw something I have not seen ever before. There must have been 200 or more young people along 12th Street Northwest in the Shaw area, going up to the circle. They were all running along the sidewalk. Of course, they were delaying traffic, but that's okay because they were all running together as a team of individuals and running around. I thought if I made a right turn, I would, be out of their way, and voila, there they were in the next block. My point is, we may have to learn to do things collectively in our neighborhoods to keep us mobile and keep us out of these facilities that really they like us to be more docile, a little medication here and there, you know, you don't have to run around, you don't have to have dance all day or play, games all day. So we really need to look at that. So I want to talk to you and see if I can understand better what we can do and make sure that, of course, that we comply with the law, but I'm going to step out on the plank and fall over into the water. But the law may be wrong on this, but I don't know. We'll see. Okay. I look forward to it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now our final in person, Raheem Branch, CEO, East River Family Strengthening Collaborative. So happy to have you here, sir.
Thank you. Everybody can hear me, right? So good, good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Rahman Branch, and I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for East River Family Strengthening Collaborative. I would like to thank Director Hines of the Department of Aging and Community Living and her team for providing further funding that allows our agency to continue to provide services to decrease social isolation and hunger in Ward 1, Ward 7, and Ward 8. East River Family Strengthening Collaborative is a grantee for the Ward 1, 7, and 8 lead agencies. We're also the grantee for 2 senior wellness centers, the Washington Senior Wellness Center in Ward 7 and the Bernice Fontenot Senior Wellness Center in Ward 1. We provided services in fiscal year 25 to over 5,000 seniors, and thus far in FY26, over 2,100 seniors. This includes participation at our community dining sites, nutrition programs, outreach events, care coordination, transportation, and reassurance calls. I appreciate Mayor Bowser and the council's continued support of DACL and the district's seniors. The funding we've received has helped seniors to cope with continued challenges when it comes to food insecurity and isolation. East River's programming has allowed seniors to engage in recreation activities, health promotion, physical fitness, and receive daily nutritious meals at 15 community dining sites across all 3 wards. This fiscal year, East River was awarded funding to open 2 new senior community dining sites at the Zion Baptist Church of Eastland Gardens and the Pennsylvania Avenue Baptist Church in Ward 7. Opening these 2 dining sites were critical. The investment by council and DACL has provided more services to improve health for seniors in this community. These sites provide consistent access to nutrition and balanced meals that support chronic disease management, mobility, and independence. Beyond nutrition, senior dining sites reduce social isolation by creating safe, welcoming spaces to connect with peers, build relationships, and remain engaged in community life. Additional services we provide are chef's demonstrations to include recipe bags and food tastings, planned grocery store trips to assist with shopping, nutrition education presentations, and group mental health counseling sessions. The in-person support groups held in the community at various senior buildings are led by a licensed mental health professional, and we've introduced robotic pet therapy for seniors using cats and dogs. We continue to provide reassurance calls to isolated and homebound seniors. Each senior receives a call weekly and can be connected to services to assist seniors, including pop-ups, large wide ward events, grocery delivery, flash tables, etc. Our care coordination team continues to partner with the Department of Aging and Community Living social work team to provide short-term services to seniors on a case management temporary basis to include utility assistance, medical and food stamp allocations, prescription delivery, and medical appointments. We continue to manage the citywide heavy house cleaning program and the citywide deaf and hard of hearing program. In FY26, the Council and DACL also provided the lead agencies with funding across all 8 wards for workforce development to create part-time temporary positions for seniors at dining sites and administrative support. This funding generates new opportunities and promotes the integration of seniors into the workforce. As a grantee of DACL, the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative continues to develop partnerships and collaborations to bring more resources to seniors residing in wards 1, 7, and 8. Our goals for for 26 are to continue identifying seniors who benefit from interventions that would increase their opportunities for socialization and reduce hunger, to provide a variety of nutritious meals available to seniors in communities in which they live, to decrease isolation in seniors by increasing opportunities to socialize with others in neighborhoods, to provide services and options to homebound seniors, including in-home medical support to improve their quality of life, and the continued operation of the citywide deaf and hard of hearing program for seniors, which provides opportunities to engage, enhance, and communicate in ASL education, utilize specialized equipment, and we're grateful to all the community leaders who partner with us and assist us in providing these resources to wards 1, 7, and 8. We extend our sincere appreciation to Director Hines for her leadership, vision, and guidance in strengthening and aligning the senior services to better meet the needs of older adults across all of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Your organization is involved in a number of creative new programming. And I just want the seniors to understand that we do have these exciting programs, the citywide cleaning program.
The Happy House cleaning, yes.
Please talk a little more about that, because I would imagine all of us will be in line for assistance. So tell us whether or not we qualify for it or not.
Gotcha. So let's not all rush to the opportunity, right? Because part of the mobility is you get to clean our own homes, but it is that when there's a need for heavy house cleaning, a lot of times our seniors, especially our isolated seniors and our homebound seniors, need support around some of the more minute tasks that become huge and gargantuan once ignored over time. That's one of the ways in which we support our seniors, by checking in and making sure that those needs and others are met. For anyone who wants to find out if they're in that space, we get that information. We update our list consistently from the DACL list around where our home delivery meals come from, et cetera. So that's a program that comes as we check in with homes. So it's not something we can all run to and just get. We're not just sending maids out to everybody's home. So.
Well, because I was wondering, I was going to say, put that
and everyone in the back
number
got really
out there.
excited. They all wanted it. So if there's a funding thing, I think that they all kind of want a maid service, but no, that's not what it is. Sincerely, it's for those who really don't have the capacity. Indeed.
Well, all right. So what about deaf? What about deaf and hearing needs? That program, how is that arranged? Is it only for the clients that are part of your service area, or is that
No,
citywide?
it's citywide.
That is
As those
citywide.
referrals come in, that's citywide.
All right. Do you do checks to determine hearing loss and therefore can provide hearing aids and assistance?
So I'm looking at my team member. Yeah, absolutely. We do the check to make sure that we provide aids, equipment as well, where
Okay.
needed and necessary, and even ASL courses as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much. But on the cleaning,
Mhm.
it says citywide, but it's really for your client base that are identified. You mentioned at the conjugate meal sites, right?
Well, not just, so it's citywide, so it's not just those that we serve in 1, 7, and 8. It is actually a citywide resource for seniors throughout the district who need that support.
Well, thank
Who
you.
qualify for that support.
All right. And what is your average monthly participation attendance just in general with your services?
Ooh. So I'm gonna get that number, but our dining sites, they're packed daily, so it's about 30 a day there. I think that's coming in for me. The number is weekly. I have smarter people than me. Over 340 weekly is what we
Okay.
serve.
So 340 meals per week?
Yes.
All right. And your dining sites total 30, or you have
No,
what, three sites
There are
or
15 sites that we have.
15
Yes, throughout the
sites?
district.
And you have
Which one
how
seven?
many at each site? Is it 30? Is it 50? Is it 10?
So I think we maxed out at 30 per site. I believe that's the max number per site.
All right. Okay. Have you received comments from the participants at the dining sites about the quality or wanting more green or wanting more
We are
protein
never
or
absent of the opinions of our dining site
Good.
participants. We
Good.
are never absent of their opinions.
All right.
Absolutely. And we try to be as responsive as possible when they come in.
All right.
Believe me, the senior population is not to be ignored.
All right.
Absolutely.
We're holding you
Oh, yes,
as
ma'am.
as a young man to that standard.
Well,
Okay.
yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, you mentioned that you have two new conjugate meal sites. I'm assuming that's the one in 7, both are in 7, in
7.
fact.
Mhm.
Yes, all right.
Mhm.
I was happy to get that in the budget,
We
and
appreciate
so
it.
you'll let me know what else, as will the population let me know what we,
Yes, indeed.
I aim for us to have what we need as we move along this journey and
We appreciate your support.
keep the district solvent.
Yes, ma'am.
That's okay. All right. Well, I thank
Thank
you all so very much for your testimony. Thank you very, very much. Oh, all right. Well, Sharon, we have Sharon Sellers, who is online. She is the Assistant Director of Community Health at Sibley Hospital. Ms. Sellers will take your testimony.
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we are. You're, please go
Wonderful.
ahead.
We are very happy to talk about the Club Memory Program. The Club Memory Program, as you know, serves all 8 wards of the city. We are in more than 25 sites right now across the city, including faith communities, including all of the senior wellness centers. We're at 8 of the dining sites right now, and we're continuing to expand our program to make certain that as many seniors, those that have concerns with memory or just want to learn more about how to prevent dementia, are there. So yes, I've submitted testimony, and I'm also excited to have several persons that participate in the Club Memory Program to be able to say a little something as well. But let me just share just a little of my testimony. And it is a wonderful time because we have actually just completed the evaluation of our program, and I have shared the results. But let me just start off, good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. As you know, I'm Sharon Sellers from Sibley Memorial Hospital. Club Memory, a stigma-free, socially engaging program, is designed for individuals living with Alzheimer's disease or other dementias, as well as their care partners. What I really want to highlight are the services that we provide: weekly virtual sessions and monthly in-person programs at senior wellness centers, as I said, faith communities, dining sites, independent living residents, a bi-monthly newsletter with health education and cognitive activities, weekly wellness and reminder calls, particularly for seniors living alone, bi-monthly dementia support groups for care partners, semi-annual memory screenings and cognitive assessments with physician referrals, social work case management, including home visits, evidence-based interventions such as dealing with dementia, and access to the Sibley Senior Association for all of the classes that are offered. Our goal is to address social isolation and health disparities. Our other goals are to make certain that we are expanding, particularly community dining sites, and we are so proud that we have started Spanish language programming. We are in 2 sites right now doing that, and we're looking forward to continue reaching that community as well. I am just so excited that we have the opportunity to really thank the Department of Aging and Community Living for the support that we are receiving through the particular grant that we have. And I'm also very excited that we have the opportunity to expand. I want to just say a little more about what the funds do. And the funds allow us to have a digital literacy program, and that digital literacy program allows us to teach seniors how to use their phones to access very important health information. It allows them to get into the portal, to make appointments, to see their doctors. It just expands digital literacy. And the other program that we have is our Ward Infinity program, which is an innovation program for small businesses where we take time one-on-one, work with businesses to expand here in the District of Columbia. And I might add that indeed many of those businesses are in wards 7 and 8. So that is pretty much in a nutshell when we talk about the Club Memory program. Do you have any questions for us?
Yes, thank you. So nice to see you, Miss Sellers. The location of your Spanish language programs, you mentioned you have 2 locations.
We are definitely working on a program at the Vida Senior Center. We're also at the Bernice Fontenot Senior Wellness Center. And I forgot to mention the other one. We're at Sarah Circle. So yes, those are places that bi-monthly we are doing programming.
So bi-monthly, so you're there every couple of months?
Oh, I mean twice a month. Twice a month at each of those sites, we are providing programming. Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you for that. And you mentioned something about after you spoke about the digital literacy program, you said clients are able to make appointments. How else can they use this literacy program?
Well, we have college students that are actually trained to go into several of the Unity Health sites and several other health sites across the city. And what they do is they sit down with seniors. They have the seniors bring either their phone or if they have a tablet, and they actually sit down and find out what is it that you need to do. You want to be able to watch your church service? Okay, let's set it up so that you can do that. You want to make an appointment to see the physician? You want to check the portal, My Chart, to see your results? You want to make a payment for services that you've received? So we individualize the services for the seniors that we serve.
All right, and you're only going into the Unity Health Centers now, but you
Th-
could go other locations.
That is correct. That is correct. And
And
right now, this year, we're looking to expand into several of the emergency rooms. So we're looking at both GW Hospital and Sibley Hospital as sites where we can expand. We had also had a connection with one other hospital, but those are the things that we are looking at right now. So that program will be expanding over the next month or two.
all right, and would you also make sure you include a hospital center? Every time I've been there, the waiting room has been crammed packed. And then you have Howard University Hospital also. It's
Right.
pretty packed.
What we have done is we have the students are trained. They're actually George Washington University Hospital students that are part of this program. And yes, each every 2 weeks we meet and we talk about other sites, and definitely our desire is to get into as many sites as we can in wards 5, 7, and 8 first, and then look at other sites as we can get into them. But yes, thank you. Howard
Okay.
University Emergency Room is another place that would be an excellent place for us to go.
All right, and the Washington Hospital Center.
Okay, I will
Right.
definitely bring that to the attention
Yes,
of the
yes,
group,
yes.
Council Member Bonds.
Yes. All right. I'm just trying really hard to push that we need these services and want to make sure that we have them. I know you're in Cedar Hill Hospital because you
Yes,
mentioned Ward 8 and George Washington students, and George Washington is helping us with that
exactly.
facility. So thank you very much for that. And thank you for all that you do. I recall the years ago when I first had the occasion to meet with you, and
Exactly.
yes, and with Sally White, and it was quite interesting to learn about Alzheimer's and the predictions and the data that was being collected, and to know that we had a service that could help our senior population navigate the service. And I learned too that there have been, I'll say, youngsters age 45 that have also had early dementia.
Early onset dementia,
Yes,
that's
yes,
very, very
yes,
possible.
yes,
Absolutely. And I remember the time that you visited us. I believe it was over at the Hattie Holmes Senior Wellness Center,
yes.
and we were proud to share one of our programs with you.
Yes, yes. I still have a few of the Dorothy Heights stamps left because
Ah,
I bought
wonderful,
100
wonderful.
at the, yes. So let me know if someone is new in the circle that would like one.
I
Um,
will. I
okay.
definitely will.
All right.
I
Thank
so
you.
appreciate you, and I so appreciate the energy and passion that you have for seniors here in the District of Columbia.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for your testimony. We will now move to Wendy Brim, who is also virtual, the executive director of the Greater Brooklyn Intergenerational Village.
Good morning. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, yes, we can. And thank you for coming on with us. Go right ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me. Good morning. Thank you for having us. We are thrilled to be here. My name is Wendy Brim, and I am the new executive director of the Greater Brooklyn Intergenerational Village. We are a Ward 5 based nonprofit focused on supporting the needs of people in the Brooklyn area who are aging in place, as well as adults with disabilities. Our overarching goal, is in alignment with with the overall village model of supporting older adults and adults with disabilities and remaining safely housed, socially connected, and engaged in their neighborhoods. This is in alignment with DACL's core priorities: reducing social isolation, supporting aging and living in place, and addressing social detriments of health through community-based services. We provide non-clinical and prevention-based supports prevention-focused supports that complement DACL-funded systems by addressing needs before they escalate into crisis. Through staff coordination, trained volunteers, and community members, we deliver practical assistance, social connection, and navigation support that stabilizes daily life for members who often fall between traditional service systems. Adults with disabilities are also in need of village support across the district, especially in Ward 5. Many live alone, rely on fixed incomes, and face barriers related to mobility, transportation, communication access, and social isolation. For these residents, the village can function as a critical community-based support that enhances rather than duplicates formal aging and disability services. With the district's current investment, we currently provide individual member check-ins, ongoing relationship-based support, volunteer assistance with errands, transportation, household tasks, technology, etc. We also provide accessible social, educational, and wellness programming that reduces isolation and promotes mental and emotional well-being. Care navigation and referrals are also provided, connecting members to benefits, housing stability, resources, and DACL-funded services. We also promote intergenerational engagement that strengthens community ties and informal support networks, supporting DACL's goal of helping residents remain safely in their homes and communities while reducing reliance on emergency and institutional care. Social isolation is a significant risk factor for poor health outcomes, particularly for adults with disabilities who may not qualify for age-restricted services but still face aging-related challenges. The village intentionally filled this gap by offering inclusive community-based programming, supporting older adults and adults with disabilities in a shared intergenerational framework. However, we are lacking sustainable funding to support this effort. We respectfully request a continuation of the village's current Department of Aging and Community Living funding and additional funding to expand our focused efforts for adults with disabilities. With this expanded investment, the village could increase membership capacity for adults with disabilities, provide more frequent individualized support and care navigation, improve the accessibility of our programming, communications, and outreach, and strengthen partnerships with DACL-funded providers and community organizations, all while building staff capacity to meet rising demand while maintaining quality and accountability. Our members consistently report reduced isolation, increased confidence, and improved ability to manage daily life. For adults with disabilities, our services often mean the difference between stability and crisis, between remaining connected to community or becoming isolated and at risk. Our model is preventative by design, delivering measurable quality of life benefits while supporting DACL's broader system goals. We are a trusted community-rooted partner, delivering exactly the kind of upstream relationship-based support that DACL was created to champion. With continued and expanded funding, the village can reach more adults with disabilities, deepen our impact, and ensure that district residents can live safely, independently, and with dignity in their own communities. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. To date, what is the membership of the Greater Brooklyn Village?
We currently have 115 members. We recently conducted 2 membership drives at Green Valley Apartments, enabling economically disadvantaged residents to be able to join and become members, and that was a really exciting point for us. We received funding from the DC Villages Collaborative to make this happen, and we were able to offer subsidized memberships to 15 new members. But yes, generally we have we had 100 members as of last month, and just this month we have 15 more, so a total of 115 now.
All right, and what is the level of support when you get a subsidy?
Good question. The level of financial support is $300 per member for a full service membership. This allows us to provide full service benefits to members without them having to subscribe to the cost of membership.
All right, so then those that do not receive a subsidy, they pay the $300 annual. That's
Yes,
correct.
ma'am.
Yes, I just want to remind the public that the Village program is a membership program, and dues are due on an annual basis for participation, but money well spent. Most importantly, we want to make sure that anyone who is in our age category that wants to participate has the opportunity, and that's why we have really, that's how DACL got involved with the village movement, to make sure that anyone would have an opportunity, that we would help with the dues. So we have morphed into this thing we have now, this village movement, and a great movement it is across the city. Um, I wondered if you could give us some idea of the numbers of participants as it relates to, are you managing any of the conjugate meal sites so you're not, okay.
One of the meal sites happens to be at Green Valley Senior Apartments, where we have a care navigator there on site, funded by our village. She serves about 50 residents through that meal site, but we don't provide the meals directly. We're not the facilitator of that. She's just on site and able to help.
All right. And are any of your Brooklyn members receiving home delivered meals?
Yes. I don't have the exact percentage off the top of my head right now, but I know that a good portion are.
All right. And I'm assuming that members of the village might have an opportunity to go to the Model Cities Wellness Center. That's that mighty center where they dance and perform, and they're very, very aggressive about meeting their needs, particularly the needs of parking for their members that come on a regular basis.
About 50% of our full service members now are also engaged with Model Cities.
All right, thank you. Well, thank you very much for your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you.
And welcome aboard, of course.
Thank you so much.
Our next panel, we have Valerie Robinson, public witness, Dr. Katrina Polk, who is the executive director of the Village Collaborative, and Lester Sutton, public witness. And Marcia Lee, who is virtual. And Teresa Smith, public witness. Floristine Jones, public witness. Okay, we now have 4. All right. All right. Ms. Robinson, we'll begin with you.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Anita Robinson, proudly known as Queen. Of the District of Columbia and a member of the Model City Senior Wellness Center. I am here today to share how the Department of Aging and Community Living, under the leadership of Director Sharon P.W. Hines and her phenomenal staff, has supported my journey and why Miss Senior DC is essential to seniors across this city. The Department of Aging and Community Living does more than administer services. It builds pathways for dignity, engagement, leadership, and visibility for older adults. Through its support of Miss Senior DC, DACL affirms a powerful truth. Aging is not decline, it is a continued contribution. Miss Senior DC is not simply a pageant, it is a leadership platform. It highlights women over 60 who are mentoring, volunteering, advocating, and serving in every ward. When seniors see themselves represented in leadership spaces, it reinforces purpose, value, and belonging. Through senior centers, health fairs, intergenerational programs, and civic events, we extend DACL's mission directly into the community, promoting wellness, reducing isolation, and connecting residents to critical resources. In my own journey as a quadruple inner bone joint replacement recipient, bilateral hip and bilateral knees, I chose not to retreat. I chose to rise. I chose to walk forward, and I chose to serve. As the Miss Senior DC, I stand before you as a living evidence of what happens when the district invests in its seniors. To support the support of DACL ensures that women like me and seniors across all 8 wards are not sidelined but seen, not isolated but engaged, not counted out but counted on. When you support Miss Senior DC, you are not simply funding a program. You are affirming that aging in the District of Columbia is powerful. You are affirming that experience is leadership. You are affirming that seniors remain a vital force in this city. And I intend to continue to walk proudly, confidently, and serve as long as I am able. I thank you for your continued commitment, Council Member Anita Barnes, to the seniors of the District of Columbia, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. God bless you.
Well, thank you, Miss Senior DC. Thank you. Of course, it doesn't help us any that you look, maybe your appearance is maybe 30. But we're very proud of you.
Oh,
Okay.
God
Very
bless
proud of
you. I
Thank
am
you.
65 years old. My mother is 86 and my dad is 86. He'll be 87 in April. And they
Fantastic.
still live in Ward 7. I live in Ward 6, and we're still, I am of the soil of the District of Columbia. I love the city, and my parents do too.
Fantastic. And if I think I heard you say that you had a little ailment at one time, you
Yes,
got
ma'am.
it fixed?
Yes, look, the marriage between spirituality and science works, and it's because of the education that you provide to seniors. I am an ex-athlete. That's how I grew up over in Ward 7 and 8. I was able to break the curse of poverty and illiteracy, being an athlete, track and field, but we didn't have the equipment back in the 70s and the 80s. So arthritis formed in my hips and my knees. But God and the marriage between spirituality and science, I went, they cut them out. I have new ones. Then I have knees. And I still work out every day.
Oh my goodness. All right, now you are hearing what Miss Senior DC says. A little workout, a little movement. You got to do it. Even I sitting here, I have learned to extend my legs while you can't see me doing that, but
Okay.
that's what I'm doing because otherwise it doesn't circulate the way it did when we were 19, even 35. Okay, but thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Dr. Polk, we'll turn to you now.
I'm kind of scared. That was a powerful testimony. I got to get my anxiety together here. Don't start the clock yet. No, I appreciate your story.
Phenomenal.
Good morning, Person Bonds and the members of the committee. As the DCVC Executive Director and a social scientist for over 30 years in terms of my experiences of evaluating aging models worldwide, I can tell you that the most innovative thing happening in this field isn't a new technology. It is the neighbor-to-neighbor connections that we're building right here in the District of Columbia. And today I'm here to show you how our partnership with DACL ensures that whether you live in Ward 1 or Ward 8, you can have a community that's ready to help you age in place with dignity. But before I get into that, I want to make sure that I look you squarely in your eyes and say, I do appreciate you have my deepest gratitude to you, Anita. I owe it to you, Anita Bonds, because you are a true trailblazer. I've said that every time I've actually presented in front of you for almost 10 years. You are a trailblazer, and I want to be able to give you your roses today. And also in terms of the villages. They understand your unwavering support for the villages and the model, and you have been a bedrock for their success. So I want to make sure that you understood that today. And I also want to extend a thanks to the director of DACL, Director Hines, and her entire staff. They have actually encouraged me and also they have been such the true partner over the last 2 years, and it's showing now. So when I think about the city and just the love and just the support that's coming from this mayor, this council, and our government directors, especially focused on the seniors' needs in DC, which is unique and inspiring. I love this city. I'm from Philadelphia, but I love this city, the work that they're doing. So let me go on, jump into the numbers. So as you know, we're working on some innovative projects right now. The first project that we're working on is really specifically focused on expanding villages. We call it that. We have a title that we label it, Every Senior Deserves a Village. So we're building a citywide infrastructure through 4 strategic programming approaches. The first one is our ambassador program, which is grassroots outreach through 15 faith-based sites throughout the city. We also have an incubator where we're taking churches and other organizations and giving them intense operational support. We have currently 3 villages in this actual incubator. We also have a help desk program, which operates 3 centralized hubs in subsidized housing across the city. We're going to actually do a little bit more, and Brooklyn is one of our actual sites. We also have village development where we're facilitating organic growth. So we have a surprise pop-up village that has actually begun the process to become a village in Petworth. So you understand the programming. Let's talk about the performance. With DACL support, these programs are yielding tangible outcomes. Our ambassador program, with 25 active ambassadors, we've been able to serve approximately 3,000 people. In our incubator, our 3 incubator villages have served close to 4,000 residents in their neighborhoods. Our help desk has navigated 125 residents to be able to help them age safely at home. And then finally, our Uptown Village, which is currently being guided through us through organic development because they wanted to do it their way, which is great because it's their community. They have 122 people that are actually interested. They have 82 that have already responded to community needs assessment, and they have 50 neighbors that are ready to volunteer as soon as they get everything acclimated. So when you think about the villages, we think about the volunteer piece. So the power of the volunteer economy, when they focus on the village model, we understand it is built on the spirit of neighbors helping neighbors. So currently the DC villages mobilizes, and that's all of the 13 villages, 1,800 volunteers across the district. What does that mean in direct services? 501 volunteers providing boots on the ground support. The economic impact is that over the last year, we had 32,000 hours that represents $1.6 million in economic value provided to the district at no cost to the taxpayer. And when we look at the citywide services in the 13 villages, we understand last year that the villages touched the lives of 10,704 residents. But there was a special initiative that we focused on, that was advancing equity. So we want to make sure villages are available to all. And so we want to dismantle the whole luxury perspective of villages. So what we know is that we have 3,000 formal members that are already in villages established as formal members. But what we didn't know is that we now know that 26% of them are receiving membership subsidies, reaching 10% in most of our vulnerable neighborhoods. Furthermore, 64% of our event activities are non-members, proving that villages acts as a community hub for all DC seniors. So what does that mean going forward? Our strategic vision to create truly equitable villages across the District of Columbia is going to require a long-term commitment. 12 to 15 more sustainable village sites are needed. And this is where we need DACL, we need other support, and we just don't want to rely on DACL. We also need to do our own internal fundraising as well. But what we understand that this expansion means that it has to be vulnerability driven and data informed. So in conclusion, the DC Collaborative is an essential partner to DACL, but more importantly, DACL is the essential partner to the people of Washington, DC. If I were to give DACL a grade on their commitment to innovation, the willingness to listen to the community, and their steadfastness in the face of a rapidly aging population, I would give them an A. They are the gold standard of how government agencies should collaborate with the nonprofit sector. Under the direction of Director Hines' leadership, DACL is not just checking off boxes. They are changing lives. They have leaned into the DCVC Every Senior Deserves a Village vision with an infectious, can-do spirit. The data shows that when we invest in this type of infrastructure, we have a massive return in the form of healthier, more connected, and more resilient seniors. So let's keep the momentum going. Let's scale up what works, and let's keep showing the rest of the country that DC is the best place in the world to grow older. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And as you know, in these 10 years, I've always said we need more villages. And I thought this morning when I came to the table that I'm just wondering if we're at a point where the villages become a quasi-governmental entity. It started out as a way to make sure that low-income residents in the areas where villages had formed would have an opportunity to participate. And so we came up with this assistance in the way of membership. It has morphed into assistance the villages with making sure they have social workers, the staffing that's needed. And today we see the value that a village connection can have for any senior. I would like it so that no senior in the district could be left without having membership somewhere. Now, I'm not so sure we're going to get to what we heard earlier, where there are some seniors that have membership in 3 or 4 of the facilities, but we certainly can make sure that every senior who wants will have access to the programming and the activities. So that is a goal of mine. So you're on target here. And let's see how we make that happen. And I know that nothing happens in a governmental setting without dollars. And we are very, we're our dollars today in the district government don't go as far as they did 5 years ago.
Understood.
And so, but we do need to look at this model, and I'm committed to making it happen. My big question though is using the traditional village model of volunteers in a community where you have the seniors living. How is that, how does that translate in some of our working class communities that will most likely not have volunteers available during the daytime because everyone's at work? So how do we make that kind of model work? Or do we need a different kind of model? Because you pointed out that there are, oh my goodness, look at my data here you gave us, that you said 1,800 volunteers across the district. And I'm sure that the majority by far are not located in our working class communities where everyone gets out and they're off to work every morning. So, and I know that volunteers tend to be younger folk, college students sometimes. So that would depend on where do they live. And so help us understand whether or not your thinking is that we would have the traditional village model with volunteers, or is there something else that you're thinking?
Yes, so I'm glad you asked that question because I can expound on it, and it actually gives you an idea what DCVC does. It's about expansion. So what we do know is that we can't do the traditional model everywhere because of the bandwidth of robust organizations and the limited volunteers, especially across east of the river. But what we've learned is that we can be innovators in this space. We have designed programming. Our ambassador programs work out of churches across the city where they have an actual person that receives a stipend through DACL, through our money, the funding that we receive from DACL, that provides like a community engagement in that particular part. So we understand that we can't always do village standard services in which what we have been accustomed to, but what we can do is have a village connection. So we also do this type of program in subsidized housing, where we have an actual person that's designated there that will help the individuals in the actual apartment complex, and actually if it's someone in close proximity, which is connected to a village. So all these particular new approaches have been shown in a demonstration model that they work. You know, we can't just, like you said, we want people to have services. And I know that DACL, when I talked to them last year, they were trying to reach the goal of 90,000 individuals. So if we waited to set up a village, there would be so many people that we would miss. So we have to think about game-changing models, and this is part of our innovation. But one of the things that you mentioned earlier, to double back, the quasi-government piece is really important to us, just as, in government, I remember Al Gore, he had studied performance measurements, and it came out that how government does best is when they actually engage the nonprofit sector. That's how they get work done. So we like that model, and we're in business to do business with other nonprofits as well as the government. So that also helps us with our volunteerism.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very, very much. I think the next, okay. Lester Sutton? Yes, sir, Mr. Sutton, you're on. And thank you for being here.
Good morning, Council Member Bond.
All right, he's speaking now.
Good morning, Council Member Anita Barnes, members of the Executive Committee and Administration for Labor. My name is Lester Sutton. I'm a member of the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center Advisory Board, and I'm here representing the members of Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center. We have a few concerns. Our first concern is a couple of years ago, a bus that came to pick up some of the seniors, take them on a trip, hit the overhang to our building, leaving it damaged, and rats, snakes, and whatever can enter within the top part of the building. So that's a safety issue. We need to have that repaired if we could. Also, we have a problem with our front entrance door. The door work sometime, most of the time not working. That's the push button where you enter into the building with, and it's not working now. Haven't been working for maybe a couple months. So the staff has to manually get up and open the door for people coming in, or put a stopper within the door so that the members can enter into the building. And putting the stopper into the door is a safety issue because anybody from the outside can enter the building. And another concern we have is bathroom commodes. commodes in the men's and women's bathrooms are too low. They need like a 6-inch spacer between the commode and the seat, which will raise the seat up and will be good for seniors rather than some of them now so low it seems like they're sitting on the floor. But as seniors, we can't get down as low as we used to. When we get down there, it's hard to get up. So if we could get some help in this matter, I would greatly appreciate it. And my last concern is some of our gym equipment is over 20 years old. Some of it needs to be replaced. Some of it could be fixed. But either way, we need something done with the gym equipment so that Congress Heights would be a fit place for our seniors to stay in good condition by using the equipment, which is designed to keep us younger in body. And the last thing I want to say is, Ms. Barnes and committee members, I really appreciate those chairs that it seemed like took forever to get, but we are enjoying those chairs. And I just want you to know that we appreciate the job you and your committee does. I know you can't got no magic wand, so you got to get some money from somewhere so we can get what we need. I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to testify.
Well, thank you very much for that. I'm so sorry it took a while, but as you were speaking, I made my list of 4 things, and the commodes. I think I'm gonna find someone who wants to donate and install those.
Thank you.
And you need to give me a sense of how many. Okay, the number, yeah. So we'll be in touch.
Okay.
Definitely. Andrew's gonna give you his card and you and I are gonna talk and we're gonna figure out how we can get this done. It'll be the roof repair and all that. We haven't figured that out. We have to go through DGS most likely, front door, that may just be a setting on the push button, we'll try to find that out. Gym equipment might have a source for that too, okay?
Right.
All right. So, but we need to know specifics. So that's why we want to be in touch. Andrew is going to bring you his card right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So we can get through this for sure. And thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Where
Thank
we
you.
can do the little things, we try to do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bond.
Yes. And now we're going to hear from Miss Teresa Smith because everyone else is on virtual, right? Okay. Miss Smith, yes. Welcome. Happy to see you.
Hello, happy to see you. We've had many, many years. I actually, through the Wellness Center, have lost 51 pounds over the last few years. Mr. Sutton was in a wheelchair and unable to walk, and you saw him walk in here. So the Senior Wellness Center will be my focus today, all of them, because I frequent so many. But Congress Heights, a lot of the members here and in the overflow room would like to tell you, we thank you for your voting. We loved when you explained. You've been with seniors 100%, and you call each of us by our name. So we're giving you your roses early. The yellow ones are for friendship, the red for love, the pink is for your passion for us, and your white is for your loyalty, honesty for us, because you tell us exactly what you can do. And because you do a FloJo or Jesse Owens throughout the community. When you get your time, we have a refreshing, revitalizing foot mask so that your feet can get a break with those tennis shoes.
You are hitting the mark, 'cause that's where yes, thank you, that's so kind. You know, I must tell you all, a few years ago, I went over to the Congress Heights Center, just as my usual visit, because I try to visit the wellness centers on a regular basis. And I walked in there and I got so many flowers. I was really overwhelmed. And I mean, you're such good people. All of our seniors are, but caught me by surprise. I think it was because my mom had passed, but it was just really so uplifting. So I'm here for you today, tomorrow, and as long as there's a little bit of wiggle in the finger, even if it's under the dust, but I'm here for you because it's just really important to remember how we get to where we are as a society. And I always think that it's moments that you cherish with people, and that's what this is about, with people. And we're all the same. We're all the same.
And I was told that if you decide, because I know we were instrumental the last few times you went up for reelection. If you want to throw that hat back in the ring, we got your back.
I appreciate that, but we have a lot of young people that aspire, and you gotta know to do that. My old boss, Marion Barry, we always ask, what is the process for moving forward? And he didn't get a chance to really empower others, so I'm trying to do that piece.
I see.
Yes, yes.
And we thank you because we're hoping I have something to mention concerning that. And now for the performance evaluation, let's begin on DACL. Number
right.
one, our Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center, did you know during that snow blizzard that they kept their full program schedule on Zoom? You could be 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie, Karen Johnson, and staff. We had other centers that mentioned our names and they were plugged in. Not only that, you still have your grandparents assisting in the overall budget by volunteering in schools curriculum, daycare, publicly and privately, etc. So, and with your help and with Director Hines, do you know that we did maintain our budget? It did not decrease. So DACL's general grade for financial resiliency is A. Now, communication is only a B, even though we have a special thank you to Mayor Bowser for the Mayor's Office of Community Relations and Services team, and for special people like Robert that come to the assembly meetings from DACL. We had a kind of glitch in the town hall meeting yesterday because no one from wards 7 and 8 were able to get questions in. So we have to monitor that a little better. And some of the candidates and some of the council people who I know will hear the testimony, I got a song for you too. My heart said no, no. You know you don't mean it. You deceived the seniors for the last time. The seniors are everywhere. We may get in your hair, but we're holding our votes on lock and key to see what you can do for me. So remember, grandmas, big mamas also help the political spectrum by talking and teaching to our children and our grandchildren. So you may want to consider to listen to the seniors. Now, on a happy note, the nutritionist, Miss Erica, has been providing more tasty food, and that was the result of the 2023 food sampling of various vendors that you had held at the Haynes Southwest Center. So the grade has improved to an A-. Now, transportation is a C-, or maybe I need to put an incomplete, because even though we get to go on field trips, we're still having problems with seniors getting to and from the centers. I have in the package a pilot program that may be helpful in not costing too much money, but enabling seniors to go to at least one center in their area. As a whole, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And also the mayor, the council, all of DACL, especially Director Hines for her leadership, because without all of you, we would not be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you. And we'll try and, I know that the witness table wants to maybe go to room G on the ground floor now because of, there are some arrangements there that you will enjoy.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, in fact, everyone can, but those of, if you're waiting to testify, let us get your testimony and then you might want to go to room G also. Okay.
Did you have any other questions for me?
No, we have your report and
Okay.
we know exactly where you're coming from.
I know,
And we appreciate you coming up with a grading system that we all know about. And thank you very, very much. Thank you all. It's just tremendous and good vibes in and throughout this whole morning, coming from those that, you know, sometimes those who are more mobile just don't remember that we're here. And you make it clear that we're here. And sincerely, thank you so very much. We have a few more witnesses that are to testify. Florstein Jones, Alicia Hertzner, Haven King Nobles, Corey Westbrook, okay, and we have Miss Lee.
Marcia is here.
All right, Miss Lee will take your testimony.
Thank you. Give me 1 second.
All right.
Amen. All right, give me one. Let me go back to my paper. Good afternoon, Miss. Good afternoon, Miss Barnes.
Good
Thank you.
afternoon.
Thank you, members of the council, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Marcia Lee, and I'm a Ward 5 resident and lifelong Washingtonian. While I appreciate the services and hard work of DACA employees, I'm offering several practical recommendations to strengthen senior wellness environments, improve programming, and expand accessibility. One of the most important improvements will be extending public hours 1 day per week until 6 or 7 p.m., which will support seniors who are still working or have daytime obligations. In 2024, I applied for the Miss Senior DC pageant by the final registration deadline, but never received a response. I eventually reached out to a colleague, a former Senior DC, who connected me with the coordinator, who was on vacation at the time but took the call. When I finally spoke to her, I was asked if I could attend rehearsals held during the day from 3 to 5 p.m. I shared that being a senior does not mean that I am retired or available during daytime hours. I was then told that seniors do not like to be out in the dark. I understand that this may apply to many seniors, but it doesn't apply to all. So I felt I was discriminated on against time. For future years, DACL should include a clear timeline of program requirements along with application so individuals can decide in advance whether participation is feasible. When I raised this issue with Director Hines at an event, her response felt nonchalant. I shared that on top of age discrimination, it is disheartening to also be limited by unnecessary time constraints and DACA's inflexibility around reasonable accommodations. So everything else I put in the testimony, Ms. Bonds, I talked about the food at the senior events, which was the senior fest and the holiday party. And I said, let's do engagement and giveaways, better engagement. Move beyond repetitive items such as bags and cups. Partner with local DC businesses to provide more relevant and high quality giveaways, such as manicure/pedicure gift cards, grocery or restaurant gift cards, DoorDash gift cards, hotel overnight stays with dinner and parking included. Senior podcast. I propose creating a senior podcast hosted by me, focusing on issues affecting DC seniors, including agingness, loneliness, STDs, food insecurity, and more. Senior Health and Wellness Fair. Establish a comprehensive wellness fair with expert panelists and spaces for dental screenings, bone density scans, chair massages, exercise demonstrations, high quality, meaningful giveaways, and caregiving. These recommendations are feasible, timely, and aligned with DACL's mission. They would create more consistent, healthy, and engaging experiences for all DC seniors, including those who are still working and contributing daily to our community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I love your ideas. I don't know how we can get it done, but let's figure some of this out, Ms. Lee. So I look forward to talking a little more with you, and we certainly can do an annual wellness fair, and we might be able to do that maybe this summer, a little bit of fun things that we can do. And particularly now that the convention center is in my committee, we might be able to pull some things off. So thank you very much.
And before you hang up, and I see that you have many connections. The podcast room is 2 mics, a little bit of tech support. If you swing over to Deanwood, you can do others. You can see. That's really easy. That's a real easy fix. Thank you, Ms. Barnes.
Yes, I know about the Deanwood radio
That's the
show.
easy fix.
Yes, it is.
We need to
And
rock and roll with that with Ms. Barnes. There's
um,
so many important things I have for the community.
I will
Yeah.
listen. What we have to do, and you need to do this now. Check in with the organization that sponsors that podcast, so to speak, with the school students, and see if they would maybe have once a month or twice a month an opportunity for you to talk senior issues. And let
Well,
me
I
know
can
what.
I can do that, but then y'all have more connections than I do. But I do my podcast at home. But I'm not going to be the dead horse. My contact information is in my testimony. So if somebody want to reach out to discuss this further, I'm more than happy to listen and take heed.
All
Thank you so
right.
much.
Thank you very, very much. All right. We are going we're going to move forward to Miss Jones. All right. And Miss Hershner. And do we have Havin King Nobles? Corey Westbrook? Matthew Bond? Okay. Let's see if we have any other. Jocelyn, well, we have a bunch of folk who are virtual, trying to get to those that may be. Okay. Will Mead. Okay. If you would go to the witness table. Um, Ethel Barrows. Miss Barrows, to the witness table. Thank you. And I see Dr. Hassan. Um, Dr. Hassan will catch you the next go round. So you're not virtual, you're actually here. Okay, all right, try to. And we will start with you, Miss Jones, please. Um, turn your, make sure your mic has the red light. Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Anita Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Florestine Jones. I live in Ward 8 and I attend the Congress Heights Wellness Center, where I also serve as Secretary of the Advisory Board. Thank you for the opportunity to submit my testimony on behalf of the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center. Today, I'm representing the members of the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center to advocate for reliable transportation. The lack of transportation can lead to loneliness and missed appointments that can affect our well-being. Transportation must be provided for us seniors and be a reliable source for us. Some of us seniors use Metro Access to and from the center, but sometimes their service is not reliable because they have so many people that use their services. They sometimes pick us seniors up late or not at all. We make our reservations to them early enough, but somehow the operators mix up the time we provide and then they have no remorse when we call them to get the message straight. Therefore, we are left at our homes or left at the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center to get home the best way we can. This causes us a tremendous amount of anxiety. We are at the age now when we should not have to worry about getting to and from our destinations. So will you see if you can supply monies in the budget to help us with transportation to and from our homes, going and coming to the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center? So many of us seniors are dying. So many of us seniors are dying of loneliness for a lack of being sick with many ailments that have conflicted with the use of our bodies and minds through the years. Please help us seniors live in a healthy and happy environment for the time we have left. Thank you for allowing me to submit my testimony. And also, Congress Council Member Bonds, we have a card for you from the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center from all the seniors. And we thank you so much for enabling us to live in a happy and healthy environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for
Thank you.
your testimony. You know, years ago, we had a fleet of a mobile, I guess sort of like vehicles,
Yeah.
not really buses, but more like
Vans.
12 passenger, 15 passenger vans. And we just discontinued it because the question was, how do we replace old vehicles? How do we provide the cost for drivers and the training, the insurance? In other words, it became such a monumental expense. So we converted to focusing on the connector card and all of these new transportation services, you know, like Uber that came into our city. And we thought, or we think that that's better, but I'm hearing more and more, it's a little more involved. I remember last year, one of the witnesses explained how from his home to the center was about a mile and a half. And his Uber driver charged him $40. And on his connector card, he had only a maximum of 100. So this was one trip. So he was, you know, I don't know that it's working, but we really will have to examine that. So thank you very much for putting that on the record again. That is one of our biggest concerns is how do we help seniors move around effectively within our city. So thank you very much.
Thank you as well.
Thank you. And Ms. Hurstler.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I really appreciate this opportunity to participate in democracy. Even this hearing is building warm community among us. My name is Alicia Hetzner. I live in Cleveland Park, Ward 3. I'm 78 years old. I worked 33 years at the World Bank. However, I was always a consultant. So when I stopped working 3 years ago at age 75, I got no pension and no insurance. I live alone on Social Security. And in my third stage of life, I am an active jazz vocalist. I am testifying today to explain the critical necessity of continuing to fund two specific DACL activities for seniors that Iona offers DACL offers through Iona. Free yoga and other exercise classes, and AARP's Legal Counsel for the Elderly, LCE, Zoom seminars that explain to the seniors the ongoing changes constant to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid laws and regulations. For two examples of the importance of the exercise classes. Before COVID, my knees became so painful I could barely walk. I tried PT, but Medicare funded only very few visits and there was no change in my knees. Without Medicare, each PT appointment was $240 for 45 minutes. I finally learned that Iona offers free yoga classes. For the last 3 years, I have taken 3 yoga classes a week in 3 different places. My stiff knees loosened and I began to walk normally without pain. I raved to Iona managers, yoga is medicine, and that's no joke. A second critical exercise class they are offering is falls prevention. I had fallen 3 times in 15 months. The second time I could not move and had to be taken to Georgetown Hospital ER in an ambulance. I had injured my knee and back. Yoga helped me to recover and get stronger, but Iona is now also offering free strengthening exercise classes to prevent the falls in the first place. It is run by a group who was here this morning, Safe at Home. My thighs, calves, and ankles are stronger and my balance is better, thus preventing falls. The second critical category of funding that I want to advocate for is keeping seniors informed of the ongoing changes to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid laws and regulations that will affect us, such as we might unknowingly not apply for something in time, get scammed, whatever. We have to know the rules. So Iona now schedules an attorney from Legal Counsel for the Elderly to give seniors an interactive Zoom seminar and answer questions and every month. And we are also then encouraged to call Legal Counsel for the Elderly, as this woman said, the head of it, and make a free appointment to talk to or meet with an attorney if we need one. All of the exercise classes provide a third additional benefit, which is opportunities for participants to socialize and become friends. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I submitted a more detailed version of this testimony online, and thank you so much for everything that you do. I've always known that the mayor or whoever all it was, and now I know it's you too, really care about seniors. It's unique.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony. And I hope everyone heard this. This is very important. Exercise, move the body. Do not just, sit in that fancy chair and watch the tube all day. You got to move around, even if it means you clock yourself. You've got a smartwatch, so, every 45 minutes, go and get some water or some juice, preferably water, because you need that. Just keep your body moving. That's number one. And then, of course, if you fall, try your very best to build in time for recovery so that you continue to move. When you fall, if you just lay there, it's going to be a slower recovery. So, word to the wise, and no one in here is not wise. We're all wise in this audience. So please remember to do that. And then, of course, seek out the information about Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare. It's so important that we are informed, and I will work with DACL to make sure in our big wellness jamboree that we will have this summer, that we will have information galore, demonstrations. We'll have attorneys available so we can make appointments and get the services that we need. So we will plan on making this an annual activity. Okay, commitment. I'm going to try and fulfill it for sure. So thank you very much for that information, Ms. Hertzner. And we have Haviland King Nobles. Oh, all right. Okay. All right. Will, we'll take you. You're at the table. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for having me here today. My name is Will Mead. I am the Director of Business Development for Visiting Angels, and I'm here today briefly talk about Visiting Angels, but really it's really awareness about there's a federal program, Medicare Guide, that we've been involved with, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit. But for those of you that don't know, Visiting Angels, we're a home care agency, and we help seniors age wherever they are. Today, we've been in the community since actually today we've been in the community for 24 years. So a little bit about our caregivers. They all go through extensive criminal background checks. In terms of capacity, I heard capacity is an issue today. We have over 400 caregivers and nurses that. Oh, can you not hear me?
Please speak. Yes.
Yep. Sorry.
They're not hearing
Yep.
you.
We have capacity. I heard was an issue. We have over 400 caregivers that we work with. In terms of flexibility, we can provide care hourly or do live-in services. And we work with the Veterans Affairs Administration with the Community Care Network, and we take long-term care insurance. In terms of our service area, we're here in DC, but we're in Montgomery County and Anne Arundel County and Prince George's County as well. One thing that makes us unique, there are other home care agencies out there, but we work with the Alzheimer's Association. We've been doing that for many years. We participate in the Walk in DC. We also work with Veterans Affairs, Wounded Warrior Project, and in Montgomery County, the ARC of Montgomery County. But that's just flavor of us. But my main purpose today is just to bring awareness to the Medicare Guide program, why it's important with dementia. Dementia is actually Alzheimer's is the 5th leading cause of death for those that are 65 or older. Here, because 74% of the people supporting their loved ones that have dementia, they're concerned about their own health. And 70% of those people have difficulty finding resources. And I commend you for having an event like today, because it's all about building that village and getting the word out there. So getting into the meat and potatoes of the Medicare Guide program, it's acronym. Guide is an acronym. It's a government program. It stands for Guiding and Improved Dementia Experience. It was established by CMS. It started in July 1st, 2024, but it's funded to 2032. And the reason why I talk about this is who would be eligible is anyone that has dementia at any stage. The big key criteria is having Medicare A and B, and then that individual has to have an unpaid family caregiver that kind of takes control of the person responsible for taking them to doctor's appointments or finances. One thing that's
Mr. Mead, your voice continues to drop.
Oh, it does?
And I'm looking at the audience behind you, and they're like, "What is he saying?"
Okay, I'll keep moving closer. Yeah. So who's eligible for this program? Medicare A and B, so straight Medicare. If you have Medicare Advantage, that's not eligible. You could have Medicaid, but it can't be your primary. Straight Medicare has to be your primary insurance for that. Who an ideal candidate would be for this is someone that has a family member that has dementia. They have to have an unpaid family caregiver, which I said. In terms of where they could live anywhere. They could be living independently. They could live in assisted living. They could live in a memory care facility and qualify for this. It's just a nursing home or hospice. They're not eligible for this program. In terms of other things that would make someone eligible. So basically, if you have Medicare A and B, you have a family caregiver, you could be eligible for this program. We've had success qualifying people for this program, and when they do get qualified, they get three things. They get a care navigator that checks in regularly with them. In terms of the respite care, what this program provides is free respite care, about $2,500 worth of respite care annually. So that's about 70 hours of care. So it's about 14 or 15 4-hour home care visits that were covered through this. And we work with a company that allows us to provide this service. One thing that's good with this is it renews every July 1st. So you qualify for this, you would get 6 years of this service. In terms of that family caregiver, they don't have to live in that house with that individual. So I think it's a really forward-thinking program. And then the last piece they would get with this is telemedicine component. So where Visiting Angels comes with this is with this program, it's not like there's a guide.gov out there where an individual could qualify for this. They have to work with someone that is qualified through CMS. So we work with the company Continuum, and we've created a 3-phase process to onboard people that might be eligible for this. So the first phase is just a screening process, just first name, last name, date of birth, and their Medicare beneficiary number. That takes a couple seconds. It's not extensive. Once that's cleared, then we do a little interview where we ask some more additional questions. If they clear that process, then we have a nurse that goes out and they do the third assessment where there's some additional questions, and that's where we do the additional clinical screening. And then once you clear all those phases, that individual will be qualified, and then we could provide the care for those individuals. So the way we've been working with this program in DC is with DACL. We've educated the care management folks there, the social workers. We've done community events as well where we could do those screenings, and then some groups just what they do is they'll send us batches of information, and then we qualify as individuals for this. But just want to bring awareness to this great program because it's really forward thinking, and it really involves the whole community.
Thank you very much. It's called Visiting Angels. It's Living Assistance Services, and this is what I have up here, and it goes on and on and on with the services and how to qualify. So what we will do is, if we could, get sort of like a informational sheet from your organization where you have made, you got all this great color in here, big font type, okay? What we'll do is create maybe a 1 or 2 pager and then make sure we have it available at all of the wellness centers and at our conjugate meal sites.
Oh, that'd be
because you are a program that members participate because they have Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Am I correct?
In terms of who qualifies for that?
Yes.
Yeah, the big deciders, straight is Medicare, having Medicare A
Medicare.
and B. Yeah,
Okay.
you can have Medicaid, but your Medicare has to be the
Okay,
primary
so
for this.
you would, and Medicare, that is because you're 65 thereabouts. I think 67 now, but at least 62 back in the day. All right, we all have it, okay, if we're in that age group. Okay. So we'll make sure that you have it because it could very well be that you do not have a paid home care aid, but you might need some of these services. So we want you to take advantage of it. Okay, so we'll make sure you get that. Thank you
Thank you
very,
so
very
much.
much. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, now we're gonna move. Thank you. Now, no, we have one more in person at the table. Yes. We have,
Ethelboro.
yes, Ethel. Yes, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Barrows. Please go proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good
I'm here on
afternoon.
behalf of our owner program, just to say, I've been with this program for a minute, and it's very helpful to all the seniors that's in that building. It keeps us involved in what's going on, especially me. We need that support to keep going for us. Talking to other people, going on trips, helps keeps our minds intact more. Actually, I mean our memory. They even provide social workers to come out and help us with things we don't understand. Our owner helped me a lot. It helps me to be busy all day and until I get ready to go home. So if you can keep this program going, it helps us to stay active. It's me anyway. I have to get up every day and do something. I can't sit in the house. And I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and you're continuing our motivation today to say, get up, move around. Um, yes, thank you for that. I'll just tell you a little note from history. I was telling my daughter last night that there was a chance that the body of Jesse Jackson might come to DC. And so she was reminding me of back in the day when I helped him run for president, how he would call the house. He would call my number, and I would probably be on the phone, but he would call her line, and he would tell her, wake up, Lisa, this is your African American alarm clock. Tell your mom I need to speak to her. So she shared that. So it was about getting up and moving. She was like 15, 16. So for her,
Yeah.
the longer she could.
Yeah.
Okay. So I thought that was really funny.
Mhm.
You made me think of it. So you said moving.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you very
Okay,
much
thanks
for
a
your
lot.
testimony. And now we have a few witnesses that are online. We want to capture their testimony as well. Corey Westbrook. All right, thank you, Miss Westbrook. Okay,
Hello, can you hear me?
yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Excellent, thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. My name is Corey Westbrook, and I'm a resident of Mount Pleasant in Ward 1. I've lived here for 30 years. I'm an environmentalist, author, and an Institute of Integrative Nutrition certified health coach. I'm here today because of the climate crisis, which demands we take many actions to slow the worst impacts. Global temperatures are rising faster than ever before. Agriculture, or food systems, contribute significantly to U.S. greenhouse gas emissions and 26 to 34% globally. Food, public health, and the climate crisis are intertwined. Most people in America have at least one diet-related chronic disease, and that makes them extremely vulnerable in a climate disaster. Many healthcare systems are regularly overwhelmed, and the ever-increasing flood of climate-fueled disasters compounds that stress. This is especially true in marginalized communities whose ability to respond during environmental emergencies may be impaired by food insecurity and a high prevalence of chronic disease. People with diabetes, for example, may lose safe storage for insulin, which requires refrigeration. Healthy plant-focused diets not only reduce risks for diseases like diabetes and heart disease, but they also ease the climate crisis and reduce demand on a stressed healthcare system. In 2021, the Council recognized this and passed the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act, important legislation designed to reduce the carbon footprint of food purchased with DC taxpayer dollars and set clear goals. However, DC failed to meet the first goal, and emissions have increased because the law is not being implemented. The Trump administration refuses to acknowledge or address the climate crisis and is hostile to DC's autonomy. We must implement our own existing climate laws to protect our communities. I'm asking that DC agencies do what they are legally obligated to do and implement the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act and consider climate impact when spending public money on food. Implementing this law isn't just about cutting emissions. When we shift towards lower carbon food purchases, we're supporting local farmers and food producers and making delicious, nutritious, healthy food more accessible across our communities. According to Boston's Children's Hospital, 90% of Asian Americans and 80% of African Americans and Native Americans may be lactose intolerant. Cow milk produces roughly 3 times as many greenhouse gas emissions as plant milk. Having plant-based milk available instead of cow milk is good for health and the planet. Encouraging people through example and opportunities to feed their microbiome with a rainbow of fruits, vegetables, and beans is beneficial because it helps prevent chronic disease and extreme weather. Many more Americans suffer from a lack of fiber and micronutrients or vitamins than they do from a lack of protein, though plants provide plenty of protein. And we know when DC can do this important work. Just look at the successful Compost DC food waste collection that keeps 160,000 pounds of food waste out of landfills every single month, and a reduction of nearly 30 metric tons of greenhouse gas emissions from entering the atmosphere. Climate change is coming for us all. Please provide oversight support to ensure the district's climate laws are actually enforced. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we will hear from Matthew Bond, who is with the meatlessmarch.org, an organization.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Proceed.
My name is Matt Bond, thank you. I'm a resident of Ward 3. As someone who was born and raised in Washington, D.C., it's a special honor to address the committee today. And as a registered dietitian, I hope you all get the opportunity to have lunch at some point soon. So it turns out that what we eat has a huge impact on the environment around us. Who knew? The fact of that connection between food and climate was a large part of my decision to become a registered dietitian. I took some of my classes at our very own UDC, the University of District of Columbia, and I chose this new career because I want to help people meet their health goals using food. I also want to help people meet their sustainability goals using food. For example, 5 years ago, the DC government passed the Green Food Amendment Purchasing Act with a target to reduce food-related emissions by the DC government by 25% by the year 2030. Now, this goal is achievable. Unfortunately, as you may know, emissions from food purchases in the DC government are rising, not falling, in recent years. So why should we care about this? 30% of our emissions comes from the food we eat. 30%, that's a good chunk. Now, humor me, if we were all part-time students together, now we can be students at any age, right? If we were taking a sustainability class together and one project in that class was worth 30% of our grade, I bet we would pay a lot of attention to that project. For 30% of our grade, we'd probably even be prepared to stay up past our bedtimes to make sure that project was finished on time. That's the kind of energy we are trying to bring to sustainability in food. We are not yet on track to meet this goal. Adjustments are required in order to succeed. But here comes the good news. Number one, this goal is achievable. Number two, this goal stands to benefit our city's fight against diet-related chronic diseases. Many of the same foods that are low in emissions are also great for our hearts, great for preventing and fighting diabetes, great for our kidneys and livers. We know these diseases do not affect all parts of the city equally. So this is a matter of social justice as well as good public health. I'm speaking about fruits, veggies, whole grains, beans, mushrooms, and much, much more. Finally, we can set a powerful example for environmental justice. Our current federal government does not consider these issues of climate and environmental stewardship at all. It refuses to talk about them in a thoughtful manner. Now, if I may speak from the heart, I believe these matters are an important part of our legacy to those who come after us. Not only that, it's a time-sensitive matter of the here and now, as extreme weather stands to impact us all and to impact the more experienced members of our community a great deal, whether that be windstorms, the derechos that we've had in the area in recent years, extreme heat, power outages, poor air quality, or otherwise. These problems are already here with us and are becoming more common every day. Well, I am so grateful we have the tools to do something about it. I believe DC residents expect our leaders to set an example in this field by living up to the promise of laws like this one, which we have already passed. We've already passed this law. So let's turn this law into a success, not a loss, for DC's sustainability and quality of life. Thank you so much for your time and for this meeting today.
Thank you very, very much for your testimony. I believe we have, okay, we do have Nicholas Del Dante, president of the DuPont East Civic Action Association, on next.
Thank you, Chair Anita Bonds, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Nick Deladon, and I represent the citywide coalition DC Safe Streets. And today we challenge this committee, the Commission on Aging, and the Department of Aging and Community Living to stand up for seniors in the face of dangerous bike traffic and support the regulation of e-bikes. Prodded by the DC Council, DDOT has privileged bikers above pedestrians and drivers, providing bike lanes, rebates, and subsidies in a radical transformation of traffic that voters never contemplated nor authorized. Biking is the only mode of transit in DC without regulation. In the name of safety, DC has put us all in harm's way. Today, the DC Safe Streets Coalition proposes an e-bike bill and calls on the council to regulate e-biking. In September last year, a senior woman was knocked to the ground by a hit-and-run biker on Columbia Road, suffering injuries that required hospitalization. The biker could not be found. DDOT had just completed an extensive redesign of the street, removing the traffic lane in favor of a protected bike lane. Seeing that a few people were using the expensive bike lane installations that are being put in around the city, council secured $1 million for rebates to help residents purchase e-bikes. In addition to that, DDOT, meanwhile, has begun a food delivery pilot that provides participants with e-bikes. As for bikers, they use the bike lanes built especially for them or not, as they choose. Senior pedestrians complain of powerful, silent bikes coming up behind them, speeding, cutting in and out of traffic, in crashes and near misses at our peril. Increasingly, e-bike hazards are getting the attention of the media. It was noticed in a major story in the New York Times Magazine. And e-bikes and scooters are abandoned on sidewalks. More than 80 e-bikes and e-scooters were found discarded in the Potomac River. To date, no elected official or city planner, including the Commission on Aging and DACL, has anticipated the inevitable hazardous consequences of a new generation of bike traffic and proposed to regulate the bike menace they have unleashed on a vulnerable and unsuspecting public. There is ample precedent for regulating e-bikes. New Jersey imposed a strict new regulations in November last year when a child was killed. Priscilla's Law in New York State is currently gaining momentum to register and tag e-bikes. What will the e-bike bill do? Our bill specifically regulates e-biking. It would require registering e-bikes and tagging them so bikers can be identified and held accountable. It would require bike insurance, particularly for crashes that do not involve a car. It would require licensing, certification to ride on the streets, and protective gear. It would limit speeds. We urge this committee to sponsor our bill and urge the Commission on Aging and DACL to recognize their responsibility for the safety of seniors regarding the hazards of e-bikes and e-scooters. We urge residents to sign our e-bike petition on change.org. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. And as you know, we've heard about the need for regulations of our biking community in the past. We'll work with Department of Transportation and see what can be done. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Sorry, I felt it coming. I said, let me try to quickly gather. All right, we will move to our next panel. Dr. Bill Hassan, Karen Zuckerstein, okay, Maria McPhail that are here, and Edith White. We can take 4 at the table, and meanwhile we will, yes, we'll wait for you. What are you doing? Yes.
You want to start with that first?
We can, but we were starting with, I like to take those in person first and then move to the
Very good.
virtual. Yes.
Very good.
So Dr. Hassan, please proceed.
Good morning, Council Member Bonds. My presentation this morning, I'm from Ward 4, Brightwood. I'm a volunteer, and I'd like to speak to the 70-year journey called the migration to Washington, D.C. And my comments are about the first 34, 37 people who came before me. When you do the numbers, I trust your judgment that what I'm going to talk about, that the money will be applicable to all of them in some way or the other. And so I won't pick out any individual one. But I will be talking about the children of the generation in 3 generations: the grandmother, the mother, the father, those who were part of the migration. And also, just recently, I've been working with in DC about the next generation and what seniors have to offer to that next generation. So I've been doing volunteer work with DACL, with all the presentations that have been made this morning, whether it's Alzheimer's, whether it's dementia, whether it's widows and widowers who have benefited from the work of DACL. Given my legal background, and I will say that I'd also like to say that I am a born person who loves to volunteer pro bono, and I get my blessings from that, doing that for other people. I'd like to talk about the physical, mental, health-wise, and financial elements that people should be worried about as seniors now, if not already. I just came back from a trip down south when they were talking about the big, beautiful bill and talking about people who were being affected by Medicaid, Medicare. And all I could hear from people who voted for the last president was, I want some Obamacare. I said, you mean the ACA? They said, no, Obamacare. I said, well, you have the vote. You can make a difference in that. So I would advise those persons who made presentations, and I listened to them very carefully. The legal community can do a lot to help, and I've been talking to Sharon about this, and that everyone should have these 3, at least these 3 documents. power of attorney, wills, medical directives. And also, since we're getting ready to go into the tax period, with the AARP are handing out assistance, and also to the seniors, look at that tax credit initiatives for seniors who are doing a lot to help with the children of other seniors. Also, I've been working, or have been working over the years, aging at home, and all the support that goes with that, such as having lifts put in people who live on second floors and can't get from the first floor to the second floor by having lifts put in there, and entrances to houses, some on my block of Ingraham, where you have to build for the wheelchair to be able to go up. I'm also, oh, 40 minutes, public safety. I work with 4D Commander Levenhouse, and doing a lot with the crime and the scams. Senior Citizen Center, Hattie Holmes, I knew her. And the last thing I want to say is that we should give a high regard to the trainees of the people who are working with Sharon. That first phone call is a very important phone call. Not only is it important, that first phone call that is made to DACL, but the way that it's treated by the person who is making it and the recipient of that care. So live boldly. Service is not a job. It is a service. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hassan. Your words have not fallen on deaf ears. And when you think about the migration of the past, as you said, grandparents, parents, and great-grandparents, really. I would imagine the migration of the future will also include great-great-grandparents.
Absolutely.
And that's the point, that we have to remember that we're here now, and we may think that, in a year or two or a few years, we won't be here, but we could very well be here. Every day, medicine is improving, and every day, more people who are in these professions find a way to extend their lives. And so therefore, all lives have an opportunity for extension. And so how
follow
do
these
we
legal
live?
documents. Follow these legal documents. People are losing their houses every day in DC because auntie is not the auntie that raised you. And if you don't have these legal documents, houses are being taken, and they're down at the Board of Documents every day looking for anybody that's over 65 or 70.
Well,
Sorry to interrupt you.
no, you are correct. I mean, that is the wave of today. We receive many messages on our smartphones, and we know that no longer do we have to wait for the letter to come in the mail that says, I want to buy your house. It's on your smartphone. And more importantly, as you articulate, once your mortgage is paid off and they know who owns it, that's where sometimes fraud really seeps in heavily.
And eminent domain can take your house.
Well, that too, but in the District of Columbia, we're not taking any senior house this year.
Good.
Okay, but thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you, indeed. All right, and now we'll hear from, we will hear from Karen Zochelstein, and we'll hear your message for today.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Karen Zuckerstein, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk today about my experience with programs serving older adults. I would like to start, however, by thanking you, Chairperson Bonds, for your leadership on issues affecting older adults. We can celebrate all that DC does to facilitate healthy aging and support older adults in need because of your efforts and advocacy over the 3+ terms on the council. I have been involved in senior-focused activities as a member and volunteer for Northwest Neighbors Village, a member of Iona's Citizens Advisory Group, a participant in Iona's Around Town DC classes, and as a student at the University of the District of Columbia classes. I am also a member of the Commission on Aging, and over the last year and a half, also served on the task force for Wards 2 and 3 senior wellness centers. I feel fortunate to live in a community that has great organizations like Iona and the Villages that facilitate healthy aging and assist older adults as needs evolve. The Villages mobilize neighbors to assist other seniors in the community, helping older adults stay independent as they age. Iona has been the lead agency for DACL in Ward 3 and for a number of years, and is now the lead agency for Wards 2 and 4 as well. It operates nutrition programs, wellness activities, and referral services for these wards, as well as leading many of the district's efforts to address the special needs of those experiencing cognitive decline. Iona also operates the very popular Around Town DC program that engages older adults in a variety of wellness activities, including art, educational, and fitness activities. The Task Force on Senior Wellness Centers in Wards 2 and 3 has concluded its work, and I believe the final report has gone to the council. The report identifies potential sites for senior wellness activities in both Wards 2 and 3, but the council has only funded the Ward 2 Wellness Center in the capital budget. Ward 3 has the largest concentration of older adults, and it is time for the council to move forward with funding for Ward 3 Senior Wellness Center. The report identifies several buildings close to the Tenleytown Metro that are available now and could be made into a welcoming senior wellness center. The task force report also discusses the results of the town halls conducted in person and virtually. The response from Ward 3 was impressive. 173 Ward 3 seniors participated in the town hall and polls. The task force report summarized the top priorities identified by participants as fitness areas, including a gym, strength and cardio equipment, larger multi-purpose learning areas, smaller program activity areas, and an informal cafe social lounge. It is important to note that Around Town DC can access multi-purpose and activity program areas, although the space is sometimes inadequate, but it cannot address two of these priorities: fitness areas, including a gym, strength and cardio equipment, as well as a cafe social lounge. As a senior whose preferred form of exercise is outdoor walking, I would appreciate the ability to work out at a fitness center during the brutally cold or extremely hot weather we experience. I am sure I am not alone in that sentiment. When I saw how participants had prioritized an informal socializing space, I was reminded of a presentation by an Iona social worker made at a program sponsored by Northwest Neighbors Village. The focus of the presentation was on the need for older adults to constantly be building their social networks. As we retire and grow older, our social networks change. The workplace is no longer a focus for social connections. Friends may move away, and inevitably some close friends and relatives will pass. Healthy aging demands that we remain socially engaged. There is much written about how social isolation and loneliness undermines both physical and cognitive health. It is time to pave the way for healthy aging by creating a social hub at a senior wellness center in Ward 3. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I am happy to answer any questions.
And thank you very much for your testimony today. And we will examine this issue of Ward 2 getting a wellness center, and Ward 3 not yet having a wellness center. When I began this journey for this task force, it was focused on Ward 3,
I remember.
the highest senior population in the District of Columbia. Now, it could be because you have the richness of the Iona programming and you have a preponderance of the villages. Maybe that's it. But I dare say there are many more seniors that could benefit from having a wellness center in 3. So I will do my very best to find out where we are on this matter.
That's great.
100%. And I think Ward 2 has the least number of seniors. So this is concerning.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you
and-
for that.
And we have a wonderful web of senior services, but there are things that just don't make up for not having a physical, brick and mortar wellness center. And that's
Yes.
what I'm trying to reflect.
And I'm just thinking, we have the potential. It's not yet realized, but we're working towards the archives on the campus of UDC. Maybe we need to have a floor devoted to senior services. So let's see what we can do with the resources that we have so that we can make some of this reality.
The Office of the Secretary.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're all family here today, so we're talking collectively about these issues, but we've got to solve them. They can't just, hang on forever. Thank you very much for that. And now we'll hear from Ms. McPhail, who is the President and CEO of Vida Senior Services. Thank you for being here today.
Honorable Chairwoman Anita Bonds, members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, I am Dr. Maria McPhail, President and CEO of Vida Senior Centers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the Department of Aging and Community Living and to highlight the essential services that Vida Senior Centers provide to seniors in the DC area with the ACL support. For over 55 years, Vida have served Latino and low-income seniors in Washington, D.C. Today, more than ever, Vida remains a trusted and culturally responsive community hub where Latino seniors receive essential services. Our programs address food security, mental and behavioral health, nutrition education, social services, health promotion, and opportunities for recreation, and most important, social connections. These services directly combat social isolation and help mitigate serious health and economic challenges that often come with aging. Vida's mission is to enhance the quality of life of DC Spanish-speaking and low-income seniors. Each day, we work to break down cultural and linguistic barriers that lead to isolation, chronic disease, and limited access to care. In fiscal year 2025, Vida delivered 94,641 services across our core programs and welcomed 108 new clients to our membership. With the support of 75 volunteers, we contributed 22,859 volunteer hours that expanded our capacity and strengthened our impact. Through DACL-funded programs, Vida provided 63,634 services, achieving 124% of our projected annual goal. DACL support also made it possible for us to serve 34,019 culturally appropriate congregate meals at our 2 dining sites, directly addressing food insecurity among the seniors we served. In addition, DACL funding supported transportation for outdoor activities and enabled partially weekly access to center-based services for 15 seniors with mobility issues. These are not just services numbers, they are representing stability, nourishment, connection, and safety for elder adults
in Washington, D.C. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Director Sharon P.W. Hines and the DACL team for their professionalism, partnership, compassion, and commitment to the seniors we collectively served. In fiscal year 2026, support from DACL remained essential to sustaining VIDA's programs alongside the Council's recurring local allocation of $50,000, which positioned our organization for a strong year despite the extremely challenged circumstances we're living on. I would like to express our deepest gratitude to you, Madam Chair, and to Ward 1 Council member for her advocacy on behalf of PIDA seniors. Her leadership and your help bridge a critical funding gap following for a 50% reduction from a long-standing donor this year. The Council's one-time enhancement of $200,000 has been pivotal for seniors we serve. We are sincerely grateful for this investment. Thank you so much. On behalf of VIDA seniors, I ask the committee to continue safeguarding and strengthening the resources that allow community-based organizations like VIDA through DACL to serve seniors with dignity and cultural competency. I want to acknowledge the reality facing a small nonprofit like ours. While remain committed to expanding access for DC seniors, we operate amid significant uncertainty with no clear funding outlook for each following year. This uncertainty affects our ability to plan, retain staff, maintain facilities, and responsibly scale services for a rapidly growing senior population. The need continues to outpace available capacity. VIDA requires a bigger space to safely serve participants as we are at full capacity now. Restoration of transportation access to and from the site, as we have heard in this audience many times, and sufficient staffing resources to meet the service demand without overextending our already workout workforce. These are not expansions for growth alone. They are necessary conditions to sustain the level of care that district senior deserves. I will emphasize that investment in community-based senior service is not only compassionate policy, it is sound fiscal policy. Programs that provide wellness, monitoring, nutrition, social services, and chronic disease support help prevent medical crises, reduce emergency room visits, and avoid frequent costly hospitalization for seniors. Every dollar invested in preventive community-based care reduces long-term public expenditure while honoring the contribution and dignity of all the residents who helped build this amazing city. Thank you for your consideration, Madam Chair. VIDA will continue working to ensure no older adult is left without support, with the support of Department of Aging and Community Living and the rest of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. You make a point about how, I was able to add the $200,000, but the question is, you're right. How do we sustain an amount as your population grows and therefore the need grows? And so I have some ideas. So I'd like to follow up with you on that. So Andrew will put that in the record so that we can follow up. Maybe a way to come up with. VIDA has been around 55 years.
Yes.
The population, it doesn't go anywhere. It's still here. As the population of our city just continues to hopefully expand. And we want to keep people in the city. And so we have to come up with a way to sustain this. So thank you for reminding us of the importance of that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I look forward to meeting with you and your team to follow up.
All right, and also, would you be prepared to talk to us about transportation? I think you have one vehicle. It's been around for a while, and as vehicles, mechanicals age, so you'll be able to talk to us about that.
Right. Just to clarify, we don't have any buses or shuttles right now since the pandemic. We lost that service. What DACL has done is provide service help for outdoor activities once a month and also once a week, only Fridays. We bring one group of seniors with mobility issues to the center at Calvert, but it's only 15 people. So since the pandemic, we haven't restored completely the shuttles we used to have.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, and so if we were to come up with vehicles, then we'd have to talk about a lot of things. Insurance, number one, then driver and all of that. So think through what that might mean for and for one of our centers.
Yes, thank you. And also, we have been thinking about how to get around that. Perhaps, help, not completely cover. We can do our part. There is a fundraising initiative that we can do to get the vehicle, but then we will need the driver, the insurance, and other things that come with it. But just ideas over there. I don't want to
Okay.
commit with
right.
anything right now.
Okay, well, there are some agencies that have dedicated funding sources. So I'm just wondering if they would share just a smidgen of that.
Yes.
We'll see if that's possible.
Thank you.
But thank you very much for your testimony
Thank you
today.
so much.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from Miss Edith White. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And I have to say, sitting here, Chairwoman, watching you work and staying so attentive through repetition and then quick changes of subjects, it's amazing. Thank you.
That's because I'm one of you and I believe in what we're doing and I'm exercising my legs so the blood continues to flow.
Yeah, I see her doing this too.
Thank you very much.
That's right. Well, I'm here today testifying as an individual to the efficacy of the programs that are provided for seniors and of which I have been able to participate, and also my husband. He was going to speak, but his glasses broke this morning and he said, I can't do it because I can't read my notes. So anyway, I go to the St. Albans Center, which is Ward 3, but they do not have exercise facilities except for some, we sit in chairs and we dance and we use the little weights that go like this and a couple of beach balls. That's our exercise equipment. But we're still grateful that we have the exercises that we have, which includes yoga and kickboxing. And so we appreciate that. So we moved to DC just as the pandemic lockdowns were ending. And I had lived in Nashville, Tennessee all my life. So suddenly the support system that I had was just gone. And I could call some of them up and talk to them in Nashville, but they weren't here. And it wasn't quite the same. And our only contact really to begin with was with my daughter and her husband and the grandchild, which is why we moved up here. And I noticed during the day, especially, I was starting to have problems and was on my way to sinking into clinical depression again, which I'd had years ago. So I started looking around for solutions and found the Iona sign there at St. Albans. And from the moment I walked inside, the program manager there made me feel so welcome, and so did all the other people. And I'm not exaggerating in the least. It was a warm-hearted, hospitable place that I found, and I still go there. The exercise hours targeted for seniors became a lifeline for me. The nutritious meals served daily helped me get in control of my eating because I was starting to gain weight. The very act of sharing a common meal with seniors began to end my isolation and brightened each day. Now, we've noticed a reduction in availability of fresh produce because of some of the cuts through federal programs. But for the most part, we've got really warm, nutritious meals, and we like that. I'm lucky, and my husband and I, we can afford to be able to buy some of this produce, but some of the folks that with whom we dine cannot. And there are even some people who participate in the food program. That's their only meal all day long, and that just shocks me. But I can't say enough about the programming at Iona and the things that we get from around town DC and the Department of Aging and Community Living, and that's also through the DC government, right? I take art classes, participate in the exercise classes. My husband is now the one who leads the drumming because we lost our drummer. I have graduated to teaching sewing classes. I really appreciate the safety and advisory program that's helped us stay in our homes. And we've talked to people about Medicare and what's the best program. I've been able to call when I felt like I needed a counselor, and I can call up Iona and get help. And I've got this resource book that they gave us, which I think came from DACL. Additionally, we have several folks with various stages of dementia that come to our facility, and they interact with us so much more than if they were isolated at home. And in things like the drumming or when we have dancing, they just kind of come alive, even for just a few minutes, and it's wonderful to see. So the effect of the program supported by DACL and Iona have made clear were made a little more clear in the last few months. In January, I was sick a lot and couldn't get out, and then we had the snowstorms, and then the boiler went out at the building. And so for almost 3 weeks, we were able to get our food because my husband would go across the street and get it. But we really missed all of that. And it started back yesterday, and I'm so happy. Tuesday. But they do so much for us, and you guys have enabled that to happen. And they continue to have meals for us. They call us daily when we were not able to meet to make sure we were okay. And I thank you so much for helping seniors like us and like others all over the city. The funding you provide does more than enrich our lives. It helps us feel like we are vital parts of the DC community, and it helps us to stay healthier and more active. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Yes, and you have an audience here who is also appreciative. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your those at the witness table. Thank you for your testimony, and we have a few witnesses online. We'll start with Miss Jocelyn Johnson, I think, of Ward 4. Am I correct?
You're right. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bonds and your staff. I am Jocelyn Johnson. Thank you for calling on me. And, I am former chair of the Ward 4 Mini Commission on Aging and ANC commissioner back in the day, as well for 4B03. And I'm also in the DC Safe Streets Coalition with Nick Daldon, who you just spoke to a few minutes ago. I just kind of want to tag on his testimony just a bit because you are our champion. You have been our champion for years. You look out for seniors. And I want to kind of bend it a little bit and say, I want to add even the disabled group population of DC. And as Nick said, we want to ask that you and the council would support the legislation to make for e-bikes. And I want to also add that we need you as well as Ms. Hines, DACL support, because we do need to have some real enforceable legislation that's going to protect seniors and the disabled population as it pertains to regulations for bikes, period. They need tags, they need legislation, insurance, that kind of thing. But bicyclers, both the E-type as well as manual pedal type, they're on the sidewalk. And that's something we haven't heard a word about today. And that hurts and has the potential of hurting seniors, disabled people. They are all over the city. And the reason it was so important for me to come to testify today, it almost happened to me. And I'm on a sidewalk, and it actually has happened a couple of times. And I know that I kind of get away because I can move a little better than some people. But my heart goes out to seniors who can't get out of the way of an e-bike or a pedal bike, or I call them baby cars, if you will, that drive on DC sidewalks. And I don't understand why the council has not taken steps to make sure that that doesn't happen. But hopefully with you and Ms. Hines and the support of DACL and all, that will get some momentum. And if nothing else, you will put some laws in place that will protect people as they are pedestrians on the sidewalks from what happens by these vehicles, if you will, on the sidewalk. We got to have some help. It's gotten to be crazy. And maybe, I don't know if you've seen it yourself, and that's maybe, I'm not accusing you because I don't know if you've ever seen it, but most people have seen them because they do ride the sidewalks all over the city, not just downtown, anywhere Adams Morgan, Ward 4, wherever, and they can kind of go from the street onto the sidewalk, zigzag, whatever, and you don't always get the benefit of being able to get out of the way. I actually think the tags are important because the cameras will get them. And if there's a witness, they'll be able to identify the cyclist by the tag, if nothing else. And they'll be able to give some backup to anybody who does get hurt, because this is an accident waiting to happen. It's not a matter of if it'll happen, it's when it's going to happen. So we need you, and we thank you so much for everything that you bring to the table. Seniors love you because you do have our back. And as a 71-year-old going on 72, I need your momentum to help us. We need your help. Thank you so much for everything. And I am also available for questioning if you have it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. As you were speaking, I was wondering, when you say we need regulations that have teeth, I'm just wondering, in this modern society, the only teeth are money. That is what speaks.
Sure.
Money.
Well, I mean, enforceable.
That's what I know.
Oh,
And
okay.
so I'm wondering if there was a regulation that said if you were on the sidewalk and you hit a pedestrian, and you are without a helmet, without a
All of the
tag
above.
or what have you,
Right.
if we can have a small civil fine that you must pay, that might keep some of the folk off of the sidewalk that run into pedestrians. But
That will at least get the
we'll
conversation
investigate that. We'll investigate that. Yes, ma'am.
started.
Thank you
That will
very,
get it
very much.
started. Yes, that
Yes,
would
it
get it
will get
started.
us
But
started.
right now, but they don't do anything. So they're just so wild and reckless. You don't want anybody to get hurt.
Yes, no, yes, so let's see what we can come up with. I
Thank you.
agree. Let's see if, at least take a look at it and see how we can modernize the modern society that we live in, so
Exactly.
to speak. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
And now we'll hear from, okay, Elka Shanna. I hope I didn't butcher it too badly. You're next.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself.
Okay.
Thank you. And no, that was perfect. Good afternoon, Councilperson Bonds and other hearing participants. My name is Alcatania. My husband and I are homeowners in Ward 4's Lamond Riggs neighborhood. I've proudly called Washington, D.C. home for 15 years, and my husband has lived here since the late 1980s when he worked at the Dorothy Day Catholic Worker House, which serves indigent members of our community. Together, we care deeply about the well-being of older adults in our city, not only because both of us in our early 60s are getting older, but we also have parents who are elderly. We're facing a climate emergency right now, and one of the most practical tools the district has to reduce emissions is how it purchases food. This is something other participants have spoken about earlier. Food systems account for more than 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions, as we've heard. When public agencies buy and serve food at scale, including through senior nutrition programs and congregate meals sites, those purchasing decisions carry real climate weight. That's why, of course, Council passed the Green Purchasing Amendment Act in 2021, 5 years ago, setting clear targets to reduce the climate impact of publicly funded food. Compliance with this law is not simply an environmental measure, it's also a public health opportunity. Older adults in Washington, D.C., and frankly, elsewhere, everywhere, confront serious health challenges, including chronic diseases of the heart and lungs, as well as diabetes. A substantial body of research, including research that's been done by the Washington, D.C. based Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, shows that diets centered on fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and legumes with more plant-based options are associated with better management and prevention of these conditions. Expanding climate-friendly, plant-forward meals through district programs can therefore reduce emissions while simultaneously supporting healthier aging. Although my husband and I now work in the nonprofit sector, we, in our professional lives, have seen how strongly nutrition shapes well-being and long-term outcomes. The evidence linking diet to health is compelling, and it applies just as powerfully to older adults as it does to the entire population. This isn't about ideology, it's about aligning district law, public health evidence, and fiscal responsibility. I respectfully urge you to support full compliance with the law and to view climate conscious food procurement as a meaningful strategy for promoting healthy aging in Washington, D.C. I thank you for your time and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you to those other testifiers which wanted to talk with us about food carbon and greenhouse emissions and aligning the district government actions with the law that was passed. And of course, we can pass laws, but we cannot force the population to abide by a process where they are responsible for using their money to purchase their food. So what we can do is continue to advocate for understanding of the law, but we cannot impose on society a law when we are not the ones that purchase their food. And I just want us all to understand that. That is so, so important. But we appreciate hearing from you. And thank you, of course, for your advocacy.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We also have Judith Burnell, President of the Board of Georgetown Village, with us.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds.
Sure.
And I'll just say thank you for being such a advocate for the village movement. I know you were at the Village to Village conference in Ohio, and it's really appreciated. And I also thank you to Director Hines and DACL staff who've done so much for the village movement. We wouldn't be here without them. So thank you. And in the interest of time, because I have sat through since 9:30 this morning, you know what I think I'll do? I've uploaded testimony. I'm just going to touch on a few things that Georgetown Village does that's related to some of the themes I heard this morning. And clearly, it takes a community to serve our older adults. And I keep hearing from all these folks who are doing that in DC, and I'm so appreciative. First, I'll just say, I heard us talking about aging in place. And obviously, that's a very important part of the Georgetown Village mission. We understand that if we help seniors stay in their homes, it provides good mental health for them. It helps their health care. And it also actually helps housing costs because we are not building we don't need to build new units. We can keep people in place. And the way we help adults age in place in the Georgetown community is we have a bunch of volunteers, and they range from Georgetown University students to actually older adults themselves. I'm one of the volunteers that help other members of the Georgetown community. We do everything from the little stuff like changing light bulbs, but we also do the big things like installing grab rails, doing reviewing how people's homes are serving them as they age. We do things like pick up groceries and get them into the kitchen for our colleagues here in Georgetown. So we are helping seniors age in place. And I know that's a very important thing that all our community members have been talking about. We also work really hard on healthcare for our seniors in Georgetown. We have exercise classes. We provide healthy foods, which I know the last speaker spoke about. We have Zoom sessions and information from our healthcare committee on how to eat healthy, what sort of vaccines to get, what questions to ask your doctor. We get our community members to healthcare appointments. Many of our community members don't drive anymore. They need help getting to their healthcare appointments. And we have a social worker who we pay to help with member social work issues, but also I heard one participant talk today about the problem with seniors being discharged into the community after a hospital stay with no support. And our social worker steps in, will advocate on behalf of our community member and make sure the support is available, or will actually ask the hospital, if appropriate, to keep them longer until they're ready to come home. So that's one of the things we do. The final thing I'll just talk about that we do is combat loneliness. We all know that loneliness is a disease. It impacts all of us, but it is particularly impactful to our vulnerable seniors. We have social programs for our seniors. They range from book groups to mahjong to outings. We're lucky enough that we have a beautiful facility that seniors can come to. I heard Miss White talk about what she does at the St. Albans Community Center, and I got some wonderful ideas from that. But we take seriously our mission to combat loneliness. And to be part of a community, we actually open many of our events to the greater Georgetown community because we also understand that our older members need to be connected to the community at large, and the Georgetown community needs to know they exist. So we do all that. When I introduced myself as the Georgetown president of Georgetown Village, or the village president of Georgetown Village, some of you thought that, Georgetown shouldn't have any problems because all our older members are rich. And I'll just tell you that's not true. We know, and I'm not going to name names here, but we know that there are people sitting in beautiful homes that are falling apart around them. They're on a fixed income. Their houses are becoming dangerous, and we work really hard to keep them in place. We know people are coming to our events, and I'll just say I've personally seen them put food in their pocketbooks, and that's okay. And we know we have members. Loneliness is not the curse of people who are low income. Loneliness is the curse for everyone. Isolation is the curse for everyone. Healthcare is a curse for everyone. Good healthcare is something that we need everyone to adopt. So I'll just end by saying we really appreciate you. I heard someone call you Madam Bonds, Madam Council Member. I'll call you Madam Council Member. We appreciate DACL. We work really hard to make every dollar we get from DACL go far because we use volunteers and because we do a lot of fundraising. But the DACL support that you provide and the advocacy that you provide gives us stability that's really important in these uncertain times and is really important to our community. It is growing. We are getting more and more requests for services, and we love being a partner with the city. And thank you, Councilmember Bonds. You have been more than a trooper, just a very special person for us. So thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and I know you saw me making notes. And I was making notes because you mentioned something that had not been previously mentioned, and that is you're indicating volunteers help with things like getting groceries, putting the groceries on the shelves, and then installing guardrails. I hadn't heard that.
Well, I'm
Tell
not
us a
sure
little
they'll
more.
install the guardrails, but they do
Okay,
find
okay.
out that a member needs guardrails. Some of our volunteers are very handy, but not all of them.
Okay.
But we get it done, get the job done.
Okay, so it's identification of the need for
Mm-hmm.
like safe at home programming.
Mm-hmm. And we do repairs. Some of our volunteers are very handy and they will step in and do repair of a loose board or something, a doorknob that's not quite working.
All right. That's really good to know because there are a variety of things that people can help you with. I'm blessed because my son, he well, he has a camera so he sees what's going on, but he also makes sure that, things that I don't think I need, he's on top of it. But not everyone has a son that's going to do that. So it is so very helpful to know that your house is not falling down around
Mm-hmm.
you. And so
Mm-hmm.
that I want to explore a little more with you offline, of course. And let's see what we can do to get repairs where we can so that people are living safe, and secure in their homes. So
We would love to have that conversation. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much,
sure.
madam.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we are at number 36 and counting. Okay, 39. We have okay, Hillary Kasser. He's online. Okay, Hillary will take your testimony.
I'm trying. Thank you very much. Councilmember Bonds, I join everybody here. Incredible.
Ma'am, we cannot, yes, there is
Years
something
of
is going on with the transmission.
service.
Would you like to, can she call in to us? We're gonna give you a phone number.
And
You can just call in and give us your testimony. We are not able to transmit you over the internet at this time.
I about hoarding disorder, fascinated.
The unfortunate thing is that we can't move forward with any other videos, that we have to wait until she can hear us or realize that it's not being transmitted. So please be patient with us. Hillary's still on. Okay, all right, okay, great, all right. So we do have Shannon on as a virtual witness. We'll take your testimony now. All right, Amy, okay. All right, Miss Amy Shannon, we'll take your testimony now. You have to unmute your system. Miss Shannon, we
Hi,
hear
can you
you.
hear me?
Yes, please
Oh,
proceed.
well, first of all, I apparently mistyped my name. I'm actually Amy Shannon. So there's a Y missing at the end.
Yes, we have
Uh,
it now.
okay. um, well, thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Amy Shannon, and I'm a 35-year resident of Cleveland Park. Paul and I have been, Paul Flynn, my husband, and I have been members of the Cleveland and Woodley Park Village for a little over a year. What I like about it is that anyone can join. It doesn't matter what age you are. In addition to that, being open to everyone, the village offers a subsidized membership for those with limited financial means. This ensures that any older adult who wishes to remain living independently can do so with support from the village, even if they're unable to pay. The Cleveland and Woodley Park Village fosters a dynamic and creative vision of aging. The philosophy centers on promoting a welcoming community where neighbors help neighbors age in place. A 2024 AARP survey revealed that 75% of older adults want to stay in their home and 73% want to remain in their community. I am definitely part of that, at least 74%, 75%. I would like to be able to age in my home, and when that becomes unworkable, I would like to find a way to stay in Cleveland Park. There will be a time when I move from being a social member, which is what my husband and I are now, to being a member plus, which would allow me to request assistance with simple tasks and some transportation. Being able to get help with grocery shopping or trips to the doctor would really help extend my independence. I do not know what the future holds, but the village also has resources to make it easier to investigate care and living options as I age. In the big picture, the village is an essential local component of what is currently a frail national caregiving network that has no foundation. The vast majority of us must piece together assistance where we can and hope for the best. Membership in the village provides a great opportunity to age more independently and intentionally. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. We appreciate it. That everyone? All right, I'll see if Bruce Baker is here, starting our last panel, or Joseph Williams. All right, well, looks like we have completed a round of public witnesses. I do want to acknowledge Mr. Bobo. Mr. Bobo, would you stand? I want us to acknowledge you. Mr. Bobo has been the chair of the Commission on Aging for eons, not really, for about 7 years, and he has retired from that. And that's because the administration has another assignment for him. Okay. He's been so loyal and faithful, but he has been part of the energy that makes all of us feel good about being a senior, because we know that his advocacy has made a difference. Most recently, he had the commission to put on a review of all of the senior programming that emanated from DACL and its, I guess it's nonprofits. And it was a welcome occasion to learn about the prefer of all of these programs that exist, and we're able to take advantage of. Mr. Bobo, do you want to take to the mic and say a few words? We'd love to hear from you if you care to do that. No, he wants to just have a seat. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Is Francis Johnson here? Okay, Miss Johnson, we'll take your testimony, and then representing the Commission on Aging, and with Karen Zuckenstein, and then we will take a recess. We all know why I may need to do a quick recess. Oh, okay, now, well, okay, great. And Hillary is on with us. She made her system work. Thank you so much. And we'll take your
Thank you
testimony now,
so much.
Hillary. Okay.
Amazing. I hope you can hear me. Thank you so much.
Yes.
And I join all of the others in thanking you for all your tremendous years of service, and your staff has been outstanding. Elspeth and Andrew on your committee, and John Fanning over the years. I had imagined, I'm here today to talk about hoarding disorder, which is one of the previous witnesses was talking about people living in houses falling down around them. It's a very wide problem. I have data that I can give you about that. It occurred to me to say, maybe I would like to yield my 3 minutes and right over to conversation with you, Councilmember Bonds, with your last oversight hearing for the public witnesses for the Committee on Executive and Administrative Labor. But then
Hillary, we're missing you again. If you can hear me, if it's okay with you, may we have a phone conversation, and we'll follow up with points that I need to follow up on.
That I think I will take advantage.
So we will try and follow up with Miss I guess Kesser. Okay. That's now she's moving. It's moving again. I don't know if she can hear us.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Bonds.
Yeah.
I'm not clear what you want me to do at this point. I'm guided by you.
All right, would love to have a phone conversation with you, or we can have breakfast if you like that. And we'll go through, I think you hit something that we haven't really digested, and that's hoarding disorder. And we know it exists. And I can tell you my years in government, when I was on the operating side, we had a senior who was in my office almost every 2 or 3 days, collecting information, talking to others. She was like family. And when she passed, we were horrified. We could hardly get in her apartment. I mean, literally, she had newspapers, other papers just piled higher than the height of the door. It was, she also had many leftover cookies and cakes and what have you that were kind of molded and otherwise in the facility. It was really, we had no idea. No idea. And this was the woman who was visiting with us almost on a daily basis. So I'm very sensitive to this hoarding disorder. So would love to follow up with you and let's see what we can get done here in the city and at least checking for this condition, maybe as it may, widely exist. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
All right. And now we'll go back to our panel, and I will swear in the representatives from the Commission on Aging. If you'll raise your right hand. Let me get my oath so I don't miss a beat. All right. Huh. Okay. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete? You turn your mic on.
Turn my mic on.
Red light. All right. And you?
Yes, I confirm, I do, I swear.
Okay, thank you. And
Yes.
Yes, all right. Okay, you may proceed.
All right, so let me say top of the afternoon to each and every one of you. I am Frances Johnson, a member of the Commission on Aging, and I am very pleased to be here today to speak to you on behalf of the Commission. I would like to recognize, first of all, the contributions of Commissioner Carolyn Matthews, who passed away in December. Commissioner Matthews served several terms and was a steadfast leader for older Americans and adults here in our community. Now, Councilwoman Barnes, during your 13 years on the council, you have been a devoted advocate for all of us older adults, and your leadership truly mattered. Because of you, meal sites for seniors expanded, and dedicated funding for nutrition programs were put in place. Because of you, dementia navigation is available to aid seniors and their families who are coping with memory issues. Councilwoman Barnes, because of you, the Safe at Home program was approved, allowing seniors to safely remain in the homes that they love. Because of you, the shallow rent subsidy was funded to allow low-income seniors. Also, because of you, Councilwoman Barnes, we look forward to our new wellness centers in Wards 8, and 2, and hopefully before you leave office in Ward 3. Because of you, funding was made available to DC villages to help the innovative concept across our great district. Let me say this again, because of you. Increased funding for transportation programs has allowed seniors to remain independent and connected. And because of you, we, the seniors, we have the Department of Aging and Community Living, which we call DACL, to advocate for the needs of us older adults. And let me say this again, because of you. The District of Columbia is better to meet the future. We want to thank you. We want to thank you. We want to salute you. We thank God for all that you have done. Now, the future challenge on an aging population is already with us. The population of older adults is increasing as the baby boomer generation ages. I'm one of them. A decade ago, about 105,000 older adults, 60 years and over, called DC their home. By 2035, this population of older adults is expected to reach 133,000. That's according to the Office of Planning, done in 2024. And the oldest boomers are already entering their 80s with health problems and fertility and challenges that are becoming more pronounced. So the council needs to incorporate this substantial increase into its planning for the future. The commission's work this past year has focused on elevating concerns of seniors to officials who can address them and facilitate the flow of information to us seniors. For example, an implementation of the Better Bus Network was approached. The commissioners encourage active engagement by DACL's officials in elevating problems that were affecting seniors and facilitated meetings between seniors, the Department of Transportation, and WMATA officials. The commission members also provided DACL's leadership with feedback on wellness, nutrition, transportation, and case management activities. The commission's members, we also facilitated meetings between seniors and the Office of People's Counsel, the Office of Tenant Advocate, Adult Protective Services, and the Department of Human Services. And we arranged for a demonstration of nutrition cooking by a DC chef. There were also many commission meetings that we had held in Ward 4, in Ward 7, and Ward 8, and an organizing meeting for a new mini commission to be held in Ward 5. A commission participated in the DACL-sponsored feasibility study on senior wellness centers in Ward 2 and in Ward 3. Commission members also regularly served as advisory groups for the wellness centers. Now we're in 2026, and the commission expects to continue all of these activities. It also plans to funding for transportation programs, especially for the connector cards. Cooperation, between the Departments of Health and Building in addressing these problems, bug beds, roach infestation, and other things concerning seniors. Construction of senior wellness centers in wards 8, 3, and 2. Feasibility and a need for a one-stop application shop to simplify processes and facilitate access to programs for seniors. And finally, providing seniors with education about healthcare decision-making, and as was also stated early on, how to appoint a power of attorney when they cannot make their own decisions. That concludes our statements as commissioners, and we open up any questions to my folks at this table. Thank you so much once again. You are one of a kind. We love and appreciate you. And if we could clone you, we would do it.
Oh, my goodness. Well, do the younger me, you know what I mean? So I can a longer time with you, but thank you so much. And I appreciate it. And I especially appreciate, your report. And I must say, I've done these things that you said I've done, and wanted, of course, to do more. And there are a couple of other things that I've done, but we'll get there. The important thing is that our population is growing, and we have statistics that show that our population is growing. And what that really means is that we are certainly within our rights of saying what we need as the growing population in the District of Columbia. Because I don't think we're having as many babies as we once were.
Not.
So, but we, those of us who are here are destined to grow older and therefore have these needs. So thank you for that. You did mention a better bus network. You also mentioned case management activities, and then the many commission meetings. You held them in 4. I didn't know you had one in 7. I know 8, but that's good. And you're thinking you'll be organizing one in Ward 5. That's my ward, so please include me for that one for sure. But wards 1, 2, 3, and 6, they also will need many commission. And perhaps Mr. Bobo can speak to that since he's been on the ground doing this work for a number of years.
Yes, ma'am. The first thing is that some of those wards did not have commissioners. So they didn't have anybody to encourage mini commission, because usually the mini commissions refer or have input to the commissioner, who brings it to the commissioners as a whole. So we didn't have anybody serving those wards. And then the other issue was that rezoning. For example, Ron Swander was in Ward 2, and then they rezoned, and he ended up being in Ward 6. So rezoning plays a role sometimes in where commissioners have their committee, many commissions at. So things like that have happened to cause the interruption in the different areas.
Yes. And we do redistricting every few years, indirectly, legally through the census requirements. So, and the boundaries of a ward may easily change. I'm hoping, in fact, before I sunset from the council, I've got a proposal for 15 wards, and it's based on population. Population needs to be serviced. And I think that's something that we've all been pointing out today. And you can't get around to everyone unless you have, adequate representation. What that would do would mean we would have 15 wards, so that's 15 council members, and probably you would end up having maybe instead of 4 at large, we would have 5. But our community is growing and we've never adequately been represented. So that's for later, but I just wanted you to know I'm thinking about it already, about the redistricting and what it might mean. And remember, in the District of Columbia, we don't have, well, we're limited in the number of positions, municipal positions that one can run for. We just have the council, the mayor, the attorney general, school board. In many other jurisdictions around the country, they also have the elected members of the courts and, county commissioners and what have you. And I think because we're so small in our elected body, we end up attacking things in a manner that it takes a little longer to get results. So I remember meeting Benny Thompson, for instance, when he was the water commissioner in a part of Mississippi, okay, along the Delta, okay. He was the water commissioner. Who ever heard of such a water commissioner? But based on what happened recently, maybe we need a water commission. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So these are things that, as society expands, grows up, you realize what you may need. So just a little chat about your thoughts on that. So we may need to look at that, but I appreciate that. And then, of course, I'm concerned about hoarding as a part of this bed bug and the rodent infestation. We really need to look at that. We know the connector card works, but I'm telling you, if the price of transportation during inclement weather, or when you have to have a specialty vehicle, you need a certain dimension because you've got your wheelchair or what have you. Although we do have that service, we just don't seem to have enough of it. And when it's very costly, your connector card doesn't go very far. So I kind of understand that. And we're going to have more of us in need of these services. So we got to think about that. Mr. Bobo.
Yes, ma'am. You spoke about hoarding. I think the concept originally was that it was east of the river that provided the services. So most of the services were there. But now I believe it comes under DACL. So maybe it can be become more widely known that the service is there. And maybe we can address that even more citywide.
Yes, well, you heard Director Branch say, wait a minute, when we started talking about house cleaning. But you're correct. We need to think about it as a citywide service and one that can be assisted. And we want to look at that. I'm curious about this one-stop application shop. Please help us understand just what that is.
Octo, I believe called Octo with the DC. One time we had a one card and we could go to the library and register for the one card, and you could put all your information, majority of your information. And when you went to the library, the recreation center, and several other government agencies, they would already have all your information, and you don't have to re-sign and start all over again. And we need to expand that to more agencies so that it's a repetitive process that's taking place now. And we're trying to figure out a way to sort of eliminate some of that.
And if I can just
Sure,
add,
please.
some of the commissioners have raised the issue of people, of hearing people complain about having to complete the same applications and supply the same data time and again. We did do some work on this over, the past month, past year. And DHS does have a system that's, DHS and Department of Health has a system that the case managers use. We're not sure how broadly how much that captures that kind of concern. But the other thing that's out there that is a source of frustration that we need to be aware of is the new Medicaid requirements as well, and that people are going to be asked for this documentation over and over and over again. So I would like to see us look at how we're communicating requirements to seniors so that people understand why they're being asked for information and documents over and over and over again. Because what this is intended to do, but what the Congress intended to do was to reduce participation in the program by burdening people with requirements that they can't meet. So
I appreciate that. I also wonder if there's been any discussion about the SAVE bill, federal bill, the one that would require indirectly, it says that women who have married and changed their last name from the name on their birth certificate may have a problem with voting.
Oh, God.
I know we're a small jurisdiction, but we have to be ready because the federal changes tend to happen very quickly. And we don't want people turned away from voting because of this. Ranked choice voting, which is our new methodology, will be interesting, I'll say interestingly enough, of a change, but we certainly don't want anyone turned away simply because my name is Mary Smith on my birth certificate, but I didn't add, or I have Mary Smith Conley, and now if both pieces of identification are presented, I don't want there to be an issue. I just think we need to discuss it and
Yes.
figure out how we would handle it. It is something that may happen.
They passed the law this week. They trying to pass the law this week. Congress passed the law that things like what you're referring to are required, and they're trying to take it to the Senate. And most of the females would have issues because they changed their last name or married.
Yes.
And most of the states won't be able to use their driver's license because they don't consider a driver's license a real ID. So the only thing that you'll actually be able to use is your passport in order to register to vote wherever they choose to use it.
All right. Well, I think that kind of information we need to at least, discuss it amongst our, senior population so that we're prepared. Because we want voting to increase or expand in the district, not decrease. So thank you very much. This one-stop shop or one card, we want to explore that again.
Let me say one thing about that one stop. When seniors call up various places, DC Library, and they're seniors, and sometimes the person on the other end will ask them several questions, which the seniors may not know in terms of go to the website or what is your date of birth, things that seniors don't know readily. If there was like at DACL or the senior service centers where we have regular members, we have their name, their date of birth, where they reside, email, etc. They would say, yes, I'm registered at ABC. You would have an assigned, and this is new, department that all they do is the one-stop service for seniors who may not be equipped with all of this new technology, and you have someone that's just coming out will be like a caregiver, but they're not a caregiver. They're someone that has everything that at the one-stop center that will aid that senior to what they want in terms of information.
I hear you, Miss Johnson. That is, oh, we would violate so many.
I know, we probably would. But it would, but you know, and you know what, and that, but, and we were thinking, will we have these people bonded? I mean, yeah,
We
that
would
was
have
just
to
a
have
thought.
at least a power of attorney for every one of
Yeah,
us.
that's, yeah, we probably, yeah.
Just think what the lawyers would
Oh,
do
yeah,
with that.
we,
Oh my
we
God.
really, okay, well, well, we have to implement, we need to.
Yeah,
work
we
on
do
that.
need to
Yeah,
think of
work on
what
that,
kind of
you know,
system we can
because
use.
case in point, when I I'm pretty savvy, but sometimes I just detest repeating the same information over and over and over. Didn't I just tell you that? So with seniors, because they are not that equipped or knowledgeable, yeah, we would have to have someone that's vetted, certified. So we're gonna play with
Yes,
this.
I like the idea of thinking anew as to how a one card would work. Because if you register for one service, and if the registration is similar for another service, then that card should work for both services. Maybe we can look at it from that perspective. And let's explore that a little bit. I'm on the commission with you. So I am asking that we make that one of our issues of concern, and let's explore it in the next month or so that we will not be talking this, or you'll be talking this with someone else in next year. So let's move the agenda. We tend to talk and then we don't get a lot done if we don't move fast. So let's try to show that we're swift also. Okay. Is there anything else you want to bring to the committee's attention?
One thing that I would like to say, I would like to salute and bring attention to the District of Columbia, the ambassadors that are throughout the city volunteering, giving up time, helping seniors for various things. A shout out to Sharon Weiss, who is constantly promoting seniors. We need your help. We need your ambassador help to come here, to come there. So that was sort of, you know, something that I want to bring to the table and highlight, because we are here.
All right.
And we are.
And you want to, just for the benefit of our hearing, say a little more about the ambassador program that you're speaking of, because I know of 3 different ambassador programs. So tell me about the one you're speaking
Well,
of.
the one that I am on, I was sworn in by the mayor, and Sharon Wise is pretty much my everything. And actually, she would be the one that would really tell you exactly how great this program is, because I'm still somewhat of a novice and I'm just following her directions. But my volunteerism is because I want to be a part of the District of Columbia and volunteer my services as a senior, and to promote the greatness and where I can help others. So can I have her come up and do something, or am I out of order?
You're not out of order.
Oh, okay.
Miss Wise, you want to come up?
Yes,
and
she does.
speak on this program?
Yes, thank you very much. Just a quick second.
You've been called, okay.
First, I want to thank you, Councilwoman Bond, for even allowing this, because I know it's probably a little out of order, and I did get permission from my director to come and say something, and thank you, Fran, for that. But the Senior Ambassador Program primarily changed my life. I was a Senior Ambassador about 9 years before I started working at DACL. And what it does is it provides a senior leadership type of program where seniors who are retired, or maybe they still have, you know, what they call life in them. They want to share their professionalism, or maybe they're a subject matter expert in something. DACL trains them through a 2-hour training. And the wonderful thing that Director Hines has allowed us to do was to offer this training in every language: Chinese, Mandarin, French, Amharic, Spanish. And at this date, we've trained over 225 seniors to be senior ambassadors. They are the intercessors because they allow DACL staff to be doing other things while they table with us. They go out with us to do presentations. They volunteer. We had 7 ambassadors here today who were helping set the tables up and chairs. And that gives DACL staff an opportunity to do the wonderful work that we do. And I'm so glad that we have the ambassador program. I'm so glad that I was appointed to lead that program. And as you see, my ambassadors, they're everywhere. And it's because of your leadership and the things that you do that we are able to maintain that ambassador program. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much for giving us a real strong explanation of the value of this program, and happy birthday. Happy to have you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bobo, you want to say something?
Yes. In 2013, I contacted Director Brown with Office on Aging about my concerns about case management. In 2016, I contacted Director Thompson about my concerns about case management. In 2020, I contacted Director Newland about case management. And we were talking about making changes. And I would like to see, we need to address it still. It still is not where it should be for the seniors in the District of Columbia. We need to look at case management and find a way to service seniors faster and make sure nobody gets lost in the trail.
Thank you very much for that important note. I've pre-alerted the executive director that we'll be talking about case management, how it works. So she's aware. We're going to have that conversation as much as possible today on in this hearing. So thank you very, very much. Ms. Zuckelstein, is there anything that you would like to add?
Not really. It's all been said.
Okay, all right. All right, well, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, audience, we've been hearing from the Commission on Aging. We are going to take a break, just a quick break, and give us, 15 minutes, and we'll be back and we'll hear from DACL, the Department on Aging and Community Living, and their team of presenters. Thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Testing. Now we're good.
Oh, this one's working.
Okay, great. We are going to resume our oversight hearing with the Commission on Aging and the Department on Aging and Community Living. We have before us the Executive Director and her staff with the Department on Aging and Community Living, and I'll just read a brief statement. There's a need to be a department instead of an office was the determination a few years ago, so that we could adequately provide resources and support to our seniors in the district. And so on September 18th, 2018, the bill was, I introduced the bill to designate the Office on Aging, the new department, which became law in March 29, 2019. Just to point out, it does take time once you have a measure before you actually can realize it. And we're also hampered indirectly by the United States Congress, where we are required to make sure that all of our language goes before them, and it sometimes takes far longer than 30 or 60 days. So, but we now have the Department on Aging and Community Living, and I think we in the District of Columbia are much better for it. The mission consists of the following: advocating, planning, implementing, and monitoring programs in health, education, and social services for the aging population. Promoting longevity, independence, dignity, and choice for aging district residents and district residents with disabilities, regardless of age, and their caregivers. Ensuring the rights of older adults and their families, and preventing their abuse, neglect, and exploitation, and leading efforts to strengthen service delivery and capacity by engaging community stakeholders and partners to leverage resources. In partnership with the community-based organizations across the district, the agency offers many free or low-cost programs to help district seniors, as they say, live boldly at any age, state, or ability. The variety of programs include community activities, events, nutrition and transportation services, health care and insurance counseling, Alzheimer's prevention, caregiver support resources, adult protection services, and many more. I'd like to take this time to examine how DACL is best serving the district's senior population. And with that, I will ask Dr. Hines and her team to raise their right hand so we can swear them in. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right. So we will take your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, committee staff, and members of the public. My name is Sharon P.W. Hines, and I'm the Director of the District's Department of Aging and Community Living, affectionately known as DACL. I am honored to testify before you today on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser regarding the department's performance during fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026 to date. Joining me today is Melanie Johnson, DACL's Chief Program Officer, and you will also get to hear from Joan Williams, DACL's Clinical Services Officer. I want to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to Mayor Bowser for her leadership and continued commitment to the district's seniors, adults with disabilities, and caregivers. Over the past decade, the mayor has made clear that supporting older adults is not a short-term effort, but a sustained priority for this administration. From housing and nutrition to transportation and community-based supports, Mayor Bowser has consistently paired vision with meaningful investment to improve quality of life for older residents across all 8 wards. I also want to acknowledge the dedicated team at DACL, our trusted advisors, the Commission on Aging, and our senior service network partners. Your professionalism, compassion, and commitment make this work possible every day. And most importantly, I want to thank the seniors of the District of Columbia. Many of them joined us today in the chambers and online. Your voices and lived experiences shape our priorities and hold us accountable. As you have heard me say year after year, without the seniors, there is no us. That principle remains at the heart of our work and guides how we serve, advocate, and lead each day. The mission of the Department of Aging and Community Living is to advocate, plan, implement, and monitor programs in health, education, and social services for older adults, to promote longevity, independence, dignity, and choice for aged district residents with disabilities regardless of age, and caregivers, to protect the rights of older adults and their families and prevent abuse, neglect, and exploitation, to uphold the core values of service excellence, respect, compassion, integrity, and accountability, and to lead efforts that strengthen service delivery and capacity by engaging community stakeholders and partners to effectively leverage resources. Madam Chair, this mission is lived out every day through the work of DACL and our senior service network as we show up for seniors across all 8 wards. As shared during our FY26 budget oversight hearing, our work continues to be guided by 5 core pillars that reflect the lived experiences of the district's aging population and shape how we design, fund, and deliver services. Those pillars are socialization, transportation, nutrition, helping older residents age safely in place, and delivering high-quality supports. Social isolation remains one of the most significant challenges facing older adults, with serious implications for physical health, mental well-being, and overall quality of life. In FY25 and FY26 to date, DACL hosted more than 500 community engagement and outreach events across all 8 wards, reaching close to 150,000 seniors and residents through senior wellness events, educational forums, celebrations, parades, and neighborhood-based outreach. Citywide signature events included Red, White, and You, Senior Fest, the Miss Senior DC pageant, the Centenarian Salute, and the Mayor Senior Holiday Celebration, each designed to celebrate aging, elevate senior voices, and strengthen community. In FY26, through targeted investments in the DC Villages, DACL partnered with the DC Villages Collaborative to support the launch of 3 new villages, 1 in Ward 5 and 2 in Ward 7, expanding access to social connection, volunteer support, and aging in place services in communities where the village model previously did not exist. DACL also significantly expanded the Senior Ambassador Program, training more than 200 adults in FY25 to serve as trusted messengers and peer leaders in their communities. This program received national recognition at the 2025 U.S. Aging Conference, where I, along with DACL's Chief of Staff, Angela Richardson, served as workshop presenters, sharing best practices with peers from across the country at the premier conference for aging professionals. This recognition affirmed the district's leadership in centering seniors as partners in outreach and engagement. Transportation access remains fundamental to independence, health, and engagement for older adults. The Connector Card program continues to be one of DACL's most impactful initiatives, providing seniors with flexible ground transportation options. Since its launch, over 8,600 older adults have utilized the Connector Card to access medical appointments, grocery stores, community events, and essential services. This program was also highlighted at the 2025 U.S. Aging Conference, where I, Angela Richardson, and DACL's Chief Program Officer, Melanie Johnson, presented on best practices related to the Connector Card program to aging professionals from across the country. This national recognition reinforced the district's leadership in innovative, senior-centered transportation solutions. Senior Med Express remains a critical lifeline for older adults who require transportation to life-sustaining medical appointments. Since its inception, over 10,000 seniors have relied on Senior Med Express to access essential care, reducing missed appointments, and supporting better health outcomes. In FY26, DACL launched a Returning Citizens Senior Transportation Pilot supported by a $150,000 investment, which will provide more than 4,400 one-way transportation trips to support returning citizens who are seniors as they access medical care, parole and probation meetings, housing services, workforce programs, and community-based reentry supports. Nutrition remains one of the most urgent needs for older adults, particularly those aging in place. In FY25 alone, DACL served nearly 900,000 meals through home-delivered meals, community dining sites, and grocery-based programs. Over the course of Mayor Bowser's tenure, 44,000 seniors have been served through the home-delivered meals program. And in the FY26 budget, the mayor invested $425,000 in the home-delivered meals program, allowing DACL to serve an additional 150 homebound seniors. This investment strengthens food security for some of our most vulnerable residents, supports aging in place, and ensures seniors receive not only nutritious meals, but also regular wellness checks and human connection. DACL also expanded access to community dining by opening 2 new dining sites in Ward 7, partnering with the faith community. Zion Baptist Church of Eastland Gardens and Pennsylvania Avenue Baptist Church now serve as welcoming dining locations, expanding access to nutritious meals while strengthening community connection. Helping seniors and adults with disabilities remain safe in their homes continues to be a defining focus of DACL's work. Safe at Home, Mayor Bowser's signature senior program, has supported just over 8,000 households through essential home modifications such as grab bars, stair lifts, handrails, and bathroom adaptations. These investments help reduce fall risk and allow seniors and adults with disabilities to remain safely in the communities they know and love. In FY26, a $300,000 budget investment allowed DACL to support 45 additional households, extending the reach of this transformative program. Delivering high quality services requires strong leadership, skilled staff, and reliable data. In FY25, DACL hired its first ever Alzheimer's disease and related dementias coordinator, strengthening the agency's capacity to oversee dementia services, support caregivers, and improve coordination across providers. We also enhanced data collection and performance recording across the senior service network, providing targeted technical assistance to the DC villages to strengthen accountability and outcomes. Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee, the Department of Aging and Community Living entered FY26 with momentum, clarity, and purpose. Our performance reflects the dedication of our staff and partners and the mayor's longstanding commitment over the past decade to investing in older adults as a priority population. We remain focused on helping seniors live boldly, safely, and with dignity today and for generations to come. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to your questions and continued partnership.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And we do have a few questions. We also recognize that you have had death in the family, and we'll do our very best to move quickly through these questions. But I do know that your testimony is very important, and we want to make sure that we get through it. So I'll start with information and outreach, which is, you've heard from several of our public witnesses, information is so important. And I wanted to ask you, in question 46 of the responses you shared with us, they reflect a year-over-year reduction in contact with seniors in FY23, 24, and 25. Can you help us understand this trend and what is being done to arrest the trend so that the next report we receive will show that you're getting more information out, meaning to more seniors?
Thank you for that opening question, Chairperson Bonds. Our focus has been to increase outreach to our seniors we may not normally see at our senior wellness centers or community dining sites, which is why having the partnership with the Senior Service Network is critical. During this most recent snowstorm, we did an activation with our Senior Service Network alongside the Department of Aging and Community Living, where teams together called through our contact list of seniors to do a wellness check call, to see if they were checking on them, see if they had any immediate needs, to check on their food supplies and any medical supplies that they may have needed. What we found is that seniors appreciated that check-in call. They felt seen, valued, and cared for. In addition, we were able to provide emergency food resources to seniors who requested it, as well as non-urgent medical supplies. When we look at our trend data over number of clients served, we can attribute some of those factors to some seniors may have passed. Some seniors may not be active in a particular DACL program or service at the time, but with our enhanced partnership amongst the Senior Service Network, that's our over 40 grantees at DACL, also with our enhanced data collection with the DC villages, we look forward to seeing the number of clients served increased. You've heard from all of our lead agency leadership today who are part of our Senior Service Network, and they have additional programs and services that they activate within the respective wards as well.
Well, I certainly appreciate that we have an abundance of programs that seniors can take advantage of. What I'm trying to understand is how to qualify the value of DACL's programs when we look at the budget. As you know, that's coming up next when we'll be talking dollars and cents. And while I was lucky last year to add to the trough, so to speak, this year may be a little more difficult. And so I just want us to be very conscious of that and understand that not everybody loves seniors like we do. And as a result, everything will be on the table. And the question is, how do we show what is trending down in responses from senior community justify holding on to all our resources and even expanding them, because we know that every day we get a new senior in our midst or declared a new senior. So just want us to be on top of that, because that's a reality that we'll have to face, I suspect.
Councilmember Bonds, if I may add a little bit to this, we were all here for the public witnesses earlier, and there was a trend that I kept hearing from the seniors who spoke, and a lot of them were alluding to needing additional transportation resources. I feel like as you look at our budget, if you want to place emphasis on transportation, I think that will certainly help us reach more seniors and bringing them in person to our programs. Now, a lot of our programs have virtual offerings. However, seniors do want to get out of the house. They want to come see other seniors, and they continually talk about transportation as a barrier. Beyond that, I just want to point out that we have been internally making sure that our data is not inflated but accurate. So we have been working really hard with our grantees to make sure that they are not duplicating counts of seniors, and that the data that they give us is very accurate. So sometimes when the picture is accurate and not inflated, it can look negative. But I think transportation is what you want to focus on when you look at our budget and look at how we can increase our impact.
I appreciate that. I guess I'm also looking at things as easy to qualify as home delivered meals. In FY26, you're saying that we're investing an additional 425,000 in meals to allow an additional 150 homebound seniors. Have we reached that 150 additional to date, or?
Yes, ma'am. We have reached 150 seniors. As a matter of fact, we've reached an additional about 580 or so seniors. So we have been able to move about 800 seniors off of the wait list. Not only with this investment, but through our internal focus again on accuracy. So our nutrition team, through the approval and direction of Director Hines, moved our home delivered meal survey, our annual assessment, instead of being once a year, it started being done twice a year. And that was so we could ensure that everybody who was receiving a meal was actually eligible and actually in need of a meal. And we were able to find some space for some seniors who were very much so in need. And so our wait list now is down to a mere 51 seniors.
And so when we talk about expending this resource, I did a little calculation here, easily taking the 425,000 and dividing it by the 150. You know what the answer is that I got. And so tell me, for the program, the meals program, where we say that we're currently serving, well, this is by meals served.
That is
not per
meals.
Participants, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Home delivered participants
Mhm.
in FY 25
Mhm.
trended down from FY 24 and certainly from FY 23.
Yes.
FY 23, 3,853, 24, 2,960, 25, 1,816.
Yes.
Okay, and currently you have enrolled 1,287.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
accurate? Okay. So for those individuals, what is the average cost for the home delivered meals program per individual?
So I don't know what the cost is per individual because every individual is not on the same meals package. So we have meals package that provide 7 meals, 10 meals, or 14 meals. And so when you take the cost of each meal, which is $8 and change, you would have to multiply that by the number of meals they receive in a delivery, and you would have to know how many deliveries they receive per month. But I can work on some averages for you.
That would be very helpful. And you mentioned another point. You're informing that the average cost of a meal is about $8. It's my understanding from the CFO that we spend another more than $20 for the delivery of that $8 meal.
Yeah, it's $13 or so is what I have. But yes, when you add that together, it's about $20 a meal.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And we need to work on what that means, because you're saying some recipients get a delivery of frozen meals for a week.
Some for a week and a weekend, and then some for 2 weeks.
Okay.
So it depends on the need. And then some
Okay.
people get multiple deliveries in a month.
Okay, so that takes us to the contracting side of the equation and what the contracts say, and where we can realize savings and where we may need to increase the quality of the meals. I think we heard one or two people today testify that they were seeing an improvement in the quality of the meals, and you're to be applauded for that, because I think a few years ago it was, what is this? We want something different. You know, I think we even heard about wanting something different at the Christmas program. You know, I heard about the green beans and the baked chicken and the and the rice. Okay. So I understand where you're headed. Could I please get from the agency some articulation of the type, the number of meals that we have on the contract and the frequency of these meals that are served, and what we estimate it costs us to do that kind of fluctuation in a general schedule
And just
over a month.
as a point of clarification, the data that you're requesting, do you want that specifically for the home delivered meals program?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about conjugate meals, the same kind of information, but separate reports or separate responses.
Yes.
Yeah,
'Cause
that
I'm-
will help us to understand what we're doing.
For sure. I'm looking at the community dining site contract now. And so there is some difference between how that contract works versus the one with Mom's Meals, which is our home delivered meal provider. But we can certainly follow up with that information. But I do just want to point out that all of our contracts are handled through OCP. And when they select a vendor, they typically are the lowest one in terms of pricing and then capacity to handle a program of the size of ours. So it sounds like a lot, and it is a lot. I agree with that. But this was the best bid as far as we were told at the time.
Yeah, and I think
Yeah.
today we heard that there may be some feeding, I call them feeding sites or meal sites, where maybe 50 attendees may happen, I'll just say during the week, each day, 5 days a week. Then we've heard maybe it's 10 at a site. But as a standard, I know that in the past, um, food for 50 was standard at each of the meal sites. So I'm just trying to figure out, is there monitoring done and how is it done?
Yes, and so our community dining sites via the nutrition managers that work at each of the dining sites actually collect and submit meal reservation data. And so they are actually checking in with the seniors who regularly attend those community dining sites to get their meal reservation. And so that is submitted to our team. And if there's any changes, so for example, when we had to pivot with the snowstorm, we were able to base the number of to-go meals that we distributed on the meal reservation count. But then we also compared that to when we did the wellness check calls to see if we needed to increase that number or decrease it. And so we stay in direct communication with the individual community dining sites on meal reservations. So what we're proud to talk about too is that we've reduced waste, food waste, because seniors are able to eat their meal there. If there is any food remaining, they're able to get a second plate to eat on site or to take with them in a to-go package as well.
Thank you for that. And I don't mean to drill so hard on this, but you also heard today about the issue of food carbon, okay, and emissions. So we want to make sure that if we're doing these meal sites, that we have the right plan in place that is really taking care of the nutritional needs of our seniors. And at the same time, we're not having to so-called throw out food, although I don't think anyone throws out food these days with the high cost inflation and what have you. But we really want to be conscientious. And I may ask that you help me understand how the nutrition system is monitored so that we know that we're spending the right amount of money for the food that is being consumed by our senior population, and whether or not we need more. That's the other side of the coin, because we don't want anyone to be hungry. And, it'll help us to understand what might be our needs for those individuals who are isolated we haven't heard from, but maybe some of the villages and some of the other nonprofits hear from these individuals and trying to get food to those individuals as well.
So one of the additional food programs that we have is for, we can call them frail meals. And those are deliveries that are made directly to seniors as well as our supplement program, because we know that some of our seniors may have different appetite loss, and where they may need, for example, an Ensure or a Boost, some type of protein shake as a meal supplement. And so we are able to provide that to our seniors as well upon request. I want to acknowledge that we have a very talented and certified nutrition team We have a team of registered dietitians as well as nutrition analysts who reach out to our seniors who participate in our various nutrition programs, whether that's our home delivered meals clients, it could also be our frail list, it could be our community dining site list. And so we're aware of any medications or health concerns, any dietary restrictions that they may have. Our food vendors are accommodating to those needs and requests. I know we heard earlier from one of the public witnesses who talked about vegetarian meal options. And so a part of that reservation count we include for vegetarian meals. We also we have culturally sensitive meals as well that we are providing at our sites. Did that
Okay.
give you more of what you were looking for?
Yeah, yes, it does. I just think we're at a point with this important program that we really need to know, how does it work? And how will it continue to work as more seniors come online? So that's where I'm coming from.
Gotcha. So our contract.
I need a justification for making sure that we have this in place. Okay.
Yes, so our contract is an up to limit that we work with our vendor to set. But I need to clarify something from earlier. We were talking about home delivered meals, and we talked about an $8 or so per meal price. And then you mentioned there was a delivery fee.
Yes.
And then I mentioned that I had heard of one. So home delivered meals, that $8 covers everything to do with the meal. There is no separate delivery fee for home delivered. But the community dining site meals do have a separate delivery fee, which is about the amount that we discussed. And then same for our supplement program. And those are the only two programs that have delivery fees. Home delivered meals, that $8 or so per meal price is all inclusive. That's admin, delivery, food, everything is built into that one cost.
And the frail services, is that
Frail does not have a delivery fee.
okay? Is it considered a part of the home delivered meals?
It is considered part of the home delivered meal program. However, it is not managed by the same vendor that manages the
Separate
meals.
contractor.
Yes, separate
Okay.
contractor.
All right, we're gonna.
Just wanted
we'll
to make
take a
sure
look
there
at
was
those.
clarity there, but
Yes.
we'll get you the information you requested.
Yes, thank you thank you
You're
very,
welcome.
very much. And we also heard from a couple of witnesses today. What about wellness centers being open a little late on certain, maybe we say certain days, I don't know, but that is a thought. Thinking about seniors retirees in particular, who are probably working part-time, and they may have evening or afternoon shift. And so they're not available until after 5. And I don't want them going home hungry either. So just wondering, I guess my question is all about, how do we count our seniors? How many fall into various categories? So has DACL begun the process of inventorying the senior population in the district in order to help identify the needs of the senior population and whether or not the needs fit in with what government can do? I think that's very important because more and more individuals are falling into this category. And I feel like it's not enough to just be an agency that's available if someone rings the bell. But if we really are about safe security of our seniors, what does that really mean? And how do we how do we exemplify that principle? And how do we help seniors live boldly, live forever, so to speak? Because that's really what's in their minds, you know. And you'll hear them, I hear them all the time, go to the wellness centers, and they'll say, listen, I put sweat and tears into this for 80 years or whatever. You see what I mean? And so trying to understand, how do we respond to their sense that we get left out? We know that's not quite true, but how do we stem that feeling? So, okay. So to that, this DACL, in maintaining your telephone contacts, your call-ins, I don't think you have that many visitors, but probably the lead agencies have more, and the nonprofits may have more. Is there a way in which you catalog their complaints or their issues so that that would help us as an example?
Yes, so all of our DACL clients, as a walk-in, as a phone call, are maintained in our C-Stars database, which is considered like our contact management system. And so, again, when our seniors, and this is when I do my plug, if you are a senior age 60 or older in Washington, D.C., caregiver, DC resident age 18 to 59 with physical disabilities, you can call DACL at 202-724-5626. So when you call into DACL, our IRNA team, our customer service specialist, will answer the call, and they're immediately taking notes on the purpose of your call, getting your contact information, and then giving you a warm hand off to one of our DACL team members, or it could be one of our grantee partners that are in the senior service network. So at any given time, if a senior calls, if you or your office calls us to say we received, an email or call from a senior who needs to get connected to a program or service, we're able to go into C-Stars to see if we already have a profile on that senior. And if not, when we call them, we create one for them. And so that is related to the data that I've discussed in previous performance oversight hearings, how we're able to monitor our outreach and engagement with our seniors.
And so once you go into that computerized system, I think is what I heard.
Yes.
Is there a tickler file that says, in 3 weeks, we call you back, or 2 weeks, or 10
Yes.
days? to
There's
see
follow-up
if-
notes, so it
Okay.
captures the conversation or the one-on-one meeting that may happen. DACL being co-located with Hayes Senior Wellness Center, our Hayes seniors, they will, stop one of us in the hallway to say, I need a little help with this. You have a few minutes? Yes, we do. And then we have walk-ins who come to our 500 K Street Northeast location, as well as walk-ins that come to our Southwest office at 250 East Street Southwest. And so we do have staff, of course, who, take notes on their, on their tablet paper, but then transfer it over into our database so that we can keep up. And then, especially when I'm in meetings doing follow-ups with the team and having one-on-one with my senior leadership team, I'll ask about our call data, our contact with seniors for the week, where our high, what is the high volume of call topics or issues that are going on. But we are able to keep track of date and time of call, who the senior spoke with, what are the next steps that are included, which could be a call back within 2 weeks or a home visit within those 2 weeks. It just depends on the need or request that the senior has made to us.
Thank you. You just raised more thoughts about the number of personnel it must take to do this, managing this intake system. That's what I'm calling it. Is that the right, you
Yes,
said
so our
the C-Star program?
Yes, so our IRNA team, who is the gateway to DACL, they have access to the database, as well as our grant monitors who are working with the Senior Service Network and the grantees. Our entire clinical services cluster, which is adult protective services, case management, our community transition team, Medicaid enrollment services team. I also think about our SHIP team, our state health insurance program team, have access to this information because those teams come in contact with seniors consistently, daily basis. And so there is a lot of vertical communication that happens amongst the teams to check in. Once you get that call, you're looking at the profile, saying call history, what was the last set of information or resources shared or communicated with the senior. It also gives us an opportunity to see if there's any gaps somewhere. If a senior is calling back, we may say, well, when we last spoke to you, you indicated, for example, you wanted to participate in the connector card program. It's feedback time too. How's that going for you? And then it may say, but I actually need to get to my doctor's appointments on a regular basis. So then we may pivot and move them into Senior Med Express. But at any given time, for example, I can reach out to a team member to say, what's the latest update on XYZ senior?
So you made me think that if I call in, I'm new, I call in, and I may have 2 or 3 things that I reference. But just the fact that I call in, there's going to be a traffic jam. You name grant monitors, a series of other professionals that would have opportunity to intercept that call, to review it, to determine how they can help or should be helping.
Let
And
me
it-
provide the
Yes,
clarification.
thank you.
The gateway to DACL is the Information Referral and Assistance Team, IRNA. They are the first line of defense, let's say that, for example, of support, of resources and accessing information on DACL programs and services. And so IRNA receives that call. They take down the information and we do the walking for the senior. We figure out who's the next person you need to speak with. So RNA, in a sense, they're almost like the operator. Remember, you and I like to be nostalgic. Remember how you used to just pick up your landline and
I'm trying to be contemporary,
call the
Madam
operator?
Director.
Call the operator. Remember, we could call and get the time from the phone, all those things. So similar concept. When seniors call our main number, the 202-724-5626, they get the pre-record, like, welcome, thank you for calling Department of Aging. If you're calling about this, press 1, 2, 3, and you can go straight to getting someone on the phone. We also have implemented, as a result of one of our previous performance oversight hearings, the callback feature. So if it's like you have, X amount of people in queue before you, you can press this number and we'll give you a call back so you don't have to wait. And that has been very effective in us reducing wait times for seniors when they're calling.
And I appreciate that, that your goal is to reduce wait time. What I'm trying to understand is, how do we ultimately provide the services that the seniors need, and what sort of trips, what happens to cause us to know what services a individual needs?
It's based on the referral. So when a senior calls in, our IRNA team is very skilled in the programs and services across the agency. And so 9 times out of 10, when a senior is calling, it will go to one of our that call will go to one of our case managers to do an intake, identify what some of the areas of concern are from the senior. Sometimes it can be solved on that phone call. They may need a number to another agency. They may need us to mail them an application for one of our programs or services. Sometimes it could be, I need a home health aide. And so we're able to connect them right to home care partners to go through that process.
I hear you. And so for those who we refer to another service, I get it. But now I have a big question for you. So I call in and I'm new and I say, I'm here. I want to be connected. And you have many programs that I may or may not qualify for. The question is, can I register with DACL this one time you ask whatever you have to ask about who I am and my background. You collect the socioeconomic data as well. So you've done that. So when I go to one of the programs you tell me I qualify for, will I be asked the same questions? Trying to figure out how we can get to this one stop
We
piece.
are, and I did hear that from public witness testimony that I listened to earlier. And so we have, again, I will credit having the opportunity to engage with you and the committee to get feedback and ways that we can improve our service delivery. And many times that comes in the form of streamlining processes. And so one of the areas we've looked at is with the Senior Wellness Center application, because there are seniors, and we heard from them today, who visit many of the Senior Wellness Centers. Like they have their home, but then they go to the other locations. And so this I want to acknowledge the Senior Wellness Center directors because they meet amongst themselves and make recommendations to me and the team as far as what will work better for a streamlined process. And so with our applications, because the programs are different, so to speak, we gather the information and we work alongside the senior as much as possible, helping them complete those applications so that it's not duplicative. And so if we have that set of information on file, we're able to go into C-STARS and check their eligibility and let them know what's needed for the next step or to show up. But in many cases, when seniors call us, because you start off with talking about, this is like my first time calling DACL. I am way over 60, and I just keep hearing people talking about, I need to go to the Senior Wellness Center. So that's a low-hanging fruit piece where we get your address, figure out where your Senior Wellness Center is or the closest program that mirrors the Senior Wellness Center, and we do the warm handoff there. You're going to see Mr. or Miss So-and-so when you get to XYZ Senior Wellness Center. Or, you know what, we're going to have someone from our External Affairs Communications team, EAC, shout out there in the building, that will be there for this particular engagement event. And they can walk you through all of the different programs and services that we have at DACL.
Okay, I guess we should move on. I hear you, and certainly appreciate the what you relayed, the difficulty in perhaps there being a one-time registration, and then I can take advantage of everything that's going on. And
We have talked about that, so we have to.
Yes,
We'll go back
third
to the
year,
we'll go
third
back
year.
to the table on it. It's not as
It's not as complicated as I think we're making it. I hope.
Yeah.
I hope.
We'll put that on our follow-up list.
Okay.
Because we've talked about it before, and so the upgrades have come in different ways. So I'll think about with the connector card, for example. It's been a tiered approach.
Okay.
Phased in. These are some of my keywords from the team as we've been preparing. So I
Alright.
think about, for example, the connector card. When we were seeing just such a high number of participation, I mean, it's a great program, hands down. But what we found is when we looked at eligibility criteria for the various DACL programs, we were asking for different criteria. And particularly with the connector card, we found we were asking seniors to self-attest their monthly income. So thinking about this kind of like universal application to all DACL programs and services, that was a phased in approach that we looked at. One, we actually need to see income documentation that's supporting with what the seniors are self-attesting. That allowed us to welcome in more seniors to that program because we had more accurate, valid data to look at. And so we use that approach and looking at other programs. But I hear you. The end goal we're looking forward to is like this one application that we can utilize for DACL programs and services. That will help with our locally funded ones. When I think about on like our health insurance, federally funded pieces with Medicaid and like the EPD waiver, that is a little bit more complicated process where I can't see us streamlining that one in there. But let's talk. I'm really open to
Yes,
talk
please.
about
Yeah,
that.
let's do that because I think that would be a breath of fresh air.
Okay.
It would open up many more seniors' participation in our programming. We heard nothing today but just glowing comments about the breadth of the programs,
And I really
and
appreciated all those shout
yes,
outs.
of course you do. But I'm
Yes.
just saying, as a city, this is really who we are. And most seniors are not aware. They truly are not, unless they have a buddy that's a participant and then they get told about it. Or if it's in a building near where they live and then they see. And so one of my goals, and I think definitely one of the mayor's goals has been to make seniors aware and to get seniors in, participating, moving, saving their lives, and I'll say keep them to be taxpayers as long as possible because we as a community live off of our people. I mean, we don't raise crops that we sell at the marketplace, so we have just us and what we do, our purchase power, in one state or the other. So I'm just thinking that we really need to figure out how we can get more seniors involved in the programming. And of course, that means we would have to have more funding for the programs, but there's very strong justification for it because of the size of the growth in the population and what is to come. So that's kind of like where I am on this. And I had a few other questions, but I don't want to spend all day talking about how we get them in. Okay. I do have a question about the grants and the contracting that you do. In question 51, you indicated that DACL prioritizes strong financial management and works diligently with grantees and contractors to ensure the appropriate and accountable use of all agency funds. Can you speak further as to what measures are in place to reduce redundancies and inefficiencies?
Yes, I'm happy to. So let me point out that we operate with a tiny but mighty team of grant monitors at DACL. Just 6 individuals are responsible for the monitoring of our grantees and our programs and services. Obviously, the senior leadership team assists with that, but they certainly do the brunt work. And what that involves is regular check-ins with the grantees. So they're communicating with them usually weekly. They also do site visits, both official and unofficial. The official site visit is going to be where they take a look at all of those financial documents and where they're going to help identify any issues or anything that needs to be flagged up to senior leadership. Beyond that, every month, each grantee submits their financial information to us, invoices that we then go and reimburse. Our programs team is assisting with reviewing those documents and making sure that they're ready to go to the finance team, who then does a further review and will reject an invoice if everything is not in line. Furthermore, the grants team does the mid-year reconciliation process, where we assess where grantees are with their spend down for the fiscal year and identify any funds that will not be used or any shortages that we need to be aware of. Then finally, and the biggest thing that I feel like that they do is the annual continuation process, where each grantee resubmits their application and tells us again that they plan to do this work for another fiscal year. And we then take that information, tell them how much budget money we can apply to the individual application. And then we go through and approve that, and then we start releasing the funds for the next year's work.
So for grantees, would their requests be included in the enhancements that you've heard the council speaking of?
Yes,
Okay.
because,
That's the,
yeah,
thank
that's okay. Yes.
okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And you were speaking of your internal grant profile system
Mm-hmm.
primarily, as you mentioned in response to question 52.
Okay. So I know that each year during the continuation application process, we're using a system called Zoom Grants for the grantees to submit their information. And then we also have our financial systems that the grantees use to submit their M1 invoices. And so we're working in these systems daily.
Okay, and
Mhm.
what's included in the monthly progress report that each grantee submits? You mentioned earlier
Mhm.
that the monitors are looking at that.
So it's going to have things like, how much money they paid their team for the month, what services they provided, and how many people they provided those services to. So that's why when seniors go to programs, there's usually a sign-in sheet, because that information has to then be entered into the C-STAR system so that we can track how many seniors attended, and all of that is connected to the invoicing system that we use.
Okay. Out of curiosity, the C-STAR system, is it germane only to DACL programs, or can other agencies use it?
So the Senior Service Network also uses C-STARS. So all the organizations that were here today are on C-STARS too. That's where they submit their information to us through.
So your grantees and contractors use it?
Not so much contractors. Some of our contractors are using other systems. We have one other system called QuickBase. But grantees for sure, yes, are entering data into C-STARS.
Okay, there are some agencies that are in this committee that I think they have other systems, but your system sounds like it's a little easier to use. I want to note that in the District of Columbia government, there must be 50 or 60 different computerized systems, and that's where traffic jam must be in the chief financial office when they're trying to pull all this data and put it all together. My heart goes out to them because, you know, but it just seems to me, if we're going to be modern, remember we're being modern now. It means that you would move to systems, or fewer systems for sure. So I'm very curious about that. In question 5, you listed an existing MOU with I think this is the district healthcare finance, yeah, DHCF, for small amount, $620,818 for Money Follows the Person program. Can you tell me what that is?
I'm inviting Joan Williams, our Clinical
Okay.
Services Officer,
Okay.
to the table because one of her teams works with the Money Follows the Person program.
All right. Hi, Joan. Thank you for being here. Oh, yes, I do. I better swear you in.
Okay.
Do you swear and affirm that any statement that you make before us today to be complete and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Hi, thank you, Chairperson. So we work with the Department of Healthcare Finance and Money Follows the Person, which is a federal program, to to transition individuals from long-term care facilities back into the community. And that is one of the funding streams and tools that we use to do that. So those are federal dollars that sometimes provide vouchers for housing. It also provides home setup dollars so that we can do any adjustments that need to be made to a home that somebody might already have, or also to furnish, and set up a home for an individual who is transitioning back out of the long-term care facility. So that MOU also identifies key staff individuals that we utilize to do those tasks. So we have a point of contact, a program manager at DACL, and a point of contact manager at Department of Healthcare Finance who coordinate for all of those MFP tasks and oversight of the funding and making sure that we're meeting our metrics, which we have federal metrics to achieve.
I believe earlier we heard from a representative, Ms. Niles, Attorney Niles, representing, I think it was one of the law firms. And she spoke of the fact that we were out of compliance. Can you help me understand what's going on with this issue? Because I will be meeting with her. So I'd love to hear from your perspective, as much as you can share in the public domain, of course.
Sure. So there was an Ivy Brown decision that came out in regards to the district's responsibility to transition individuals out of long-term care facilities into the community if they should choose to prefer to age in the community rather than in a long-term care facility. So the district has appealed the court's decision at the current time. But more importantly, at DACL, we are continuing to build our transitions. So our team continues to meet with individuals in long-term care facilities. We have an outreach team who informs individuals of their right to transition back out into the community. And, we will continue to do that throughout the appeal process.
Okay, good enough. Thank you for that. I just could not believe that we were somehow sitting and waiting. I mean, the issue is so important to, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I had a little addendum here. It says, why is there 17% increase from last year, and what difference has this additional funding made? But I think I know the answer because it's about individuals transitioning back into community. So it would reasonably be assumed that more people are transitioning. Am I correct?
Yes, you are. But in addition, I just want to highlight in previous years, our metric with CMS was to transition 50 individuals under the Money Follows the Person program. And we continually exceeded that. And so this year it was 80 individuals. So that also explains the difference, which we achieved and exceeded.
Okay, FY 25 when you say this year.
Yes, but
Okay.
CMS, just an important note, CMS, that the MFP program operates on the calendar year. So we just closed out.
Ah,
So it's a
thank
little
you.
bit, it's a little different when we're counting all of our numbers because we also transition individuals via other means such as EPD waiver or personal funds. So you have to sometimes separate them out and group.
All right. Thank you for that. For individuals that perhaps are not connected to what we do at DACL for the transitioning of individuals back into the community, do we have a way of reaching out to everyone who is in assisted living, who is, a client in assisted living, who is in a nursing home with information so that they know to be in touch with DACL, that DACL can help them with this transitioning? Or is it if your lawyer knows, or if someone at the center that you're in knows, they reach out and then you're connected?
Sure. So the court order is explicit that we have to reach all Medicaid recipients, DC Medicaid recipients that are in the long-term care facilities. However, our staff are in the facilities with the information and of course are able to provide information to anyone who's interested and assist with the transition services. You do not have to be Medicaid eligible, but that is what we are most responsible for.
All right, thank you. We're going to put a little note together if you don't already have a blurb that speaks to what the law dictates that we do. I think that's very important information to get out to community. So thank you for that. Trying to clear it all up. Well, we talked a little bit about food. I see this only this $425,000 enhancement for home delivered meals. Are we thinking for the coming year we'll need that much, or will we need more, or will we need less? Do we have more people that need home delivered meals? Or is that number really trending down?
We have been able to serve more seniors with the additional funds that we have received. I know that we are in a very tight budget year, once again, with FY '27. So keeping us where we are still able to serve the seniors that are currently on our list. I will say, when we're looking at our trend data, it's good to see a reduction in the number of seniors who are in the home delivered meals program, because that could possibly mean that they are more active and are able to go to a community dining site or participate in one of our other food programs that we have.
I appreciate that because we're down in every ward. The numbers you provided for us for home delivered meals shows we're down in every ward. Last year, 2025, it was 2,960. I'm sorry, 1816. In 2024, it was 2,960, and the year prior was in the 3,000 number. And so thus far, in this first quarter of 26 is 1287. Now, the first quarter is, of course, the winter months,
Right.
so to speak. Is there usually an increase in the spring quarter or the summer quarter as far as, the temperatures are better outside, so I might now, put on my dress and go and spend time with my friends at the feeding location?
So I'm glad you mentioned the participation data for home delivered meals, because I think this is an opportunity for me to provide some clarity about, the state of senior hunger in the district. So I do not want you or anyone else who sees these numbers trending down to think that the problem is, not still very immediate and present. The reason the numbers have decreased is because our budget has pretty much remained stable, while we have also seen some increases in the per unit meal cost. So our team has had to be very deliberate in making sure that we have scrubbed and scrubbed and scrubbed the seniors that are in this program for their eligibility requirements, and getting them placed on other programs, referring them to things that maybe are more suitable for them, because we had to make sure that we could maintain the program at the current budget amount that we have. So it's not because there hasn't been a need. It's been because we have just been, super stringent about who's in the program. Do you have to be in the program? Because the budget has been, such that we had to do that.
So you believe that we're weeding individuals who have the capacity to get out and go to the congregate meal site, weeding them out of the home delivered system?
And yes, and a lot of them we have put back into the community because, we use information such as this. I'll give you an example. We receive a report from our vendor of any meal delivery that is it's missed. So I come to your house, Ms. Bonds, to bring you your box of food, and you're not home. But you're, reporting to us that you're homebound. And so we find when we have deeper conversations with seniors, well, we have found over the years that when we have deeper conversations with seniors, that everybody that was on the program wasn't fully homebound. So those people we have been able to nudge into our dining sites or put on other district programs because we have a plethora of other food programs here in the district. And so that's how we've been able to keep the program stable. So the trending down in the participation numbers is budgetary, and it's making sure that we were being a good steward of district dollars and that everybody that's getting a home delivered meal is in dire need of one.
Okay, so you're gonna package that statement for me so we have it? I
Sure.
appreciate that very, very much. And it makes a lot of sense. Because if you recall a few years ago, my colleague, Mary Shea wanted legislation and we got it passed as an act, 24-730. And it was, of course, subject to appropriation. And the initial cost was 1.6 mil and a total of 75 million over a 4-year financial plan, which we were not able to come up with. And then I did one, which was a senior nutrition, health, and well-being equity amendment, which also became law, which, and what happened with that, the cost was only $388,000 in FY '23 and only 1.6 million over the 4-year financial plan. So that's my case of trying to make sure that if we need dollars, I need to know about it. So that was my concern about asking about enhancements. But you see how a small amount of money was needed, but we didn't get it. So I just want us to be aware of, the times in which we're trying to be competitive for our needs. So we'll talk about that at budget time, but I just want to preview where we could be into the future. And it's all about food. And I would greatly appreciate having a clear understanding with real data, not data that I so frequently hear where there is a national estimate that food insecurity exists with the seniors in the District of Columbia. I don't really know what that means. When we have an opportunity for seniors to talk about food and you get one comment about food out of 39 presentations, but you get 35 comments about transportation. So I'm trying to understand what we say and why we say it and how it can be used to make the case so that seniors in the District of Columbia have what they need. So that's where I'm coming from. So I'm trying to ask the right questions. If I'm not asking the right question, tell me. Let me know what I need to know. That's really important. Okay. Um, can we discuss the Senior Community Service Employment Program and how many residents were served in this program and how the public can get involved. Are you familiar with the Senior Community Service Employment Program?
Yes, so that program is managed with an external partner, NCBA. They actually just received the funding again. It was, just with the different changes on the federal side, they didn't receive the funding, but within the last few months they have. We may need to follow up with you as a follow-up to the hearing with that data. But NCBA is a program, is still activating the CSEP program. A few of the interns or program participants actually did have positions at the senior wellness, at our lead agencies via the senior wellness centers. They worked in customer service and front-facing positions. So we do have some preliminary? Melanie's just going to review with you some of the preliminary program participation data that we have, but we'll give you some more comprehensive in our follow-up to the hearing.
Okay, and the acronym is National. We have so many. So many. National Council
For
or something.
aging, Black
Yeah,
Americans.
Black aging or
Black,
something
yeah,
like that.
something like
Yes.
that.
They just had a ribbon cutting back in the fall for the Carl F. West Grand Family Senior Estates that I
The
attended.
grandparents.
So they're right up at I think it's 14th and Girard, right across from Greater Washington Urban League.
Yes, that program has been around for nearly 3 decades. I recall when the building was constructed, and yes, and I remember, yes, a little bit about it vaguely, but remember that it was done for Black seniors at that time. Yeah, that was and one of the officials in DC government's spouse was at HUD, so that's how we got it.
Oh,
So
okay.
just so you know.
So I found that to be, I looked that up, and that's the National Council and Center on National Caucus and Center on
That's
Black
different.
Aging. Yes.
That's different. Yeah.
And so we had some CSEP employees out in our senior service network through both NCBA and DOES. We had about 7 with Seabury, 2 with East River. So less than 10 placed out in the network. But we have been able to connect our lead agencies to NCBA very recently, as they told us that they needed seniors to apply for some of these roles. And so the director helped connect one of our wellness centers to this organization, because they probably may be getting a new receptionist through the program.
Yes, and I think that's great. And as you know, we receive federal dollars through DOES specifically for hiring of seniors. We don't receive a lot, but we certainly do. And then we also have the program that is administered and funded by the University of the District of Columbia. That's a program that we have, I think, about 300 seniors hired to be almost like partners with seniors in their community. They spend a couple of hours, doing what some of the volunteers with the villages do. That is checking in on individuals, making sure they've taken their medication and what have you. So they would have access, I think, to a lot of our isolated seniors. So we probably need to, work to get that list so that we can, know more about that population if we're trying to bring them fully into the programming. But, it's a small program in the sense that their stipend is very small, but it's more than 300 that are doing that. So good program. We put money in that so they have money. And I was hoping that they would be able to recruit from the different lead agencies that we have. Oh, one of those, let's embrace it, keep it going. Okay. And that's through the Institute of Gerontology there at the university. So I know you, at this moment, you would not be able to give me the number. No, I got it. Okay. Can you talk a little bit about the Caregivers Institute and what it is doing? And how an individual who's perceived as a caregiver can participate in whatever the services it provides.
The DC Caregivers Institute is managed through Home Care Partners. That is one of the grants that's in their portfolio that's funded by DACL. And I'm a member actually of the DC Caregivers Institute. I joined prior to this role as the DACL director when my father experienced his strokes during the pandemic.
Oh,
and
please give him my regards.
I will. He's doing better. So thank
Because I love the fact that he rated you and your work after the first year and then the second year, and he saw the I'll say upward movement, and I
Yes.
said, this is a real parent.
Yes, yes. And a lot of the seniors, he attended Red, White, and U last week. So a lot of the seniors were able to give him some feedback when I was far away from them at the panorama room. And so he told me, he said, I'm proud of you. And so that let me know all the hard work of mothering up is working. And I can attest to the DC Caregivers Institute being a support group for caregivers, being a source of strength. When you hear testimonies from other caregivers, you kind of sit there like, that's why I don't complain, because someone else is possibly worse off than you. But the DC Caregivers Institute is a free program. You can contact DACL at 202-724-5626 to be connected to the DC Caregivers Institute. It is a hybrid program, so it's a Zoom format, because as we know, the role of a caregiver, you're not necessarily have the flexibility to go to an in-person meeting. And so that's an opportunity for you to have a break, to pour into your own cup as a caregiver, to talk about maybe some of the challenges you're experiencing and how others are coping in the same way. It's also an opportunity to find out about other resources and information that's offered through the DC Caregivers Institute, such as access to, it could be, for example, incontinence supplies for the loved one that you're caring for. It could also be an opportunity to learn about respite care, where oftentimes caregivers, that becomes their full-time job when they already have a full-time job. Or it could be in the form of respite care, where there's a reimbursement program for caregivers when they need to take their break and take care of their self-care needs. And so I have found that the DC Caregivers Institute is instrumental in helping caregivers survive and thrive in the care and love that they're providing to, it could be a relative, it could be a neighbor, it could be a friend. But I've always, I kind of graduated a little bit from the Institute, because they said, it seems like you have a good support system in place with your sisters and my niece. And we do. We came together to figure out where the strengths were amongst us in supporting my father. And even though he's doing better now, there's still, we scaled back how we had to provide caregiving service through him. And with me graduating, and I do the air quotes because they say, you know, if you ever need to pop in, we're here. That has given me an opportunity to promote the DC Caregivers Institute and talk about the strategies and resources that I learned about. And even with the passing of Reverend Jesse Jackson, listening to his family, particularly his children, elevating on the national stage the importance of caregiving for a parent and the sacrifices that are made, what it looks like. I mean, I was locked in. I was like, I know this walk that they just completed. And I've started to hear more about how we as a city, state, nation support caregivers. There's another partner that we have with caregiving. Genevieve and Johnson Adult Senior Program. They have a caregivers lounge. So caregivers who attend the G&J Adult Daycare Program, they have a room and an office available to the caregiver so that once they bring their loved one, and I don't even want to say a client, when they bring their loved one to G&J, they are involved with their activities, their lunch, and it gives the caregiver that respite break where if they want to put their feet up and read a book, if they just want to sit still, if they need to make calls for their loved one, they have a dedicated space. They also offer, when I participated, it was once a month. It was the caregivers lounge, kind of more of that was the gathering. And I was so focused. There was a table in the center of the room that was covered. And I was so focused on I thought we were going to do an arts and craft or something. I was just like, my wheels were turning. And this was November, which is, I believe, National Caregiver Month. But you know what the beauty in that table was? At the end of the session, because we did meditation, we did breathing exercises, we talked about what caregiving was like during that week. And at the end, the reveal of the table were shelf-stable, sustainable snacks and produce. So I remember taking a cup of soup, like the microwavable cup, because they said oftentimes caregivers, you don't make time for yourself to even eat because you're worried about your loved one, making sure they're on schedule, receiving their medication, etc. But those are two programs, and I think about the DC Caregivers Institute and the Caregivers Lounge that have provided district residents with resources to help take some of that burden off of the caregivers so they don't feel alone.
I think also today, thank you for that. I mean, I was following right along with what you were describing and thinking about how it is a mental health break for or an uplift for those that are engaged in this work, and you really are engaged in this work. I know I did some of that for my mom, and it was routine, but I can see how the meaning of it, if I had participated, taken the time to participate. That's the other thing. And I think today we heard about the visiting angels. I think they have been in touch with DACL, and they mentioned 400 caregivers across the country, focusing, it seemed, mostly on veterans. And I think they have telemedicine, and dementia is one of the eligibilities. So for the person you're going to care for or are caring for to be enrolled in the program, and it is apparently federally funded. So you're right, there are resources. And caregiving is really, it's so important. Every senior, someone will be looking after that person, 10 to 1, and we forget about that. So your subscription in the District of Columbia is your 123,000 seniors. And by the way, since we've been talking, we probably added another 60 or 70, every minute or so we add to that number. But it's also that same number of individuals who probably look after these individuals. So my goodness, think about us being 700,000 and you're concerned with 250,000. That's a great part of the population. And I think justification for having the resources that are needed for this important agency. Trying to get it added up, okay? I appreciate you all so very much. I have a bunch of requests for numbers, so rather than where we have not received numbers about programs, why don't we submit that to you? So it's just really data more than anything else. Is there anything you want to say about the Dementia Navigator program? Because we did add the 450,000. I know it's seldom enough, but are you seeing that body of clients grow?
Yes, we are. And I want to acknowledge the work of Iona Senior Services, who has a very critical Dementia Navigators program, as well as the partnership we have with the Alzheimer's Association, which helped me to see the need of having a staff person at DACL that was focused on Alzheimer's dementia-related diseases. And this was as a direct effect of meeting with our senior wellness center directors, who expressed to us that they were starting to see a slight increase of seniors or the caregiver, family member showing up to the senior wellness center to say, my parent, my grandparent, my aunt, my uncle, they're starting to have some memory loss and they can't be left alone anymore, but I work and I'm just trying to figure out, is this a place I can bring them and they can participate some activities? So sometimes that literally has happened at DACL at Hayes. A young man pulled up when I was coming from a walk in the neighborhood and started the conversation and said, my grandmother is right here. And I said, let's come in, and connected him to Hayes Senior Wellness Center. Our dementia care coordinator at DACL is a highly trained social worker who has regional experience on working with ADRD patients and their caregivers. And so she's able to bring a person-centered approach to the work. She's also able to help us coordinate the various ADRD outreach and engagement kind of programs and services within the Senior Service Network. She's kind of like our one-stop shop now, Giovanna Hunt. In addition, she does presentations at the community dining sites, at the senior wellness centers, almost like going through the symptoms piece. These are some strategies. These are some programs even within the senior wellness center. When I think about Sibley's Club Memory, keeping that mind active, the fitness piece. She sits within the clinical services office cluster because The other side of this, when we think about adult protective services, is when we start getting the calls about, you know, could be financial exploitation, abuse, changes in spending habits or behaviors. So Giovanna now adds an additional layer of support and how we can respond to families and the public that call us when they're concerns. And so she's been a resource to the Senior Service Network and to us as a team on building our capacity.
So I take it that the dementia issues primarily are channeled through Iona and their program. Is
I would
that it?
say yes, because
Okay.
Iona also has a standalone adult care program in Ward 8, right in Congress Heights. And I've had an opportunity to spend time over there with the team. A very just warm and nurturing staff that Iona has hired. The level of care that they provide from when you walk in the door. There's arts and crafts. It's a meal site. There's space for respite care for the caregivers. There's transportation that picks up seniors experiencing with ADRD diagnosis from across all 8 wards to bring them to that site. And that's also mirrored at G&J as well. They have transportation where they're picking up seniors from across all 8 wards for their adult day program as well, because that generally is the number one question. Like, you know, I need help. What am I supposed to do? I don't know what to do. How can you as DACL help us navigate this unknown piece? And sometimes I think about with Giovanna, she helps families ask the right questions at the doctor's appointment. She'll provide that a sheet for them with those questions to ask. And she's available for them for the follow-up once an appointment is made. Our team also helps with connecting, and in this way I'll intersperse with clients, having them assessed. Because it's one thing to show up to say, oh, you know, my parent, my loved one, they're acting strange. And so starting to drill down into what that looks like. Our case management team also is a part of this response to our seniors that are exhibiting Alzheimer's, dementia-related diseases. We have a very collaborative approach to this and making sure we're tapping into all of our resources at DACL and being responsive to the needs.
I appreciate that. And what you're telling me is that it would be very helpful if the agency could articulate the number of clients that are enrolled in these various opportunities, and I call it opportunities because that makes the case for DACL, really and truly. And if you see any growth in those particular areas, like Alzheimer's, you know, they say that's a growing, you know, situation across the nation. Is it growing in the district? The same as with food insecurity. Is it growing in the district? That would be very helpful. And I hope that you'll begin to think like that and be able to provide that kind of information because it's certainly needed. I think it helps the administration to say who we are and what we need to do for our population. And again, be sure to include the Caregivers Institute because that's another, that doubles your effort. And it's all legitimate as to what you find going on. And hopefully your grantees, such as the villages, can provide that kind of information also. We should be collecting this information. We should know what our population really looks like.
Noted.
Okay. Um, what is G and J? You mentioned that.
Genevieve and John.
Okay, okay.
They're one of our dining sites.
We called it
Correct.
G, J.
G and J. G
Okay,
and J.
okay. I was wondering, okay, if it was something different. Can you just speak very briefly about the why we're seeing a decrease in the EPD waiver?
Joan?
What's going on there?
So thank you for that. Can you clarify a decrease in what way? In approvals or applications?
Well, what you provided us with is in question 62.
Okay, okay. So one thing that we're seeing is the need for EPD waiver does continue to be great. Our team receives a multitude of calls asking questions about the EPD waiver, but we also utilize what's called our global referral list. A global referral list comes in from the vendor contractor Telegen. It used to be Liberty. Telegen conducts the level of care assessments and then provides us with those lists, the list of names of individuals who have received a level of care that would potentially make them eligible to receive the EPD waiver. We receive that updated global referral list weekly, but we have our staff. Our tickler is weekly, but our staff can go in manually and try to keep up with it on a more daily basis. And once we can grab all of the names off of that list, those cases are set up by our lead Medicaid enrollment specialist, and then assigned to our workers. One of the challenges that we see is that United Healthcare also provides those case management and services via the waiver. And so if an individual is working with their care through that space, we're not the primary entity who can walk them through that process. And so a lot of times we speak with individuals who may not be clear on that process, right? So we work with them to identify who their appropriate point of contact is, how we can get them the services they need, and make sure that they're approved for what they need to be approved for.
Okay, thank you. That is kind of helpful. In question 58, the Community Transition and Social Work Team provides transition assistance from institutional long-term care settings back to the community. Can you speak to their work and the number of seniors that have been impacted by the work that this team is doing? You heard today that apparently, there's some in and out about the team and whether or not we are able to assist people readily, that they're a long waits getting out of the hospital. And then we heard also that sometimes individuals who are in the care of the hospital are released too soon. And I think the Georgetown Village indicated that they actually communicate with the hospital to say you're releasing this person too soon. So what is your take on how do we manage early release and then release that we just don't have a place for the person to go? How do we navigate that?
Sure. Well, it's a little bit twofold. So the hospitals, so our community transition team works specifically with long-term care facilities. So those are the nursing homes that have individuals who can be notified of their right to transition upon admission. However, our process kicks in after 90 days staying in that facility. So that's outside of the hospital space. Individuals who don't have anywhere to go upon discharge, maybe they're unhoused, Those individuals may go into a rehab facility and then transition into the long-term care facility where we would then be able to assist them with a transition plan. And that would include everything from identifying a housing space. As you know, that can be a challenge and can take some time based on housing availability and all of those other factors. In terms of hospital discharges, our team works with hospital social workers quite often across case management as well as adult protective services. So if an individual is, sometimes we'll get a call that an individual is needing to be released from the hospital, but their home is not safe for them. And so what we do is advocate that the hospital does not complete an unsafe discharge while also working with the individual to assist in a space so that their home can get to a place that is safe. So sometimes that might mean engaging with the heavy house cleaning program. Sometimes that might mean reminding the hospital that individual needs to get an e-prescription order form so that they can go through the waiver process and have in-home healthcare set up prior to release. So there's a few different avenues that we take. We do get calls from adult protective services in adult protective services from hospitals if, for example, somebody has signed out against medical advice, or they they have somebody who's not going to discharge yet, but they will be discharging soon, and they fear for that person just in terms of capacity or ability, in which case we will follow up with the person once they're in the community.
All right, we'd like to follow up with you to get some numbers. That would be very
Sure.
helpful. Just trying to understand the frequency of these situations
Okay,
and
yeah.
what we need to advocate for and put our resources towards.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you for that. The biggie, how do we increase the number of home health care aides? What can we do? And that's question number 37.
Well, Councilmember Bonds, you heard from Mala Lahat earlier today, Executive Director for Home Care Partners. And as she indicated, as well as a few of the other public witnesses, the shortage of home health aides is a national shortage. And what I will say is Home Care Partners has been an outstanding member of the DACL Senior Service Network. They have been able to respond to referrals and requests for home health aides for our seniors without hesitation. Each year I have the opportunity to attend their annual spring Employee and Staff Appreciation Awards banquet. And I'll get to provide remarks, but I also get to spend some time with the caregivers, the home health aides. And they talk about how they're a family at Home Care Partners. They have a low turnover of staff. They feel very respected. They're treated like professionals. They have, as Marla mentioned earlier, their rate of pay is higher than many of the other agencies who employ staff for this work. They provide professional development to their staff. So when I think about the shortage, I think you and I have had a conversation before about DC Public, a partnership with DC Public Schools, perhaps, around CNA training. I'm not for sure if that is one of their workforce development areas when I think about the NAF academies that they have. But I think that's definitely an opportunity to engage with our juniors, rising seniors to consider a career field and in that health field around being a CNA. Oftentimes when we're talking to family members of DACL seniors, yes, there are agencies who have home health aides, but when you have to do private pay, that can become very expensive, which is, depending on the number of hours needed, which is how some seniors and families explore the EPD waiver, or they apply to Home Care Partners for a home health aide for a few hours of care as they're exploring other options. You're making my wheels turn when I think about the CSEP program. Is there a way to look at possible opportunities through CSEP? But those are my initial thoughts. Joan.
And then just to add, in addition to that, DACL supports DC Health and wants to work on addressing the needs of the community, but we also participate in the Long-Term Care Coalition monthly. And so that at the very least, we're on top of what the stakeholders are saying, ideas that they're having, so that we're aware of what individuals are facing and what those conversations are.
I appreciate that, but I think we also were informed today that we, as a government, are not being responsive to an existing law. And help me understand how we are skirting this law. This is the law that indicates that I think Ms. Lahat said it was Henderson's law that indicated we needed to have training, licensing, credentials, etc. I'm looking for her testimony.
That's probably a DC Health regulation around licensure and certification.
But you don't do the
That doesn't
licenses.
involve us.
DC Health
It's
does
DC
that.
Health.
So how would you enforce that? Have you had conversations with DC Health to see if they are, let's say, if, for instance, you can not serve as a home or in-home aide unless you are licensed in DC, that would be a licensing issue that the Department of Health would be concerned with. Am I correct? Or
Correct. They are our.
have you talked
our
to
health
them
lic-
about that?
We have not.
Okay,
We have not.
so can that be done? Does it make sense to do it that way? I'm just trying to understand.
I think it is worth us talking to DC Health to learn about the licensure process and any challenges that they've heard from potential home health aides. I do remember having this discussion with Marla and team before. It's escaping me all of the particulars, but to put a bow on it, we can revisit this conversation with DC Health, because I know there are different regulations. And as I'm remembering a little bit, I compared it to teacher licensure, having reciprocity. You may take your national, teaching exam and credentials for licensure in one state, and then you can get reciprocity or waived in the district, for example. But I know each field of work and study is different, and I think that's what we're experiencing here with licensure regulation for a CNA versus a home health aide in the district. So we'll follow up with DC Health just to get
Would
some
you
clarity.
please and give us some feedback
Okay.
to the committee as to what your findings are, your some additional ideas on resolving the issue. I know that Ms. Lahat said a salary. The salary was too low. Well, we all think the salaries are too low for many professions. And then those who we feel are getting too high a salary. So when we talk dollars and cents, I really would like us to be more focus on what the other needs are, because as you said, Melanie, we don't have a lot of resources or places that we can tap right now. So is there something that we can do? Is it a license to work in DC issue? Is it a permit to work in DC? Just what is the real issue? If
We'll
you
follow.
could just let us know, and then we could talk to the agency that's responsible. I don't know whether it's the Department of Business Licenses, or I don't know if, but it just seems to me, since it was presented during our hearing, that we would want to know what's going on with that issue.
Okay.
So
Noted.
thank you very much.
Welcome.
We know that there are the training programs in the schools for this particular type of work doesn't exist. We do know that, but we should still ask DC Public Schools and our charter schools what they foresee to be some of the solutions. I wanted to talk quickly about the lead agencies. And the Wellness Center was grading DACL, so I wonder, how do you see your lead agencies performing currently? I mean, sincerely, are we where we should be, or is there room for improvement, room for growth? Um, are we underperforming in some sense of the word? Do we need fewer lead agencies or more lead agencies?
DACL could not do the work without the lead agencies.
Correct.
When I think about the parent umbrella and DACL being the parent, we would have to have a handle for each of the lead agencies. I am able to call any of the leaders of the lead agencies at any time, drop of the hat, for support and resources for our seniors. Without hesitation, I convened a call so that we could have a snow response. And that included those wellness checks. That included opening up the community dining sites, ramping up staff so that as seniors who were able to get out and drive to their dining site to pick up their grab and go meals, they didn't have to get out the car. Lead agencies, as well as the Senior Service Network, made sure that staff hand delivered those meals to the car so seniors didn't have to get out. In addition, the lead agencies, alongside of the DC Fire EMS Mobile Integrated Health Unit, did home deliveries of those grab and go meals. And DC Fire EMS also conducted the fire safety checks in the home. And so when we think about the work of the lead agencies, there's other engagement and outreach that is occurring that's not even connected to their DACL funding. And so, I think about Seabury. They are known for the senior affordable housing piece. East River has a myriad of programs that they're providing to the seniors. One of those vital programs, deaf and hard of hearing program. And they have such a great relationship with the seniors who participate in that program because they advocate for what they need, and East River delivers for them. We've had to change their community dining site a few times because of increased rents. And before we decided where they should go next, we asked them via East River, what will be the best location for you all? And so they were very excited with their recent move to the newest dining site in Ward 7 at Zion Baptist Church of Eastland Gardens, because that gave them an opportunity to meet new seniors, to be in a new location, and they were willing to travel. When I think about the work of Iona Senior Services, having the opportunity to attend, they had an event where it was an oral history project with the seniors who have Alzheimer's, dementia-related diseases. And it was an opportunity where they selected their co-presenter. Many cases, it may have been one of their children, a neighbor or friend that helped them talk about their life before the diagnosis. And so what was very key is oftentimes while I was there, I noticed the intergenerational piece that was very important. The lead agency leadership, they also meet without me. And then they bring me their feedback, questions, concerns. How can we, problem solve through this rising need that's occurring? So the lead agencies do an outstanding job. They're constantly honing their craft, providing professional development and team building opportunities for their staff, and always wanting to know how they can do more with DACL. Even after today, when we huddled after the testimony and talking through options around transportation, what would that look like? It's not so much as saying, oh, if we had, the additional funding in the budget, we could take seniors on more trips if we had a 30-passenger bus. What we have to be mindful of is being able to have transportation that is equitable and provides access to seniors who may have mobility or ambulatory needs. And so then we drill down to, so it's a matter of, we currently do use like a 14-passenger van bus that has a wheelchair ramp that's ADA accessible. So it could be having 2 of those available. And so at the end of the day, the lead agencies are providing life-saving resources, because where we may not have it at the moment, the lead agencies are able to tap into their networks as well to deliver for the seniors.
So I think you're sharing that lead agencies, if you were to use the old standard A, B, C, D, E, F, or I, as I think Ms. Smith mentioned today, then they would get an A or an A minus. That's what you're
They would get an
sharing.
A.
They
Now
would
you're
get
making
an
me
A,
put
a
my
hands
principal
down.
teacher hat back on.
Hands down.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate that. You mentioned that they have identified some rising needs. What are some of those rising needs that they see? Because this would tell me a little bit about our population and what its needs might
So
be.
when I think about Seabury, we, as a result of working with Seabury and their residential programs, Home First, those are the 3 homes that they have right beside Model Cities over on Evart Street. 2 sister agency partnerships came about. One with Metropolitan Police Department, their missing persons unit, Silver Alerts. So where we've started to see a trend with district seniors missing, that triggers us to activate our adult protective services team or case management team, that clinical services cluster, to check C-stars. We're monitoring the flyers, so we're going right to C-stars to see if that senior is in our database. Do they attend our dining sites? Are they a participant in any of our other programs? Giovanna Hunt, who I've mentioned before, our dementia care coordinator, also facilitates a monthly meeting with MPD, their missing persons unit, because she also goes out and does home visits with MPD. A lot of times on a regular basis, the seniors are found safely. And so she goes with them to meet with the families and goes over resources. She may talk to them about, for example, an Apple AirTag and like the favorite piece of clothing that they tend to wear, seeing if they have any type of car tracking, whether that's, a SOS system or North Star system. And it has been a productive collaboration. We work with Seabury because they had a senior who was missing, and that was a late in the midnight hour meeting that we convened, where then Chief Pamela Smith and her leadership team, we all convened to work together, calling the hospitals. The police ended up finding this particular senior at the hospital in the emergency room, who was disoriented, but we were able to work collaboratively with MPD and Seabury. So when I think about needs, so as a result of that, Joan and team are now partnered with Seabury so that as senior residents are applying to move into the independent and assisted, residences there, we're looking at it as an intake process. So we're seeing firsthand if there are any additional supports that may need to be available to that senior. And that has been successful thus far, but that was a needed area that we came together in a thought partnership to think of an innovative way that we could, transfer that person-centered approach to our Seabury residences.
All right, can you give me another example?
As you know and heard about today was the transportation piece. Pre-pandemic and probably, and this is pre-DACL tenure for me, Seabury also would run the transportation program that picked up the seniors, door-to-door service, pick the seniors up and take them to the senior wellness center. That was, from my capacity building, was a very expensive program. Seabury has.
Yes, we paid for the vehicles.
Seabury was
The whole
able
thing.
to maintain it on a smaller scale. But we're hearing from the seniors, we want it back. There's seniors now who may not be able to drive. They may not be comfortable in a ride share or in a taxi cab. And so they miss that amenity of being picked up from the door. There's a safety net that's involved there. So that, I would say those are the two.
That's it? Just those two?
I just want to second what the director said about transportation, and I think that the lead agencies have a need to bolster outreach. Their contact numbers are similar to ours as far as the number of seniors that they reach, but I think that they have an opportunity to reach even more seniors. A lot of the lead agencies have one position that is centered on outreach. So perhaps there's opportunity for growth there. When you talk about we need to reach more seniors, we need to get more seniors into our services and programs, I think that's an opportunity. But right now, as the director stated, they're making magic. They're doing a lot with a little, and always open to doing new things. So they certainly could benefit from transportation and bolstering outreach.
Okay, well, thank you. So outreach, transportation, and then this, how do we handle missing seniors or seniors that are reported missing?
So I think what will be helpful there, and that's, to me, I see that more as cost-free, because we have the current staffing model in place that we're able to partner with MPD, just like when we partner with FEMS, their Mobile Integrated Health Unit, and we have an ongoing partnership with DC Fire Emergency Management System. It's beyond, it's about expansion of fire prevention. So they visit our senior wellness centers as well, so that seniors know they will come and install smoke and carbon monoxide detectors in their home and educate them on that piece. We all know about hands-on heart CPR training that they provide as well. So we have existing human resources for that sister agency partnership, and that will continue. That will continue. So MPD Missing Persons Unit, they share with us on a weekly basis the seniors that have been on Silver Alert flyers. And Giovanna and the MPD team, they set up their schedule for doing their home visits. So that's a part of her portfolio of day-to-day operations.
Well, you're mentioning MPD. I just wonder, are there other agencies and the work of other agencies that you feel your agency should be partnering more directly with in order to resolve some of the issues, a few that we heard today as it relates to e-bikes not being identifiable as an example. A couple of other things, we usually hear about broken sidewalks and things like that. I'm just wondering, are
So
there?
DDOT, as you know, is one of our ex officio partners on the Commission on Aging. And so when we've heard feedback from seniors with DDOT feedback, concerns, suggestions, I have raised that to Director Kirschbaum and team. And so oftentimes the conversation I have with her is the senior lens. Yes, we are the District of Columbia, home to over 700,000 residents, but being in this role as the DACL director has allowed me to look uh, at the government from that lens of a senior and how every agency actually connects to seniors. Because although we have the special label of seniors, that's royalty, right? But they're still residents. Our seniors are still residents in DC and should have access to the programs and services that they've worked hard for and paid their taxes into. And so where I see DACL as the conduit, we are able to help navigate government agencies for the seniors. So monthly, EAC and our grant monitors attend the town halls at the senior wellness centers. And they give us our homework of this is who we want to see next, because we have a list that we want to discuss. When I think about the sidewalks, I know that was a project before Gail Cohn left as the age-friendly DC coordinator, that she was working with, I want to say it was interns at GW, where they were going to, in the fall, conduct this sidewalk study. And it did not happen. Gail left. I know they're looking to hire a new Gail, so to speak. And so that will be something I'll add to my list to check in on that piece. But we also work closely, I think about Christopher Ingram from our EAC team, who is designated as our rapid response representative. So when there are any type of public safety emergencies involving our seniors, whether that's a power outage, water main break, a fire, Chris is on the scene. He partners with HCMA on responding to seniors, which in fact, there are times where then we have to call the lead agencies, to help us get water out to senior buildings alongside HCMA or to community dining sites. So a lot of the sister agency partnership work that we do is that boots on the ground work, where it is establishing your personal network as a professional and public servant in district government. So it's your go-to team when we have a senior emergency.
So age-friendly.
Yes.
So age-friendly should be a integral part of DACL.
Yes, we are active participants in the age-friendly DC task force. We all sit under.
Do you have
I'm sorry.
space within your confines for this coordinator?
Well, I mean, if we are asked to find a
Desk and
location.
chair and phone and what have you. Okay.
Oh, your wheels are turning.
Oh, they've been there for a while. I'm
Okay.
just trying to figure out what I can get done in this year.
Mm-hmm.
Because too frequently it is related to how do we get a service done quickly. And I'm very sensitive, and I guess as I get older, I'm even more sensitive to the fact that when you reach a certain age, you begin to realize I'll ask for service delivery. Hopefully I'll get it in my lifetime. And when I hear that more and more, it's very concerning.
Yeah.
And that's not what we're about. We're about trying to get things done immediately. I mean, like if the door is stuck over Congress Heights and it's been stuck for months, we got to get that fixed. because it's not just the door being stuck, it's about the security.
Yeah.
People who come and feel safe while they're there. So it's not just a silly old door, and it's not just you got to disturb someone at the front desk. You know, it's about what service are we providing, and how can our senior population depend on the service being, how will it be reliable? And we don't want that overhang to fall on someone. So it little things become huge things.
Yeah.
Because everything we seem to do in the government is there's a domino effect, you know, and we don't get it done, sooner or later, it will remind us, and then it will cost us 3 times as much. And that's to our wellness centers. For 2 and 3. When I began this journey, the goal was to make sure that Ward 3 had a wellness center. Why? Because of its tremendous population of seniors, has the highest in the city. And you've heard that they do programming, but they could do more. Iona originally started as a wellness center, they tell me, about 50 years ago, and then it morphed into, you know, a grantee. Okay. When it was a wellness center, we kind of thought we had the tools moving forward, but it was in the northern part of the ward. You still had the southern part of the ward, and I discounted Mr. Bobo's point about the changes of the boundaries because of census. But my point is that Ward 3 should have a wellness center. We began this adventure with them. Ward 2 never had a wellness center because previous leadership, political leadership in 2 didn't want a wellness center because they felt they had everything going forward and did not see that the youngsters, as I call them, in the high-rise buildings were going to age, and they were not going to give up those units, those rent control units.
Right.
Okay, and now they've aged in place and they need these services, you know, and so I'm just saying that please don't forget that we made a commitment and there is a substantial need. And as we think about that, and we talk about the villages, you know, and what should be their real relationship to the government, I would really think we would want to do a complete assessment of the different resources that we have through contracts and agreements, MOUs, to determine just what we must have so that we can present that and know how we're moving forward. We're going to have a new administration. I want to make sure that anything that we have touched, and I include myself in what DACL is doing, that it has meaning as we move forward. So that's my plea to our witness table of professional officials today. Let's try to do that as we move forward. And I note that you discussed in question 123 revamp funding distribution approach for your lead agencies. You introduced that in FY25. I wanted to know, how does that assist with compliance monitoring? And you kind of touched on that a few times, but
Yes, but I'm happy to
okay.
go back through it. So the way that things are done now, just in simple terms, it helps us to better pinpoint how funds are being spent. And so that means there is a connection to the funding and the services, the way that we monitor it now, simply,
Okay.
without me going into a whole lot of
Okay.
detail that might be confusing.
Yes, no, I appreciate that. And that's the kind, I think the kind of music we need to hear.
Yeah.
That I mean, we have to be more um, um, complete in how we are reporting, not just the data of intake or participation, but how are our dollars spent, and therefore how are they benefiting the population of the district, and keeping us afloat and keeping us growing, hopefully. Um, are any of our wellness centers overcrowded?
No. Now, maybe some of the popular classes are really full, but we have started based on feedback from the Senior Wellness Center directors. Participation data is returning to pre-pandemic levels. But most times when you're at a Senior Wellness Center, if you're kind of squeezing around, it's because they have a program that's taking place. And so everybody tends to come out for those.
Okay, all right. All right. Well, all right. You heard today that the Congress Heights Center was open throughout the storm. And does that mean that the staff of that center has earned A+, or does it mean that they've earned time and a half, or what?
All of our senior wellness centers offer virtual programming, which is a plus. Although the buildings were physically closed due to the storm because of the amount of snow and ice in the walkways and parking lots, the senior wellness centers were able to pivot and provide that virtual programming. So when I reflect on the pandemic, that was a heavy time for everyone around the nation. You know, we had a lot of loss, but I always look for where was some glimmer of hope. And that was the senior iPad program, because seniors who have the iPads, that's how they're able to participate in the virtual programs or other technology devices of their own.
Right, and
And-
on that, I remember that you distributed iPads a couple of years ago, and in the world of technology, you know, every 2 years there's a new edition, if not every year. What are we doing about that?
Well, the iPad program has sunsetted. All of the iPads have been distributed that we still had within inventory. Wild Tech was our grantee that used to deliver and install the iPads. They still provide virtual programming. So at any given moment, seniors are traveling to Europe. They may be in Africa. And so they're still engaged in that way, but we do not have plans to return having the senior iPad program, because what seniors also do, and this is one of our partners at Octo, Adrian Sutton, he visits the Senior Wellness Center to do smartphone classes. And so a lot of the seniors have smartphones, and they're able to see how they can use, if they don't have an iPad, or if they do, they have the option of having their iPad or their smartphone available for the virtual programming.
All
So
right.
that's, what do we call that, being modernized? We've evolved, contemporary.
I suppose. Thank you for that. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your your testimony today, As I said, there'll be a few questions that we may send to you, but most importantly, we really would like to get from you a compilation of the different services and the actual participation by the type of senior as you classified it. That would be very helpful to begin to understand just who is participating in our programming, and if you see a need for or you see that that program can grow or will be growing in the next year or two, to indicate that, because that helps us in the planning for how do we look at resource needs. And if there are programs where turnout is just waned, there's no longer much interest, we should know that. Like, for instance, I know once we had the salad bar at the wellness centers. Is that still going?
No.
See,
The
that
salad
kind
bar
of
has
stuff.
sunset.
So we've had these programs, so they're still on the books. In other words, we still think of them as a DACL program, but they maybe went by the wayside. Even though we heard today, got to eat more green. It's the law, but I don't know how you enforce it with real human beings. So, but I want to thank you and thank everyone who participated today, and thank you for your staff being here. And I know it's been a long day, um, but I think we have gleaned some additional information about DACL.
Yes.
It's been informative. We've learned more about these agencies and the vital role that you play in the operations of the district and well-being of our senior residents. If the public has any thoughts or would like to submit written testimony regarding the performance of these agencies, that is the Commission on Aging and DACL, the Department on Aging and Community Living, please upload it to the hearing management system at dccouncil.gov, or you may email it to seal@dccouncil.gov, and that's CEAL@dccouncil.gov. The hearing record will close in 10 business days. That is on Thursday, March 5th at 5 p.m. And if you gave public testimony, please make sure we have your written testimony for the record. And with that, I'll say that the next hearing will be on February 26th, and we will be entertaining the Public Employee Relations Board, the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining, and the Department of Employment Services. And with that, I recognize the time is 10 minutes after 6 p.m. on the same day in which we started, February 19th, 2026. And again, thank you all for being here and participating with us.